meme, basically. It's just a little meme. And there were people in the theater that were audibly disappointed.
I've heard
with
that from several
Um,
people. I think Az said that as well, that his audience were disappointed. But what are you gonna do? Also, hi chat.
Well, I mean, the thing is that they were disappointed with that, but it was a bit awkward because there were a few people who clapped at the end, and it was really embarrassing. It was just like, guys, come on,
Like
really?
like when the movie was over, they clapped.
Yeah!
Yeah, they clapped, and it was like it wasn't. It was not. Trust me, it was not everybody. It was a small number of people.
Oh, that's even
it was
that's
very
even worse
awkward.
in a way. It's very pathetic. It's not even like the
Well, I
crowd
think
is committed to clapping.
it's like they did it in the hopes that everybody would do it, but it did not match people's experience with watching the film. That they were like, "Oh wow, that's good enough to clap for it," which is not something people do.
Let me
The only time
let me
that I've ever
ask.
seen people clap in a theater was for the last Harry Potter movie and Endgame. That's the only two times I've ever seen it happen, which is pretty funny because I don't know if either of those films deserve. Well, I know Endgame certainly doesn't deserve that, but you know,
Which
I
is
can
more
see it though
cringe
because
when people
because it
clap
was the end.
during a
Yes.
movie, or when people clap when the plane lands?
movie. Because when the
Yeah.
plane lands, you are celebrating the pilot doing his job and not killing you, which, like, yes, I get that that's his job, but at the same time, I can understand someone appreciating that. Clapping for a movie, to me, has never made sense because it's not someone who's there who's done it for you.
What about the
If you see what I
projector
mean.
man?
No one is clapping the project. People should start clapping the projector man.
Well, I mean, nowadays they're gonna make you start tipping the projector man. They're gonna say, "Yo, yeah, you bought your ticket. You know what? Do you want to give 10% or 15% to the projector man? You know, gratuity because they're adding that to everything now."
Projector man can fuck up, so you know if he doesn't, it's like
Projector man, he was one of the villains that Fantastic Four fought in the start thing,
Oh
right?
my god, yeah.
He was one of them, wasn't he? Projector man.
Projector man.
There's another.
He's not actually
Another-
like he doesn't have anything to do with films. He just has like a psychological problem where he puts all of his like insecurities and flaws onto
Oh,
other
that's sad,
people.
but
Yeah, and people just
Well,
call him
I see,
Projector Man.
I see.
And he's
He's
I
projecting,
will say
man.
this was another movie where I remember I mentioned it with when we covered Lilo and Stitch that it was a pretty quiet theater and it wasn't an empty theater. It was a pretty quiet theater, but then somebody behind me saying, "Wow, that was a good movie." This was another one of those instances where it was pretty quiet throughout the film, and it's not like there's an absence of jokes in this movie. It's yet another one of these things of like, I don't know, man, feels like the audience's reaction to the film shouldn't be reflecting this general positivity because usually theater laughs a bit more with these
there's
like Avengers or
there's
Ragnarok.
clearly, like
People were laughing.
there's like 50
You know?
humorous quotes or quips and no one laughed at anything. No one ever laughed at anything.
There were a
You'd
few
think
that
that
got laughs, but not
well,
many.
the success rate is abysmal for these. For how
Yeah.
many there are, based on how much people
Swing,
are
miss,
laughing,
swing, miss,
miserable.
swing, miss, swing, miss, swing. Oh, I kind of hit
And
it. You know, kind of
look,
got it.
if you're swing miss swing miss swing miss, that's incredible. If half of your jokes in a movie like this are like getting people to laugh, that's insanely good. My theater was like a fucking grave. It was like a
Yeah, and
it was
again,
like a
it was not empty.
graveyard.
well,
It was just
you know, before we start, it was actually something I caught while I was setting up today that I thought was somewhat amusing, and I didn't have time to put it in a format that I can share other than just we're gonna have to sync a Twitter video. I'm so sorry, but
Oh no, it's fine.
So, well, you know, part of to introduce this somewhat with context, you'd be like, "Welcome to the final of the big July battle for blockbusters."
yeah,
We did Rebirth,
and then it's
did Superman, and now we're doing Fantastic Four, and you know it'll be maybe however many weeks from now we'll know for sure which one truly wins the overall battle for the box office. But perhaps we can discuss at the end of this which one won the battle for quality storytelling. I wonder if is there truly an answer? Who can say? Because
there probably is, but I don't want to. I mean, I was about to say I don't want to talk about it, but that's our job, so I guess we gotta. But
now,
I mean,
good old Superman is the update for anybody who's not paying any attention is that it's done somewhat well domestically, but it's very worrying internationally, and that overall, now that Fantastic Four is out, its legs have been swept from under it. Presumably, we're going to see how that turns out as the time goes on, but there's obviously going to be big old discussions about whether or not it's done what it needed to do for DC. But yeah, the reason why I'm sort of focusing on Superman there is because I spotted a video, and like I said, I just thought it was of interest. Now, if you can all sync up and do your best to not say anything until the whole video is over. I know that's going to be a rough one. It's 1 minute and 3 seconds, okay? You can do it. I believe in you. Now,
all right.
Context here is that
cannot
the
talk.
actress for the engineer is getting an interview, and someone posted this above a post about how people want to see the engineer being in her hero era, because apparently that's something that happens for her in the comics. Obviously,
Who
Like, she
looks
turns
at the
into a
engineer's
hero?
character and said, "I really want to see more of this"?
I mean,
Who is the end? Is this a Superman thing? Because I still haven't seen Superman.
Oh well, yeah, okay. Well, you don't worry about it. In terms of spoilers, it's nothing.
We have an EFAP on
Okay.
Superman that you can watch, and it's
but
so good.
so yeah, just the notion that fans of the comic want to see the engineer, I guess, turn good or whatever. And someone linked this video. So if you go ahead and just get it ready, is everyone ready?
I'm ready.
Yep.
Ooh.
Right.
Ready?
Here we go.
In the comics,
3, 2, 1, play.
in the comics, she is often a hero. You know.
She is.
So was that something?
Watch out, Sarah. Are you gonna flip? Yeah.
I'm serious. Well, because there were moments of moral ambiguity.
It's just who she is in this in this story. She just happens to be teaming up with the wrong person, but for the right reasons. She does want to change the world and make it better. She's deeply affected by the path the world has taken. Has her been hurt so much as a child. Her parents, were killed in a violent accident, and she needs to change. So she sees in Lex the tool to make that happen. And at the beginning, she does believe in him. He has, very good reasons to do what he does, and she starts to realize he's not the best person to do that and to team up with. But she's too deep into it now, and she can't back out. But we'll see next. Definitely, it is paving the way for the future. Hopefully, if everything goes well with this one.
What the hell?
She just made
weapons-grade
all that
bullshit.
up. But you know what? I fucking appreciate the audacity, the sheer fucking audacity to just do in this interview and say, you know what? I'm just gonna make all of this up. I'm just gonna invent a backstory for my character like it's a Dungeons and Dragons game right now on the spot. Fucking
But it
props,
makes-
kudos,
It
good for
makes you
you.
wonder whether she actually filmed just a different movie, and she still
Yeah.
hasn't seen the one that made it into theaters yet. Because fucking no, absolutely
yeah,
none
what
of that is true.
Absolutely not. None of
What
that's in there.
I mean, yeah, maybe in early versions they really did have like an extended backstory stuff that was completely cut, or maybe James Gunn has all of this stuff in his head and his mind for the lore, and he told her about it, and she just doesn't realize that none of this is in the movie or could even be extrapolated from the movie.
No.
Or really more accurately is completely contradictory to what we see in the movie.
Some of
But,
the shit she's saying is
man.
insane. It's like, Lex just turns out maybe he's not the right guy for that. It's like, he's a psychopathic monster. What do you mean?
No, what he's doing is for good reasons. He's just a bad
What?
guy, but yeah.
She
Well,
goes
it
off
just
to
feels
fight for
like-
him after he's torn reality in half. She's still on his side when he
She's-
tears reality in half. Superman smashes her to the floor and says, "Hey, it's not too late, for no fucking reason. He doesn't know who she is.
That's
and then
it, though.
immediately he uses her as a club, as a weapon, and then she goes back to fighting against Superman for Lex. All the character stuff she's talking about there was swapped for a single line, which is the worst line in the movie, where she says, "Oh, I sacrificed my humanity in order to stop
Yeah.
it." That's her character.
So
This is,
I think this
a
stuff actually was
byproduct
in there,
of,
but it
there
all
were a lot
got
of interviews.
stripped out. Because why the fuck did Superman even say that line? That was always like a weird little moment where he was like, "Hey, it's not too." It's just like, huh? It's like, oh, maybe there was actually a story where she was a good person. I guess didn't make it in.
No, it didn't make it in. Who knows what we'll see in Superman 2: Rise of the Engineer.
Yeah, I can't wait. And I guess it's nice that she's so enthusiastic about it.
Her sequel is just around the corner.
But I mean, well, maybe wasn't James Gunn recently just admitted that they've cancelled a movie? It could be The Authority. I can't believe he did that. Like, oh yeah, we had this movie and it just wasn't working, so we cancelled it. It's like, why? You don't have to say this. You can just not announce this. Like, you don't have to.
Let the
If
man.
it never shows up, just leave it.
I also I
I
want to know how bad a movie has to be for James Gunn to cancel it, because that's like that's fucking staggering.
I did see a tweet under that where someone's like, "Oh, you know, if James Gunn said it's bad, then then you gotta trust him. He's like on another level when it comes to screenwriting."
True.
It's a good meme. Yeah, it's a good meme.
So
observation.
Yeah, you know, tracking good old Superman. There's not much to say about Rebirth as a follow-up. Nobody's defending it. Everyone's just like, it's a slop dinosaur movie. So I guess it's not doing as well at the box office as a lot of people expected it to. Like, it's still making money. It's just
it's not gonna make $1 billion. None of them are.
No.
So is it acceptable for us to say like Jurassic World's Rebirth is not going to do as well at the box office because of anti-American sentiment, or is it just because, like Superman, it's a dog shit film that no one wants to see?
The T-Rex is an American hero, so that does make sense actually. That everyone knows him as.
Well, the T-Rex is from America, right?
He's got a big
but does
flag cape.
Does the anti-American sentiment extend to animals? Like, do people have a big problem with the bald eagle at the moment? Like, hey, fuck you, buddy. All right, with your bald eagle head. But I mean, it is pretty funny because it was all hyped up this year. July, and all three of them are not going to do as well as they should or needed to. That is the truth, by the way. Anybody who's saying that's not the case with Superman, the fact that there's even a conversation about whether or not it's succeeding or failing is indicative that it's not doing well enough. It ain't just, it's not a runaway smash.
It'll pass 500 million tomorrow, is what this says here.
But the thing is, it might not beat Man of Steel, not even adjusted for inflation, just outright. It might not make more money than Man of Steel, which came out a decade ago. Oof. And like in and of itself wasn't a tremendous success. You know, like it did well enough to justify a sequel, but it wasn't like, you know, I mean, the Dark Knight Rises made $1 billion. That came out the year before.
Putting Nizar 2 to one side, it is kind of funny though that it's like, yes, they can't reach the heights of this year, which are the Lilo and Stitch remake and Minecraft. Those are the box office toppers. Like,
yes.
Oh boy, yum yum. Eating good this year. Oh boy.
That animated film from China that made like $2 billion. That is far and away the most successful film of the year.
Yeah, doubling Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah, just looking at that list of like the highest grossing films of this year, it's not really surprising, but like only one of them is okay from the ones that I've seen, which is F1. It was, F1? I mean, it's a relatively bland movie, but it's entertaining. It doesn't offend you when you watch it. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I definitely enjoyed it when I watched it. But, you know, you compare that to, I mean, things like, again, Fantastic Four, it just doesn't, or Captain America. I luckily haven't seen Superman or Jurassic World or Minecraft or Lilo and Stitch yet because I don't quite hate myself that much. But
you're missing out,
buddy. Watch them at some point.
When people say Captain America without saying the rest of the film's name, it does make me wonder if they've just legitimately forgotten what the title of that film was because it's so it's just so forgettable.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Brave New World.
Yeah. And Brave New World is talking about, of course, adamantium.
Yes.
The new super metal. That's what it was about. It's about we've got adamantium now, guys.
Well, and you know, a new Captain America to lead us into the Avengers movies. He's gonna be great. He's gonna sue the Thunderbolts. Like the first significant thing he's doing in the Avengers movie. That's great. Anyway.
Now it's Fantastic Four time.
Yeah, I guess everyone in chat, you're all wondering. what is Fantastic Four all about? So I guess, without further ado,
Well, I suppose, kind of like with Superman, it would probably make sense to talk a little bit about how we got here, because one of the reasons why Superman and Fantastic Four have been grouped together and might end up kind of sinking together is because MCU's been shit, and people have that's really started to become the popular sentiment. It took a while. It took longer than it should have, honestly. Even by the time that like Phase 4 was over, I think people were still looking at it generally positively. But that's like the sentiment now. Marvel kind of sucks and has for the last few years, and they know that clearly with how much of an effort they put into distinguishing Fantastic Four and even Thunderbolts from the rest of the sludge. Though in the case of Thunderbolts, didn't really work in terms of making money.
I guess the
That
hope
was
is
kind of the
that
main
this
thing I
film is
noticed
being
about this.
positioned like as a
Sorry, go for it, Frankie. Go for it.
yeah.
Well,
wait, hold
I
on.
was
I feel like there's
Lol.
a bit of a delay.
Yeah, I guess
Whoa.
we got there's been some terrible breakdown in communication from which we may never recover.
Is he back?
It usually fixes it.
All right, we'll try it.
Who was going?
Oh yeah, Random. What were you gonna say?
So I was going to say that the one of the main things that I kind of came away from Fantastic Four with is that it was so like different to like in how it was connected to the MCU than the most recent one that I watched, which was Captain America. Because Captain America was a sequel to the third Captain America movie that came out 10 years prior, and also the last two Avengers movies, and also The Incredible Hulk, and also a TV show that I didn't watch. So I had no idea what was going on in that movie. This one is just a Fantastic Four movie. It is essentially not connected to the MCU.
It's funny as
And-
well how much of a relief that came
it's
as.
kind of
Sitting down to watch it.
It
It's
kind
just,
of is.
oh,
Yeah, it was
yeah.
kind of
I
nice.
actually, I don't have to go and do any homework for this one and watch a load of terrible shit that came before it because it's not connected. It's great.
But I mean, is that not indicative of a massive problem that
Yeah.
a Marvel movie is benefiting from not being connected to a broader universe, which was the whole point of the MCU. That's the main benefit of it, is you've got an interconnected universe where one story feeds into another. Instead, no, this one's on its own. It's cool. So good. You don't need to watch a whole bunch of shows or movies to understand what's going on. Even though you never gain anything from watching the movies and shows, usually it just makes the next thing
It's
worse.
worse. Yeah.
Because sometimes even the creators of that film haven't watched the show that was relevant to it. So like the idea like, well, the big problem with the MCU now, that's the lie commonly agreed upon. The big problem with the MCU was that there was too much stuff coming out and it was like homework. It's like, no, the big problem was it sucked. If it was all good, nobody would be complaining. They'd be like, oh, yes, this is great homework. They'd love it. It's just because it's bad. That's it.
Well, maybe I think it's because it's bad, it feels like homework rather than just, assuming that everyone has seen the previous movies, which will have been the case in the earlier phases of the MCU. Is this now phase 7? Like, I just have not been keeping track.
We've just started. This movie kicks off phase 6.
It's totally arbitrary.
Well, I mean, it's the best film in
Yeah.
phase 6, if that
But,
helps.
It's the worst film in phase 6, if that
Yeah.
means anything.
It's funny though, because I remember when phase 5, when there was a tweet that got around like, phase 5 the MCU has ended. It's like, wow, that sucked. It's like, man, you wouldn't think it sucked because everybody said that all the films that came out in that phase were really good. Like, it wasn't even unusual that people were saying that, Guardians 3 was great, Deadpool and Wolverine was great, Loki season 2 was great, Thunderbolts was great. It's like, everybody says that the films are great, but then when it's all said and done, they look back on us like, wow, that sucked. The same thing happened with Phase 4. What's the deal?
Well, because how do you even begin to connect any of these things? It's like phase 5 was such a weird phase, beginning with, is it Ant-Man 3 begins phase 5? And ending with Ironheart.
Yeah.
And having taken you via Deadpool, Wolverine, Thunderbolts, it's what even else? It's such like just this like slapped together
Thor,
mix
Loki,
of
the
movies,
Marvel
which Yeah, none of them seem to connect in any way. None of them seem to be leading anywhere in particular. Loads of them introduce shit you know you're never going to see again because the movies didn't do well enough or the shows were too unpopular. There's no point even calling it a phase. It is just like a collection of disconnected, really bad movies and TV shows. Why am I invested in this? Where's the story? Where has it taken me?
Because your phases 1, 2, and 3 each kind of finished with an Avengers movie. I know that in one case there was also a Spider-Man movie that came afterwards for some reason, but essentially you're clearly building up to the Avengers movie, and then okay, we've wrapped that up, and then we move on to the next one. And 1 to 3 were kind of packaged in the Infinity Saga, so you always felt like you were going somewhere, even if the film wasn't great. And I can't even. Yeah, like you could tell that there was, well, maybe there wasn't a plan in hindsight, but it felt like there was a plan. If you named an MCU movie that's come out post Endgame, I wouldn't be able to tell you what phase it's in. There hasn't been an Avengers movie, and
Wakanda Forever.
Wakanda Forever. I'm going to say that was Phase 4, but I don't know.
It was the last film in Phase 4, I think.
It was the end of Phase 4.
Yeah, man, that is going to be a real difficult trivia game when we get to Phase 7.
Oh my god, Phase 7. Pedro Pascal is playing.
Yeah, I mean,
Iron
it's
Man.
coming, I guess, eventually.
You are notably out of sync there.
We're starting to.
The next Marvel movie is going to be an Avengers film, right?
Yes.
Doomsday
is the next Marvel. So like, any relief you have going into Fantastic Four? No, because they've because they reordered shit, didn't they? Because one of them was delayed. It was going to be Doomsday, right? It was going to be Fantastic Four, then Doomsday, then Spider-Man, then Secret Wars. But because they've delayed Doomsday, and I don't think they've announced that they've delayed Spider-Man, that means Spider-Man does come next, which is interesting because you might have thought that they had placed those movies deliberately in that order. I guess they didn't because they can reorder one but not the other one. But it's still kind of the point tracks in the sense that Fantastic Four is a bit of a relief going into it, not having to do all of the homework. But even if you enjoyed that feeling and enjoyed parts of the film, by the end of the movie, you know that the next time you're seeing it, it's going to be part of the broader thing that was weighing everything else down to begin with. And it's going to be a complete catastrophic mess. And it's going to be an Avengers movie that has too many characters in it, probably isn't written particularly well, but people will clap at it. But like all the stuff that you can kind of enjoy about Fantastic Four relies on them not being bogged down by other shit. And now they're going to be. So hooray, continuing with the MCU.
But it also kind of... Oh, or was that Fringy?
Oh, that was for me too. So
yeah.
Okay.
Gary, I guess we're all back now. So
I would guess so.
I hope so.
I've lost what I was saying. Oh yeah, because this is the last movie before the Avengers movie. I was kind of expecting that it was going to set some of that up, and it does quite literally nothing unless it does it in the end credit scene that I didn't watch.
Yeah, this is kind of. I mean, obviously we'll probably get to that later. This is one that sort of references something, but spoilers.
I mean, it's a strange place to be in, right? Like simultaneously celebrated for an absolute disconnection, but then also it is the one big movie before the big event. You'd be like, so you giving us any setup here? And they're like, no. Okay.
Kind of got to wonder as well, like, was that
really,
the plan at some point?
What's going on with your internet? Australia's supposed to be ahead of time, not behind.
God damn it! I don't know. Hold on, I'll be back. I'll try and.
Well, that one worked a bit better, didn't it? I thought like he responded pretty quickly to that one. We could do a
follow-up.
He just took a moment to think. He took a moment to think about what he was going to say, which is good.
We'll
we should
test
encourage
for
more of
like
this behavior.
Springy. What is the answer
good.
to 2 + 2?
4.
Do you see the ring came up at the wrong time for his voice? That was weird.
Yeah. Might be
Ask him another math
time.
question, and we'll try again.
Springy, what is 3 + 3 squared?
Well, don't do that.
He's got lag.
Well, wait, PEMDAS. Wait, he has to do the exponent first, right?
I don't know. I don't understand anything about maths. I just know that
Because
squared
exponent
You gotta put
comes
it in
before
brackets,
addition.
right? You gotta,
Well, yeah,
you
it's
gotta-
parentheses
well, but if
or
you do
I guess
brackets,
yeah. There's the parentheses, then exponent, multiplication,
so if it was
division,
brackets
addition,
3 +
subtraction.
3, and bracket, then squared, because then that would be 36.
Like how chat's
right?
got all different
Platoon,
results.
You're gonna have to. This is why it's important to know PEMDAS. All right, you have to type it out, Platoon, so we know exactly what's going on here. Well, except
Well,
it
it's
wouldn't
okay, you
matter.
would've gotten
It
an
wouldn't wait. It would.
initial
It wouldn't
right?
actually matter if there was brackets or not in this one because it's 3 plus 3 squared. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter how you put the brackets in. It would not change it because there's only 2 parts of it, unless you put the exponent in
Wait,
bracket.
no.
Well, no, that still wouldn't change it.
Yeah, the brackets would matter because it's either 3 plus 3 and then you're squaring the whole thing, or it's 3 plus
Oh, that's
brackets 3 squared.
true. That's true. You're right. Yeah, that is true. So I guess depending on
Bye,
what
Fringy.
platoon, Friggy's just done. He's just done with us at this point. He's just gone.
All this
Yeah,
math talk.
So yeah. So what's up with that CGI baby? That was kind of weird, right, guys? So that was kind of out there. Oh boy. But assuming there were no brackets, it would be 3 squared is 9 plus 3, so that'd be 12. Right? I assume that's the correct order of operations.
Well, you said it with a degree of confidence that makes me think you were correct. So I'm
No,
happy
no,
to
I think so,
accept
yeah.
12.
Exponents before addition, so it'd be 3 squared is 9 plus 3 is 12. I assume so. I don't know. I'm no magician.
How you doing there, Fringy?
Fringy.
I don't know. I can't tell. Because I can't tell whether it's. I gotta rely on you to tell if it's
1 plus
if
1
everything is
equals?
okay or not. 2.
Yeah, just
was
whenever we
quick.
suspect that he's lagging, just throw him a maths problem.
Just chuck him a math question.
I'm not.
This
I'm
film,
not
this
prepared for
podcast
this.
will be
That's not-
fun and educational.
We'll see about that. But I mean that's and it all brings us to Fantastic Four, which everybody's hyping up as being a clean break, and that's exciting, isn't it? Wow, what a good thing we got here. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
It is
It's
kind of exciting.
retro-futuristic.
It's a little exciting, actually.
It is funny to
Why?
get into a clean world that's completely different in style.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it is probably the film's greatest strength is the
Who
aesthetic
cares? It's
stuff
all
of
gonna
it.
be part of the. It's just gonna become part of the regular MCU anyway.
True.
Oh, no.
Oh, we're talking about
True.
this movie. Gosh.
Yeah. If we confine our analysis to this one film today on this podcast, then I think that we could make some claims and say them confidently.
I think so.
Yeah. But it is nice to get like look, it's like a new world and it's not tethered to all the bullshit of the MCU as we know it.
Because like Brave New World was a
all
fucking
sorts of things.
chaotic mess for that in terms of like the not only like the real world attempt at trying to do a political struggle over a material that's revolutionary, but also just like, well, what is everyone even fucking doing right now? All the other heroes. And what are their connections, and why does anyone care about anything? And the British were like, oh, we need to do a new Avengers. Like, why isn't there an Avengers? You know, all those sorts of things. They get wiped away in this film. None of those questions. Because you kind of... They have the benefit of trying to say certain things about the state of the world as they were all the way back in Phase 1. Some stuff is fine. Some stuff, not so much.
I guess what I mean by all of that, because yeah, you could talk about how it's obviously going to end up just becoming part of the MCU typical sludge anyway, but it's more so that, like, are we really in a position where it's so easy to be tricked by essentially what is superficial? Like, yeah, you know, the retro futuristic style, it's like that's kind of cool, but it's all visuals. Like, it's not writing necessarily. Is there any reason to expect that there's going to be like some dramatic improvement in the way that these films are made just because they really, really, really want you to focus on, we built some practical sets? Like, oh, that's okay, yeah. Like, but that's not your problem though. The problem isn't the bad, like, CGI. Yeah, that's annoying and lame, but it's the writing. And is there any reason to conclude that that's been fixed? You've said many times with other films, like, that you're really happy with them, but then they suck. So, like, you can't be relied on, you know? I mean, oh, yeah, Thunderbolts, yeah, that's a really good movie, you know? That's, like, the first movie from the quality first mindset. Oh, well, shit, alright, damn. That's not That's
Well,
not exactly inspiring.
it proves what I have been saying for years, which is at this point, I don't think that they could even recognize quality anyway. So when they
Nope.
say that they're quality first, that doesn't mean anything. They wouldn't,
Well,
they're not able to identify what that is.
part of the problem is that a lot of the feedback that they receive is telling them that they're doing the right thing. Thunderbolts and this film have been received quite well by critics. So they're probably looking at this going, ah, yes, we're back. They're not. I know that we're going to be talking about the film, but like, I mean, come on, it's not a good movie. This one, you know. I think it's safe to say that.
There were bearable stretches.
Unless anybody here was particularly jazzed by it. There's somebody here that particularly was like, man, that was actually like quite good.
No, I mean the best thing I could say about this is that there are parts to it that I thought were okay, like
Mhm.
individual compartmentalized sections that I thought were either neat or fine, but they are not able to overcome the weaknesses, and those segments in and of themselves are never quality enough to break into anything that I would call like worth remembering or really praising. I get there's some nifty stuff, but that's low praise for a movie that costs this much with all of these actors and has all of this, corporate juggernautness behind it.
So I'd say that
I
the
think-
first act is basically tolerable, probably. Like the stuff in it that I would
I
say,
agree.
that isn't terrible, or even this couple of bits, I'd say I kind of enjoyed that. That's all basically in the first act. Second act, it starts teetering like very precariously, and then the third act it collapses, as so many of these movies do. But just by having one act, which is kind of tolerable, it is actually better than a lot of the recent Marvel stuff, which
Yeah,
have been
yeah,
intolerable
the-
from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's also better than
The
Superman,
grading
which is
scale
intolerable
is
from the beginning.
abysmal.
It does. I think I don't know. Like
Ooh.
the best thing I could probably say about it is that it just doesn't feel like an MCU movie. And like basically every MCU movie since Endgame has been trash. Like
I think you're right.
somewhere between trash and unwatchable.
Yeah.
This kind of reminded me of sort of the pre-MCU bad superhero movies. Things like Elektra, Daredevil, the Fantastic Four, the first one, not Fan Four Stick, because that one is unwatchable, where it's just an isolated movie that does what it does, and you're just like, I just don't care. It's not good.
I think the first
but it-
Fantastic Four 2005 is better than this one.
It is better.
I would,
Yeah, it is.
I would
Yeah,
agree
yeah,
definitely.
It is. Oh yeah.
So
I don't know if
nothing-
everybody needs to be reminded on that one, but the first Fantastic Four is part of that era of old bad, where like if you actually go back and watch it, it's like, oh, it's mainly the problem is that it's kind of cliche and a bit lame, but like it's still got a
There's like
a pretty
characters
standard
and
plot structure, standard character conflict, standard
Yeah.
drama.
Yeah, we'll go through
it was
the
interesting
like,
watching
somewhat
them
functional.
essentially back to back. So
we'll go through all the pieces. I just wanted to highlight, you motherfuckers do this every week. You know what? I disagree. This is a good movie. I enjoyed it. Obviously, it's not Shakespeare, but fuck that. I liked it. That's probably a good moment to say, if you're particularly emotionally invested in your experience, once again, just like Superman, you're okay. You're probably not going to enjoy this breakdown. We're going to go every scene, all the dialogue. We're going to talk about whether or not we think everything works in conjunction with what they were going for and how everything is, set in stone. Very, you could say, clinical. I don't think any of us here have a particular passionate, fiery hatred for this film, judging from how everyone has talked so far.
I
Very
don't hate
much
this
more
film.
of a, well, that's a film that happened. Let's talk about why maybe we didn't get passionate about it. And secondly, no offense, really not a great reason to be infatuated with a movie just because several before it were bad or worse. Like, we don't want to enter into this world. I
well,
will
that
resist
might
it,
be-
kicking and screaming. I will not allow the idea that, like, too many bad films in a row, so let's just grab onto the first one that makes you feel anything. It's like,
Yeah,
no.
like you're building up a combo meter to get an automatic critical hit or something.
Yeah, bullshit.
Like, oh, that was
Yeah, 'cause
this
the
is a fifth
reality
bad
is that
movie.
this film doesn't deserve that, as far as
No.
I'm concerned. Like, the idea that this
No.
film gets any points at all because, well, instead of being a fucking 1 out of 10, it's more like a 4 or a 3 out of 10. It's like, oh shit, wow, nice.
Great.
Good job.
And it can be a fun exercise, right? I mean, the premise being obviously there's a massive difference between your enjoyment of a thing and the quality of the thing itself. But like, if you are interested in engaging with the flaws of something you enjoy, one of the ways you can go about it is to say, well, what about this movie did you enjoy? And would the movie have been significantly better had those things been applied to the rest of the script as opposed to just the 2 moments you can call out in the script? And so, yeah, the answer is probably yes. So it would have been nice if they had meaningful character development because they had okay character introductions. More character, that's a pretty good thing. Might have been nice if they'd explored more of the interesting world stuff they were hinting at the beginning of the film. Okay, that's something you can apply to the rest of it as well and turn like your enjoyment of a couple of isolated moments into your enjoyment of an entire film because the same quality is applied to all of it. But if you don't want to do that, it's still fine to enjoy it. It's just it doesn't make it good.
Yeah, I mean, but again, I don't want to encourage. I really don't like the idea of encouraging, like, oh yeah, shit, this is about the best that they can do. It's like, dude, that's bad. This is bad. This is not a good movie.
Yeah.
To say it's even a mid movie is not accurate. Like, 4 out of 10 is not mid. Like, you're more bad than good.
If someone is
There's
making
more
that
wrong with it.
argument to defend the movie, then that just means that they're conceding that their standards have been driven into the fucking ground by the last few movies.
Mhm.
So now they can't recognize something that's good.
That's
or bad.
definitely happened, by the way. I think everyone agrees on that. Like, everyone's standards have had to, like, decrease, which sucks.
I had to make an actual deliberate effort to stop that when watching this movie. I think because I'd spent so long looking at the abomination that is Superman that I went into this thinking, well, I'm kind of enjoying it because at least it's not that bad. And see, that's not a good thing. You have to check yourself if you find yourself making relative judgments like that.
Yeah, I was the same way. There was that element. I was like, oh, this is like, especially in the first act, where it is like, okay, there's things I like here. This is kind of tolerable, and I'm okay with it. And I'm willing to give. You're still in the honeymoon phase of a new movie, where you're like, I'm ready to give it a chance.
But
I'll
then
let
they
it
get to
do
the
its
part where they're
thing.
like, yeah,
I'm
we're
paying
going to
attention.
teleport the Earth, and it's like, yes, back
Okay,
to being
that was.
insane.
Yeah,
And then I
you
was
know.
right back on board.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God.
Back to being
They pulled me
stupid
right
again.
back in.
Well, yeah. God, I can't. Anyway, so yeah, if this is gonna, I suppose we could, when we get to the end of the analysis, we could talk about whether or not this film is gonna matter or do anything or means anything. Because even if it was to be considered that this film is good, which it is far from, even if that was to be conceded, why would that mean anything for Doomsday, a film where it's like, what the fuck even is it? Like, does it even have an ending yet? Like, what is going on?
And it is the problem as well, which is that the enjoyable stuff in this movie, in the first act, they did just luck into it. It works because they were given a movie which they didn't have to account for stuff that came around it or before it. They didn't have really to do any extended world building stuff. They didn't have to make references, didn't have to make sure it gelled with anything else. That's not really something they did. That is just something they were told they could do because it's the premise of the movie. The minute it goes back into its broader continuity again, they don't have that excuse. And when the fact the movie does collapse so rapidly after the first act just suggests they can't sustain it even for 25 minutes on their own, which fills me with no confidence at
It's
all
embarrassing.
about what comes next.
Like, oh yeah, you were like kind of like mediocre there for a good half hour. Nice, well done.
Woo! On the MCU
Well,
rating
I suppose
scale.
we might as well get started then, shall we?
I just thought
Yeah,
I
let's
can't
do
wait
it.
to hear the good faith engagement with moving the Earth. I never thought I'd read that sentence. It's like, you best engage with that,
That is-
moving the Earth thing very fairly. It's like, you
We
bet.
will absolutely do that. Yes.
These people clearly know
goodest
nothing
effort.
about eggs.
True. All matter of scale.
Mm.
Look, Earth is like a weird egg. Okay.
So it's Earth 828. See, it's
Oh,
not
wait, are
the
we not-
MCU.
We're not going to do a
Damn it.
mention for the other
You're not gonna do the-
Fantastic Fours?
What for the?
You're gonna do like a how we got here sort of thing, and I was.
What?
Yeah, you said we were.
what-
Fringy, it's your episode.
Quick, give him a maths problem.
2 + 2.
You Fringy, what is 2 + 6 to the
No, what are
square
you
root of
talking about?
2.
We're starting with the movie. The movie's beginning.
Well, I thought you earlier on you had mentioned yourself that you were interested in really beginning with like a how we got here, a history, kind of like how you did with Superman and the DC stuff. Or who know? I don't know
Oh,
what you
yeah,
had in
we
mind.
did
You had
that. We were
mentioned
just
it.
talking about
Oh,
it.
oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Was there-
Okay.
Was there more
you
that
don't
you
even want to
wanted to
mention,
talk about?
the 2005 and 7 and 4 stick?
Oh, what? Like you wanted to talk specific? Oh, I meant more so talking about like the MCU and how we got here, but we could talk about the Fantastic Four movies, sure. There was one in the 90s that I don't know, doesn't really come up at all. So I suppose we could start with the 2005 Fantastic Four movie, which was part of that old era of Marvel
Yeah.
movies, the era of like the early X-Men films and Spider-Man and Superman Returns. It was
What a great era.
it was successful. It was a successful movie. It made money. They could make a sequel, but it was generally considered bad at the time that it came out. Which again is really awkward because when you go back and watch it now, it's like it's not bad. Like,
It's all
It's all right.
I like it. I like some stuff about it. I like some of the the character stuff they have going, and I like some of the goofiness of it. And I like one of the things I found too was they really lean hard on showing you a lot of the like neat stuff about their powers. And part of it is because it's like an origin story where they get their powers and then learn it. But it felt like they really wanted to do some
Make origin
kooky,
stories
crazy, wild
anymore.
stuff with them.
We don't do that.
Yeah, I guess not. Which is
Boring.
like I guess it's
Why would we wanna
neutral
see
to
that?
me, um but yeah, it felt like they really wanted to be like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you saw him stretch around, the thing and hold him in and stuff like that. A lot of cool stuff.
By the way, I saw someone in
could've
chat
done.
say it's Thing, not the Thing. It's like, no, it's the Thing.
It's the thing.
He's
It's
called
definitely
the
It's
Thing.
Johnny
Yeah.
Storm Johnny Storm specifically says when he goes to the X Games, right? Because it's 2005.
Yeah, that's right.
And he goes to the X Games and he's like, "Oh, what's the name of the Fantastic Four?" The lady asks him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, he's the Thing." And then Ben is like, "That's all right. I'm gonna kill him." And then he walks out.
Well, I mean,
It's the
just
Thing.
yeah, it's the Thing. 'Cause at least as far
He
as
said
I
it
know,
at the
Definitely
X
the Thing.
Games. Damn it.
he's right.
Yeah, it is definitely of its time with like the part where he's doing the snowboarding and it's playing like college rock. It's like, oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah.
There was some 41.
Yeah.
It's 2005.
It was weird watching it as well, knowing that like
But,
the fate of this character is to end up in Deadpool and Wolverine getting skinned alive.
And get a skin ripped off. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hey,
That's
that's
his
not
demise.
canon. That's
Nope.
not canon.
Doesn't seem befitting of again a character who is pretty heroic. Like when it's
He
all
is a
said and
heroic
done, you know.
character,
Like, oh no. No, he's a goober. He's a silly man
What
and
were they
those were silly
thinking?
movies, so whatever. Even though again, if they release if they released that one today, it would be downright well received, I would say, like because of the nature of how the standards for the superhero films have fallen. Even though in a lot of people's minds they've simultaneously risen. This idea that like the new, that Marvel Studios make such amazing superhero films compared to the 2000s, but they can't even get down like the basics of, oh, maybe the characters should have arcs, maybe there should be conflict. Maybe there should be like a theme that's somewhat coherent throughout the whole thing. Because I mean, it's got its plot problems, and none of what it does is particularly interesting or strong. But like, it's broadly functional.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just
a major
kinda
fix
funny
I
to
would say
point that
needs to be
out.
done in Doom, but other than that, then it's just tweaking, getting everything more multi-layered and taking advantage of your time
and
better.
making Sue more interesting.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting
because,
at
I mean,
they're all great as starting points. We can just now tweak everything, move everything. Doom, I think, is borderline dysfunctional in that film. Like he needs a lot of help.
I think, yeah. Whereas the Reed and Ben stuff is like, all right. It's like actually
Yeah, I like the
okay.
Ben stuff. Yeah.
It's a good bit of drama.
Yeah, I think the thing was handled really well in the 2005 movie.
Yeah, him coming to terms and like struggling with being the one who's most, I guess, disfigured by. He's not like a normal person anymore, and he has to get over that. And, they have the blind girlfriend and just some neat stuff. you know, some good stuff.
Well,
You
and of
gotta
course,
call
making
them
the choice to become the Thing again in order to be a
Mhm.
hero
to
and
save
save the
him. Yeah,
world.
that's
You know?
right.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's been funny seeing it go around, but the scene where his wife, who is very horrible, takes off the ring and puts it on the ground, and then he has to try and pick it up, and he can't do it, and
He
Reed
can't
picks
even
it
do
up
it.
for him. It's like, man, that's like
That's a
good. That's
yeah,
actually
that
like
is
pretty.
good.
That's like a
When you
pretty
yeah,
powerful
right after
kind of
after
visual,
their
honestly.
after their final destination
Yeah.
style bridge
Yeah.
All of it coming from
sequence.
some dude gonna commit suicide. It's crazy.
That's right.
Mhm.
Don't kill
So
yourself.
Yeah.
it's but they made a sequel called Rise of the Silver Surfer, and that is just bad. That
Yeah,
one's
it's a
bad.
bad movie.
That
That
one
one was
sucked.
not. That one was not. I didn't
There's,
like that one
there's
at all.
basically nothing about it that's like that works at all. It's just a fucking
I
mess.
kind of like the Silver Surfer in it.
He's all right. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
I
kind of
felt like
cool.
he was only in it for like 2 minutes, though. You know, he feels like he's
With
barely
what we
more
in it.
than
get,
the
he's
new
pretty
Silver
cool.
Surfer is, though. Honestly, he's in it more than the Silver Surfer is in this one.
True.
I think that might actually be the case in terms of total runtime, and it's a shorter movie. But I mean, he's kind of cool. Everybody was mad about Galactus being a cloud, which is fair.
Such cowardice. Yeah, and I'd forgotten until rewatching that they do that little, like, there's like a flash of red lightning or whatever, and you can see the outline of Galactus. It's like, you fuckers. He's like, yeah, we don't want to show him for realsies. It's too embarrassing. He looks so silly. It's just like, yeah, your movie,
Was
on
it
the other
Rise?
hand, not
There was
embarrassing
something-
at all.
Rise of the Silver Surfer looked very bad. A lot of the CGI and stuff was just
Dude, when the fucking guy got killed,
really
the army
bad.
soldier man, when he got hit by Doom's
Oh, the general,
crumble
the black
attack?
general man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he shot him and he got flumped and
I saw
he,
the-
like froze and came apart.
There was a tweet that said apparently he was intended to be Nick Fury. I was like, what?
I had no idea about that. Yeah,
Why the fuck would he be
I
Nick
had no
Fury?
clue.
Like, why would
because he's.
he just gets killed?
Fox have access to her?
Uh-huh.
Did Fox have access to? Because remember, these were the Fox movies.
I assume it's based on something. I'd never
Okay.
heard of it before.
Yeah, maybe. But that one didn't. Even though I'm pretty sure it was successful, they just decided not to make anymore. Which, you know, fair enough, I suppose. Because they were successful, but they weren't making as much money as the X-Men films. Which, again, that was also Fox. Like X-Men 3 made a lot of money. It did. I think it was the most successful one for a while, actually, out of the X-Men movies, which is super lame. But that was the end. They stopped making Fantastic Four movies for 8 years. But then they decided to give it another shot with Fantastic.
Fantastic is horrendous. What an
It's
awful fucking
I-
film.
So bad.
I like how we
So
just
hard.
we
And you
call
know
it
what?
fan force stick. It's just what people call it.
It's funnier that way. It's funnier that
It
way.
is-
And the thing
it
is,
is
I don't
funny.
even know, because it was
It's better
butchered by
than
reshoots, but
Mithrigan.
like funnier than that. Yes, it is. Fans Force
Yeah,
Stick
it's
is
funnier.
just
Fan
hilarious.
force stick is funnier than Mithrigan.
I love Mithrigan.
I swear, the
Mithrigan.
only thing I remember about Fantastic is that the director came out like the day before and was like, "The movie is shit, but don't worry, it's not my fault." Like,
Well,
I think it is his fault. The reshoots are obvious and they clearly butchered it, but like the stuff that was originally shot is all like lame and crap, and the
the
dialogue.
dialogue is
bad.
horrendously
Like, I
awful,
don't-
yeah.
You know what? Whatever the original film was, it was bad as well. I think it's safe to conclude that it's awkward because he made Chronicle. I like Chronicle.
Chronicle's
That's
really
like
good.
a cool
Yeah.
movie, but this didn't work. This one is just lame, and it was part of that era. I think it's safe to say. I don't know why I've always fixated on these two films as being indicative of like changing trends, but The Dark Knight created the grimdark era, and then Guardians of the Galaxy created like a different era, like this sort of irreverent comedy era for superhero films, and kind of a lot of stuff in general. And Fantastic was definitely at the tail end of the grimdark era of like, well, no, we got to make it grounded and like and realistic and serious and everything.
I mean, there's also,
didn't work.
you know, prior to that, we still, and to this day, there's that constant running, when people say Marvel humor, but expand that to like Marvel everything. Marvel's standard formula approach that Iron Man and Avengers kind of made a thing. Jon Favreau, Whedon, and then Gunn, like as a triple factor, have generated like the slop formula as a result of other people trying to copy all of their work. But to be fair, they all contributed their own amounts to it as well. Like, I mean, Gunn right now is not helping.
No.
Favreau made live action Lion King, and Whedon he made Justice League. I know that there's different amounts of responsibility for all these people and all these projects, but
But it sucked and it failed. It failed big time. And I feel it's so awkward in retrospect. Well, not really. It was awkward at the time, but all of this contributed to people being glad for like the biggest merger and consolidation of like media in the United States, like in the history of the country. Because when the Disney Fox, like when the Fox acquisition was happening, God, there were so many people like, oh yeah, now Fantastic Four and X-Men can be in the MCU, which, what a silly reason to advocate for the consolidation of like, what, 45% of like the entire film and television industry into one company? Like, oh yeah, maybe we'll get a Fantastic Four movie. That's so stupid. I can't believe that people were like
on the
cheerleading
the
that.
I gotta see all my
of
characters
IPs.
together.
Like, it's so funny that people focused on stuff like X-Men or whatever have you, but it's just like Fox has so many IPs that Disney now have control over that most people don't even realize.
Avatar, Alien, yeah, of
Buffy.
course, and I mean beyond all of it. Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, because you got everything that was Fox as well, and that's like a whole host of television shows. I mean, they own The Simpsons, Family Guy, 24. It's really is. It's they pay. Do you think they paid $80 billion just for X-Men and Fantastic Four? Like, come on, Avatar. It's just so awkward that was actually happening. But Fans for Stick contributed to that. Kind of in the same way that people want, Marvel to get Spider-Man back, which is really funny. It's like, but Sony that spawned the Spider-Verse movies that everybody likes. So
it's one of those things that you can understand the enthusiasm way back in the day, before everything went to total shit. Like, there was a time when it was possible to be excited that Disney got Star Wars. There was a time that was a thing.
Yeah.
Because they hadn't had time to ruin Marvel yet, and everybody just saw lots of Marvel films they quite liked and thought, oh shit, we'll have the same but for Star Wars. Same thing with additional superhero properties. It's like, well, finally we can get like other characters we really like into this universe that we really like. But the problem is that the universe has been ruined, and probably had been ruined by the time that merger was finalized, and people still seem to think, oh, but the possibilities are so great. So they are, but they're never going to be realized in a way that you enjoy.
It's interesting bringing up that stuff, because South Park was well ahead of the curve on that one. They did the episode where Cartman stole the election to determine like who would get control of Star Wars, whether it was Disney
China
or China.
Disney. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that leads us essentially to this one, which was, I'm pretty sure this Fantastic Four got announced a while ago, like a long time ago, in terms of like an intention for it to come out. And initially it was going to be directed by John Watts, who made the MCU Spider-Man films. He dropped out, which a lot of people celebrate, which is really awkward as far as I'm concerned. It's like, oh man, but like he's like better than you people give him credit for.
He's been better with character in the MCU for the phases that have been abysmal in the character department. He's he provides a little bit of hope in that element compared to. It's just because one of the huge things that Marvel built itself on was really great character payoffs and journeys. We haven't had that now for ages. We just don't do it anymore.
No, doesn't happen. But oh well, he didn't want to do it, and so then you got Matt Shakman, who directed WandaVision, who then got this one, and I assume the logic was, yeah, you did like 60 stuff in that show here.
Yeah,
I imagine it's as superficial as that. Like, yeah, you did WandaVision. People kind of like that, and it had 60 stuff in there. So there you go. You make the Fantastic Four movie.
That's the beginning and the end of their thought process.
Well, the thing is that I think from Marvel's perspective, WandaVision is like good and successful. They think that's like one of the good ones because it is much less of a common perspective that it was all pretty bad. A more common one is that well, there were a handful of things that were good. WandaVision is one of them. Bafflingly, Loki is another one of them that is generally considered to be good.
Yeah.
Which is funny when it's one of the worst.
Ask anybody to
and then,
tell you what happened in that show, and watch as they flounder.
That's not fair,
Yeah,
Rags. How could
well,
they know that?
That's another one that was carried by its aesthetic. Sure. It feels like it might be the lesson they learn is just pick like some era from like American history, the 60s or the 70s or something, lean really hard into that, and people will think that you're good. Because I mean, that's like Loki's main draw is look, it's like 70s. That's kind of fun. So yeah, would have been nice if there was a story that made sense, but oh well, never mind. Can't have that, not in a Marvel movie.
Yeah, not making sense. Nope. It's about how you feel.
Yeah. Even if making sense gives you feelings or something. What?
No, logic is the enemy of feeling. It's the enemy of emotion.
That's right. And if you care about things making sense, you're just a fucking retard loser who doesn't understand storytelling.
You should get out of the way of artists.
Get lost. Yeah, that's right, because you're an idiot. Not
Go
like
back
me,
to...
I'm smart. Nothing means anything. Everything is everything, and it can mean anything to anybody. So, look at me. Look at how smart I am.
Yeah, go back to fucking maths, Mr. Things Have to Make Sense, loser.
So yeah, Fantastic Four has now rolled around after much anticipation, I guess, from some people. Though it doesn't look, we'll see how well that's going to translate to its box office. But now it's here, kicking off Phase 6, leading into Avengers Doomsday.
Hell yeah!
Which this was definitely the plan. The plan was Fantastic Four, Doctor Doom. Yep, that was the plan.
Didn't Feige say, "Oh yeah, we were considering stopping the Kang stuff even before he got arrested"? So...
No way.
No, like if you roll your memories back, they praised the shit out of his performance in the movies before all of the legal shit happened. Yeah. They were very happy with him being the big bad.
Loki as well. Well, and also not just them, but lots of people were. There were so many people at the end of season 1 for Loki, like, Jonathan Majors was great as He Who Remains. He was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, basically, like, everybody seemed to get on that bandwagon of, yes, great actor, great character.
It is infinitely hilarious, though, that
fell apart.
Multiverse of Madness post-credits, Quantumania one, where it's like the Council of Kangs, and it's just nothing at all. It's pointless now. It's just... Look at them.
What'll even be like the explanation for that in Doomsday will just be something like, oh yeah, Galactus ate them.
Well, there is an explanation.
There will be no explanation in Doomsday.
Not in Doomsday. It's from what I read. I haven't seen this. There's a What If episode where someone like Captain Carter kills all of them or something.
But that's,
how do you kill all those infinite amount of them?
What if?
I don't
she hit them all with her shield. What?
No, she got like all the Infinity Stones or something.
What the fuck does she?
Dude, I don't watch that show. Nobody does.
Infinitely. What if someone
really
watched
like
that show? It's what they should call it.
They really like Captain Carter for some reason.
Yeah, they
it's
do.
A weird. I don't know. It is weird how much they bring back Peggy. Like there are a lot of characters that don't get anything ever again.
They've been trying to get it to work.
They keep bringing it back.
Gotta make it
They'll
work
probably try
somehow.
again at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why are they so invested in making her work? Like, why her specifically rather than any other characters that they have access to? Like, what's the deal? Why are they so obsessed with Peggy Carter?
Don't know.
I don't know.
I think it makes sense.
I don't have the answers to these questions for me.
Yeah, we're good with the 2+2 questions.
One of nature's mysteries.
Yeah. No, well,
yeah. No, that's true. I'm struggling with that. I can't explain these things as well.
Don't even count on
intellect.
us for the math stuff either. But...
Which I suppose yeah. Why don't we with all of that out of the way? Why don't we jump into this fantastic movie, huh?
Oh,
So
because it's like
it's
Fantastic Four. Oh, okay.
yeah, see what? Yeah, it's fantastic, dude. The rewatch, like going through fucking Fansport Stick and then getting to that scene and just cackling.
It was so
like
funny.
I don't know what it is.
Which one are you talking about?
It's the face.
It
the
is
meme.
Miles
The
Teller's
meme
face is perfect.
Say that
Oh,
again.
by the way, upon rewatching Fan Four Stick, you would assume Miles Teller was an awful fucking actor if you hadn't seen him in anything else.
Yes,
Holy
you would.
shit. The amount of deliveries.
Victor, you have to stop it. You have to stop it.
They're about to say, you have to give us a stone.
Yeah. It's
There's these shots. It's in the third act mainly, but it just looks like they shot them all at the same time on a green screen, where he just awkwardly looks off into the distance and will say something plot related, like "We have to stop him" or something like that. It's always awful. It's just like Jesus Christ. I feel bad for him, but I guess he probably realized what was happening. You know, like I don't care anymore.
like it was all over. But I don't know. It's the meta that's made it funnier to me, because now it was just seeing his face, just the reaction on his face before even say that again.
I saw
Oh,
someone in
God.
chat say the funniest part is clobbering time being domestic abuse.
Oh God, yes, I remember
Yeah,
that.
why
Holy
did they-
shit!
Oh.
Yeah, they turned its clobbering time into something that his brother said to him before he beat him up.
Okie dokie, sure, fine. Yeah.
Oh, that's
right.
so dark and gritty. This is what superheroes
That's right,
really need,
yeah.
you know?
That's just like something that
Well,
Zack Snyder would write. And oh my God,
Mhm.
I know that he didn't make that movie, but Jesus.
Krypton had its clobbering time.
And I suppose in remaining consistent, though, something that was carried over was that Sue was still the most boring one. I hope that we buck that trend with this one of Sue being the most boring one of the group. That'd be lame if that continued.
Sounds like
Anyway,
foreshadowing.
we're not, is it foreshadowing? I'm just speculating.
Well,
I'm
It's
just
fantastic
hoping it's
foreshadowing.
not
Foreshadowing.
boring. Yeah, that's right. Fantastic. Oh, yeah, no, that works on multiple levels. Good stuff. So,
This is like those
it's
Fantastic Four skins in Fortnite.
Oh, right, because they always add skins for movies. Yeah, but I mean, hey, it's not as exciting as Beavis and Butthead, right? In Call of Duty.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
It's just such a funny thing to say with what Rags implied. It's like, yes, because they always have skins
What?
for movies. It's just like, what? Because
What? No, everyone. Did you not get your Fantastic Four skin for Fortnite?
That's what I'm saying. To follow that up with,
'Cause
well, of course, because the movie came out, so everyone gets their Fantastic Four skins.
Yeah, everyone gets the Fantastic Four skins for Fortnite.
Is this like a popcorn bucket thing where everyone just gets,
Well,
Johnny-
pixelated?
Complimentary Four
Look,
skins.
Like Johnny Storm's Fantastic Four skin in Fortnite was my favorite. I think he had the best one. I think he had the best
Wasn't there
Fantastic
a,
Four skin of them all.
Wasn't there like a cup for the new movie where it's like, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Where
Oh, the
wasn't there,
straw
like,
is
you know,
his
how
where
dick,
it's
like-
Reed.
Yeah, the straw. What the
And
hell?
then there's
I
the
tried
reach
to
around
see
popcorn
that.
bucket as well.
I've got a serious hatred of the popcorn buckets. I find it so cynical, but everyone pays. The fucking Galactus one was like $80. What the hell? What are you gonna do? Put it in a museum?
For a bit of plastic.
It just
Well, if
they're
you
so
really
crap
like the
compared
movie,
to
you might
like
just try 'em.
there's way better collectibles. These are designed for you to forget about them in fucking 1 week and then toss them in the bin.
The people in front of me at the concessions, they got it was like, I guess, a mom and 3 kids, and all of the kids got the invisible popcorn bucket and like the drinks that had like the characters on them. And I'm like, man, this lady's probably shelling out like easily over $100
Mm-hmm.
to see this movie because of the tickets and all the bullshit that she's getting. Damn, I'm glad my
Does that stuff factor into box office take, or is that just like the
Probably not.
theater revenue?
Just
I'm
the
sure they
theaters.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, they got to license it out because it's got the characters on them and stuff. But I don't know. They get some percentage of it.
But I
Or
mean,
it's like
like, would that
Allmert.
actually
Yeah, it's
factor
probably
into
like Allmert.
box office sales? If it does, that's some money fudging, as far as I'm
So
concerned.
it's just
Well, yeah, because
merchandise.
that's what I was thinking. Because you
Just
talk
the
about
merchandise.
like the comparator between sort of the Superman beat the Man of Steel or something like that. But if it does get factored in, and say, well, I don't think that's fair because we didn't used to have sex toy popcorn buckets as part of box office. So films that didn't have those technically performed
It's
even
not a
better
sex
than
toy.
films that
That's
did.
his Fantastic Foreskin.
As far as I'm
Well,
aware,
now-
that's not as far as I'm aware, that's not ever included. It would be the same as like the 3D glasses for watching Avatar. That's not included, but the increased price of the ticket for it being 3D, that is included.
Oh, well, yeah. I see more reason for the 3D because it's like Rag said, they'd still need the license and stuff, so there's going to be some kind of split. But again, it would probably be considered merchandise. And now I'm just thinking about how you're right. Man of Steel missed out. Imagine a little hollowed out skull that you could have had a little as the popcorn bucket for Superman, Man of Steel. You know, it would have been missed opportunity. Maybe a skull pyramid, but like a small one.
They could have done it with the. Aren't there penis ships in that movie? Am I misremembering?
Penis buckets.
They're penis pods. They're penis pods. Yeah, the penis pods were. Oh, that's for the drinks. You gotta have your drink from the penis pod.
Weird world we're living in.
Why did he?
It
Why
is a
did
weird
he
world,
make
but
them
I
look
didn't
like
make it that way.
They didn't have to. They didn't. He didn't have to make them look like that. But he chose
every
They
to.
time-
clearly look like they're very phallic.
Every time that scene plays, I lose my shit. It is the funniest thing watching all the penises fly away.
Oh my god!
It
You
is
can see their
so-
fantastic foreskins.
It's so fucking funny. What were you thinking?
They look like plump, juicy, delicious cocks. And they didn't have to make it like that, but they decided to.
Why did you do that?
I feel like I need to rewatch this movie now because I don't quite remember this.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a very
It's a
serious scene as well.
movie. Yeah, it's a very serious movie.
And the penises fly away.
I will fight him.
The penis fleet.
My soul, that is what you've taken from me.
Kryptonian
phallus
prisons
fleets.
are just penises.
And
Snyder switches
there's-
it up as well for Rebel Moon because like, the opening shot of that is a spaceship tearing a vagina into the universe.
Yes.
So like he
Oh,
keeps
yeah.
doing it.
Well, they are. Well, I mean,
Dad.
you make fun of the penis pod, but they are standing erect inside of those. So
They are.
Do they climb in through the top? Or
No, it's like a goo. They get like
Yeah,
a
they
big
get
goo
gooed.
That puts
Why
them
am I
in
not
the
surprised?
It's like a
pods.
thick substance. It's
Yeah.
creamy even.
you know, trapping them inside of
like
the
Jabba
magic
the Hutt.
mirror was like really cool. But this
Yeah.
is
Yeah, it
way
was.
worse than every
That was a cool
way.
visual.
What if it was a penis?
It's just
Okay, Zach.
What if it was just? Do we put balls on it, Zach? He's like, no, absolutely not. No.
That's absurd.
No,
That
absolutely.
would-
that would give the
What-
game away.
What kind of a joke production do you think I'm trying to make here? Just the penises.
God, what a
You're gonna be a little front heavy.
Anyway.
How is this the universe we rolled the dice and got? Like, what? Why? What? Could have been anything.
Nah,
Nah.
it's that.
Wow.
So it's Earth 828, different universe. See, leave us alone. And it's the Baxter building, and Reed's looking for iodine in the bathroom. But Sue, she's looking at something. She's examining something in her hands, and she takes a deep breath and she smiles and shows Reed a positive result on a pregnancy test.
She's pregnant.
She's
That's
pregnant.
right. And Reed is surprised because they tried for 2 years, or like 2 years ago, and since accepted that they would never become parents. And Reed's pretty happy, but his mind begins to race. He's thinking about, what could go wrong? Like how's the cosmic rays? Are they going to have any effect? But Sue tells him it's okay, and they can handle being parents, and nothing is going to change.
It feels like it's so close to As You Know exposition, but it's not quite that because there's lines in it like he says something, oh, we decided it wasn't going to happen and we were happy with that, but we're happy with this as well. So I don't like that very much, but I do kind of like that it introduces his kind of general mindset as distinct from
Yeah,
her. He is like the guy who sees the problems and everything. It's very basic, but it didn't fulfill me with dread, which is
I think I
an
get what
improvement
you
on most recent films.
what you're saying. I think is right. Is like in any other context that is a very shitty bit of exposition, but Reed in this movie does kind of look at the world that way, as in analyzing it as though he's watching it all, including himself. So the language does play a bit better, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's still it is providing information that both characters know, as if there is almost someone else there that needs to know this information. But it's this is, yeah. That's the scene.
Yeah.
If there's anything else anybody
One
wanted to say about
down.
it.
Look how fast we did that in just an hour.
I think
wow.
iodine's good for gout if you have it. I think.
All right. Yeah. Isn't he got iodine on him in 28 years later? Good old Ray Fiennes, right?
Oh yeah, I think so. And isn't it good for like radiation poisoning or
good
something?
for
You wanna get some
repelling
iodine?
alphas or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Thinking ahead. See, that's Reed. He works the problem, you know? So
And he's, I mean, I
now
guess
it-
I'm
now it-
trying to like think
yeah.
how much more information to extract from it because they and it's always the frustrating thing with this is that you can do a little bit of exploration and you can find that there is some character work going on here, but it's almost futile laying it out because the movie will go on to do fuck all with it. It's just that, so you could also look at it and you can say, well, you know, he doesn't know where any of the domestic stuff in his house is. And of course, you know, it's always tricky to manage a character whose premise is smartest man in the universe, because usually he ends up doing something incredibly stupid, like in Multiverse of Madness. And this movie sort of circumvents that problem by having him have certain trade-offs. Like, he's not smartest in that he knows absolutely everything about everything. He's smartest in the sense of like technical knowledge. But when it comes to people and when it comes to domestic relationships and how he can make other people feel, he's not that intelligent, which I prefer as an approach to a character like this, because at least it gives him explicable flaws. So him not knowing where like basic household like stuff is, it's sort of say, well, he's supposed to be smart, but then he's not smart about this stuff, which is useful temporarily to the movie.
Yeah, as an idea, I like that, but then there's a gag that they do much later in the movie that I really did not like at all. Which I think it kind of undermines that a little bit, but yeah, I'll mention that when we get to it.
Now we got it's a big exposition dump, right? So, but it's framed as it's the Ted Gilbert show. It's like a talk show, and it's the 4th year anniversary of the Fantastic Four existing, which means it's going to be. This is essentially the origin story, like all condensed down into this opening sequence, because we don't do origin stories anymore. At some point, it was decided don't do origin stories. We don't need that. Even though it's pretty funny, because the first thing that he says is, "Folks, we all know the story," and then proceeds to explain the story.
Just in case,
I don't even know
the story.
I hate that we've become very anti-origin stories, because the movie that is presented in this section would be the movie I'd like to have watched instead. But oh well.
They're fighting monsters and going up into space and getting their powers and learning about them, and yeah, they could be really cool stuff. It's a lot of what I liked about Fantastic Four 2005.
I'd heard this is how
they were doing a lot of fun stuff with it.
I'd heard this is how the film began, and was kind of like, well, I guess that's the way they'll do it. But I guess I liked it more when I saw it than I thought I would. I was like, oh, this is actually kind of fun, and a far more engaging way to do a catch up on history than a certain other movie that is remarkably similar in a couple of ways, called Superman, that did the threes for some reason. Everything was in threes. It seemed like the reason that it wanted to be done, but the text series of lines, which were easily sort of easy to forget and not sure exactly what is important. Meanwhile, this section, pretty much all of it is relevant, and in such a way that you almost want to see more of it, which I guess is a good thing in a sense. It's it might be my like most preferred part of the movie, just because it's got all the elements that I'm looking for in a I guess, Fantastic Four film. But I suppose, yeah, the
Fantastic
funny
Four
element
was
is that there is a
team.
movie version of it, and it's the 2005 one, I guess.
Yeah, I
It was
suppose the
nice
only
to see the
difference is
Fantastic
that
Four
you
fighting
wouldn't get to see
people
as
together.
many. Yeah, but it is kind of a thing of, oh, I guess we're not gonna do anything with any of those, because my assumption is a lot of these are characters from the Rogues Gallery, but that they're not popular enough because not Galactus or Silver Surfer or Doom. So it's like,
Yeah,
you know,
which
that'll make people happy, and it probably did.
probably
yeah.
it just seems like you could have had a second act where they populated it and got a little bit longer. I mean, Red Ghost is mentioned in this montage, and it's like, oh, that was going to be a thing in the movie, but it got cut, I guess. And now I'm curious how that would have been contextualized, because do you think they would have just spent more time in that montage, or because that would be weird for John Malkovich just to appear to do that, right? It would be like, it's got to be something else.
So I guess it's possible, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know how much of this movie
Maybe.
was
I don't
changed.
know.
Maybe he just turned back up in the third act and was like, I hate you guys, and I'm going to sabotage you while you're fighting Galactus or something. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, I suppose that's possible. But I mean, you know, you get all the information. They went up into space. There was a cosmic storm. You get a little thing that I kind of like, where Reed basically, he says it was his fault. Like he as he's explaining the story, like that it was something that he should have been able to account for. Sue tells him to stop, but I mean, it's clearly something that he is essentially blames himself for. It's like, hey, there you go.
Yeah, and that's a piece that gets added a little on,
something.
a little later, but that doesn't, I guess, have what you could call a resolution. And there's that, I would argue, is kind of a theme for this film. There's a lot of little pieces where you're like, ooh, you should do something with that. And then the film's like, nah. You're like, oh, okay.
It doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, that was in the stuff. That was in the stuff we cut.
Maybe, honestly. I'm not even sure.
So, you basically get a montage of all of them using their powers. So you got Reed doing some stretching, Sue's making some force fields, Ben's doing strong stuff, and Johnny's flying around and fire stuff. That's, you know, look at him go, using their abilities.
And they very obviously quickly accept it, which is part of the point, because this all this montage is designed to give you essential, like, this is world state information, this is how things are, this is how you're picking up with these characters going forward. And I like some of it. I mean, there's bits of it which are just kind of like, yeah, you're using the format to get away with some shit here, like the line, I took the most brilliant scientists I knew, who also just happened to be nepotism. And stuff like that. But then the main one is that because we're now going to jump quite a long way into the future, I think that like the movie could have still retained some more origin story like material if it set the gap at a smaller duration. So like the Thing is going to go on to be just kind of generally accepted by everyone and celebrated by everyone, which is a function of obviously him having been in the world for such a long time and done so many great things. But if you'd set it a little bit closer in time and still have people a bit sort of unsure or uncertain, just like interested but not celebrating, you could have done more, I think, with his character, and he is very underserved in this movie. So like having the reaction of the rest of the world to the Fantastic Four be not quite as adulatory as it is would have probably helped.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was noting, was skipping the initial years means the Thing is gonna obviously be seen as a hero. Like, you'd have to do that because you can't save people for 4 years and then also have everyone be like, terrifying monster, what will he do? Like, no, it doesn't quite work as well. So
funny though if they perpetually were terrified of him.
And that's kind of the thing with this whole sequence. It's like, I appreciate the examples of their powers being used. I like there's an example of them working as a team to defeat like an enemy and just showing the world being saved over and over again, and how all the people come to love the Fantastic Four. It's like, it's all good and about as good as you're going to be able to do with the time limit you have. And that is an option you can take. I obviously, like I said, would have preferred it if they did an origin, but you know what? This is acceptable for this amount of time into the film. It's just that knowing how they spend the rest of the film's time, I'd have been like, all right, I maybe would have expanded this, or hell, you could even show some stuff in real time progress. Like, you could have done a 4 years later after a prologue, I guess.
I guess so, but I guess the thing is that the sequence remained as it is right now. They probably wouldn't have wanted it to be longer because it is long already. Like, it's not a short montage. You know what I mean?
As much as
I
that's
think it's
true,
like 6 or 7 minutes
it's
long.
it's engaging though, right? For an audience, this kind of montage.
No, I think there's ways to make it longer, but I imagine they would have thought doing any longer than that was like silly. And plus, I mean, there's sort of a lingering question of how much this film was cut down because there's a lot of stuff in the trailers that's not in the film. This film was definitely cut down for sure.
Yeah, is this the shortest film in the MCU? Because it really, I mean, it's what, like an hour
No,
and
the
40
Marvel.
minutes
I
or
think the
something.
Marvel.
The Marvels, yeah.
I think the Marvels is shorter. Yeah, because the Marvels
What
got.
Jeez, what a mercy.
There's something that's kind of noted is that when a Marvel movie gets cut down to under 2 hours, it often shows in sort of these recent ones when it gets cut down, it's like, oh yeah, there's stuff that's missing here. But I guess they figured that was a better way to do it because the shorter the film is, the more sessions you can have for that film in any given day to try and make more money. It's kind of an insecure move. But I mean, it definitely, yeah, there's stuff that's missing for sure. And maybe that can explain like this sequence. Maybe this sequence was longer and it got cut down.
Well, you can make it longer as well if you do it in sort of installments. Because I rewatched Incredibles the other day because they're doing stuff for Superman video and stuff, and obviously it has a similar-ish beginning in the sense that you have documentary style film within the introductory section to Incredibles, but there is also a present day storyline that sort of I say present day storyline, present day to the introduction storyline that's happening alongside it. So you get like the meta information in the form of interviews and news snippets, but then you also have the story that kicks it all off, like the prologue story. And this movie doesn't do that. I mean, obviously, we begin with the pregnancy stuff, then we move into a long and uninterrupted documentary style prologue world establishment beat. You probably could have elongated it if you'd given them something to do outside of the news broadcast, if you'd shown them doing something like fighting one of the people, which is presented in a montage, but actually had it as part of the story instead, is one way you can sort of justify elongating stuff like this. But they are very much in the mood of like, we need to get as much of this in and as quickly as possible because we don't have enough time to actually flesh it out later.
Yeah, pretty much. So there's you get like a bit of so where are they standing in the world right now? You've got one thing that's probably worth noting, which is there's this part in the montage where Reed is like doing I don't know, like a television class where he's talking about how the multiverse exists. That is it as far as anything that you could say appears to be a reference to future movies, basically.
Yeah,
like
It's
otherwise,
kind of a joke as well, isn't it?
basically nothing.
He explains
bit of a
this all,
meme.
and the kids are bored and they're yawning, and he says, "Who wants to see some explosions?" And then the kids cheer because there's an explosion. See, that's. I mean, I think I slightly prefer that, even to Deadpool doing its meta. Oh yeah, everyone hates multiverses. At least this one is kind of embedded in its world. I don't mind taking the piss out of things if it's subtle and diegetic.
Yeah, and it's also less. I found this example of it to be a lot less offensive than the Deadpool example because this film isn't really. It doesn't end up turning into the thing that it's making fun of, whereas Deadpool 3 absolutely did.
Still seems,
the third act in this movie is big and bombastic, but it's so much simpler. There's 5 characters in the climax of the movie essentially. So you compare that to basically any other Marvel movie. It is much simpler. And I mean, the stakes are big, but the mechanics of what's actually happening is very simple.
Isn't it really odd that they end Thunderbolts with a, wait a minute, is that the Fantastic Four? And then it's like, upcoming Fantastic Four movie. You're like, oh, okay. And then there is absolutely nothing regarding the context of that in this entire movie.
Yeah.
That just seems strange to me.
Even after because the end credit scene for both movies give you a time indicator. In Thunderbolts, is it 14 months later? And then the end credit scene for this movie is like it's years later, isn't it? I can't remember the number.
4 years
that they
later.
give.
4
years,
Fantastic
which is
Four.
like that should be there to help you understand where things stand in relation to each other, and it really doesn't. I don't know where we are. I don't know what's happening when or where. I think you won't get the answer to the Thunderbolts post credit scene in this movie. So I guess it's going to be answered in Doomsday when that comes out because it was filmed on that set. So technically, it's a spoiler for the beginning. I don't fucking know.
What was the
gotta wait
Thunderbolts
well over a
end credit
year.
scene? Because I did not see it. If it can briefly be summarized.
Basically, the new Avengers are there and they're getting sued by Sam, and then there's like an alert and they see a ship that's like exited from deep space or the multiverse, and it's a fantastic. That's it. That's the post-credit scene.
Fantastic Warship.
Yeah, it's just their ship.
Right. Okay. So yeah, like you say, this film must take place before that. Then they just hadn't worked out.
I mean, technically, it's Marvel. They could do whatever they want. It could be a completely different fucking ship from a different universe. But yeah, the assumption would be that we were going to get at least some context for how. That's a curious end, right? That they're just in a different universe. Why did that happen? And is it going to have something to do with Galactus? There was an assumption that Galactus might have destroyed this world, and that they had to escape through a portal or whatever. But nope.
Which would have been a better end
That's
to
just
this movie.
I agree.
Yeah.
But, oh well.
So, other update is that Sue Storm. Oh, it's a. Would someone have something to say there? Or,
I was. Yeah.
Was Sue Storm? Yeah. Go for it.
I was going to say, what's going on? Do we have to bust out the math problems again?
For it.
Yeah, the whole like
Maybe.
teleporting thing is when they start setting that up. I was fully expecting that they were going to be using that to be like, oh no, it's gone wrong. It's not just a teleporter; it's a multiverse machine, and that would be how this would be integrated into the. But that doesn't happen, which is why this feels so isolated from the rest of the MCU.
Pretty much. There's like that's it. Other than the mid-credit scene, there's no other reference.
You expect things to go places. Because films.
Stories, yes.
Oh well, yeah, exactly. So the other thing is Sue is the leader of the Future Foundation, which I don't know, it's like kind of the UN, I guess. And brokers a peace deal with Mole Man, which establishes subterranea beneath New York. This matters.
This does matter.
This is important.
Yeah.
I know it sounds like it doesn't matter, but this does. But there is one thing. It sort of shows the representatives there, and the representatives for Latveria are conspicuously absent. Ooh, that's it for Doom until the credits scene.
That confused me and still does. I don't know what that is. What is that a reference to?
Doom, Dr. Doom.
This is that is Dr. Doom's home country.
Oh, when was that established? Or is
not
that
in
not
this movie,
yet?
but
it's not
I don't
in
think
this
it was.
movie, but in I only know that because in Fantastic Four 2005 it was mentioned that maybe you should go to the old country Latveria.
Well, it doesn't.
So that's
it
where he's
doesn't
from.
make the movie worse or anything by not knowing that. But I would say that it seems a little bit incoherent with the statement that all countries have agreed to give up their armed forces. It's like, well, did Latveria? I'm assuming not.
Well, so the dialogue said, this is what I just thought this was so weird. The treaty specifies that all participating countries have agreed to disband their armed forces, which obviously means that the countries that don't do that are now in charge of everything. And the film just does not.
This doesn't work one way or the other. Like one way, not all countries are even present, and really would all countries do that? And then secondly, if all countries have not done that, then one, they should obviously now be able to do some Iron Fist shit throughout the Earth. But secondly, where were they when Galactus attacks? You'd think they'd be maybe shooting some stuff at him. Big giant monster.
Couldn't get there in time.
There is a surprising lack of conflict in this movie between the Fantastic Four and the planet that they're trying to save. There's essentially no communication between them and any systems of government, armed forces, nothing like that. It's just they are the characters and they come up with the plan and they do the plan. And the rest of the world just does exactly what they say.
And it's because it's trying to have two things at once. It is trying to do that very sort of 60s utopian optimistic, everybody actually can, work together to accomplish common goals kind of thing. And it's expecting you to accept that to excuse the lack of the stuff you've just mentioned. But then, as has just been established, showing visibly on screen that this isn't how the world is, then just re-invites questions about the premise that it really, really needs you not to ask. So it would have been better not to have the reference to Latveria in order to sustain the belief that everyone works together, because Otherwise, they don't, in which case the film doesn't or shouldn't proceed as
I
it
don't know
does.
if
So
maybe
it's
they
a
were
reference
thinking
undermining the story.
maybe they were thinking we want to put Doom in the back of the viewer's mind so that when he appears in the post credits, it's not completely out of nowhere.
Oh, but I mean, do we know whether or not Robert Downey Jr. Doom is going to be their
Who knows?
Doom, or could he be from another universe? Maybe because maybe that's part of it as well. As hey, there is a Doom in this universe. Don't worry, we'll do that again. Maybe like
'Cause
I figure I don't know.
Yeah, they definitely.
I doubt they gave it much thought.
They definitely want to do this set of exposition to establish the Fantastic Four basically just in control of this world for the most part, and they've earned it through saving it over and over again.
Yeah.
Which is a bit.
And it's a big utopia, and everybody's happy, and everybody's like, "Thanks, Fantastic Four, you're so great."
Yeah.
And I
That's
am
the-
prepared to
that's
accept
the
that as the
montage.
basic world state if it committed to it. And
Yeah,
was
it would be better if they
consistent with it.
committed, but they clearly do not. And then there's lots of questions that pop up just in terms of logistics about that.
Of course,
Is that right?
don't think about it though.
So the world.
Though,
I guess it implies that
actually,
in
this might
only.
be-
I guess this means that in only 4 years, the presence of the Fantastic Four has been so impactful that that's however long it took to get everybody to just be nice now.
They're all
Unless
friendly.
it was like that way before, but these are all things that we don't know because
Mhm.
we're not in the film.
Now might be a good time to ask, what do you guys think of the music, the Fantastic Four theme in this film?
I-
Because they
thought it
played a
was
lot
alright.
in this sequence. Why not good? Why not like, wow, that I really like it.
I think part of it is because it hasn't stuck with me. But
Well, the reason why I ask is because because Michael Giacchino did this, and he's done a lot of stuff that I like. And I was thinking about why does the Batman, why is that music so effective when at its core it is just two notes? Like, why is that working? Whereas this one is technically a little bit more involved. It's not much more complicated, but it's a little bit more. But I don't know. It's fine. I think it's okay as well. But it's
That's
I
right.
for some reason I don't feel like it's working either. Like as well.
It never took me out, and it never felt like it was tonally clashing or anything like that. It felt like it was pretty serviceable to the movie. But I guess I wouldn't really say anything more than that.
Yeah, yeah. Same,
I
same
don't
really.
know. I'm just. Yeah, I don't know. I'm almost more interested in why I don't think that it did the job it was supposed to. It's like, yeah, sure, but like but there's a difference between lots of music does the job it's supposed to, but some scores really stand out. Like I'm just wondering why this one it isn't doing that for me. And I'm trying to figure out if there's any particular reason why, because I mean, think about not just the Batman, but I mean, Batman Begins and the Dark Knight trilogy. That's also pretty. That's like and down to its core, pretty simple as well. You could boil that down to just two notes, and I'm just trying to figure out like, why is it that that's working so well, whereas this one is just kind of like, yeah, it's
I will.
yeah.
So I guess where there is a before this movie started, there was a trailer for Zootopia 2 that came out, and I like the song for that more than I feel like I like the music in this. It felt like it was a lot more fitting and bouncy and went along with the animation and everything better. But yeah, I guess that stuck with me
Well,
more than
you
the
know,
actual film I watched.
because someone said the MCU's music is pretty forgettable beyond the main Avengers theme. It's like, well, and theme that they made for the MCU Spider-Man, I like that one a lot. And that was
I love the
Michael
Guardians
Giacchino as
theme.
well.
I think the Guardians theme is awesome.
And yeah, the Guardians theme is cool. And I'm
Thanos
just
has
wondering
his
why
two-note
those are
introduction,
working.
but like, I mean, I think it probably is
Yeah.
true overall for the number of films that it has not spawned many themes, considering. Like, whereas someone with a
true.
really, really pronounced soundtrack, with Star Wars is the obvious example. Each
Yep.
movie will give you several very memorable themes to it. I'm struggling to recall a single bit from this movie. It didn't offend me, but I don't remember any of it.
Yeah,
I mean, I remember it. It's just I don't think I'm gonna remember it for long. It's just bwam, 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 bwam. Like that's it. That's like the theme. Nothing wrong with that, and there's nothing wrong with even repeating it. I think repeating themes is what helps embed them in people's minds. But I just don't know if this one is gonna.
Yeah,
But
I don't know
maybe
if
it will.
it might be
I-
the way that it's tied in with the story because it just hasn't impacted me. I just it's like it was there, I guess. I didn't hate it or anything.
I wonder if part of it is no, because I was thinking about like the nature of how it's because they like the song like occurs at multiple points in the movie for like extended sequences. It's very much been constructed in a way that it can be like stretched out for a lot longer than like 1 or 2 minutes, because I mean it basically is the music that plays throughout the whole montage. There's like a few different there's like a few different I guess what like motifs that run throughout the whole track, but I'm almost wondering how much of it is about how up with like a particularly potent bit of action.
I mean, it's been
I'm not
referenced
sure
a
how
couple of
well it
times,
does do that.
but and it's kind of relevant because of Fantastic Four. But the way that the soundtrack's used in Incredibles, it's like it's a
Yeah.
character. It is as impactful as any given element. It's right there, and it's impossible to separate. It's fucking brilliant, you know.
Oh yeah.
It also
really good.
it gets
And the way that-
moments where like there are kind of scenes where the soundtrack is supposed to be introduced. So like, Incredibles, it is the theme over the titles. And other instances will come about when there's a relatively quiet part of the film. Stuff might be happening, but like if you think the Imperial March for Vader when you first hear it, like all Vader is just standing, not really doing anything on the bridge, and then you get to see some cool spaceships. But there's nothing massively distracting you, and the theme is the thing that is given almost more importance than any visual in the movie. And I'm trying to figure out now, because I don't remember the theme for Fantastic Four at all, is there any instance where the theme gets to play without a whole bunch of very exciting, action-packed, explosive noise also happening alongside it? And maybe if there aren't many of those moments,
yeah,
that might be why it's not standing out.
The two big times that they use it is for the opening montage, and then when they launch back into space, which again you help, because I'm thinking about like what is the stuff that stands out in the Incredibles. It's like for the music. I mean, a good example would be the dash sequence.
Yeah.
Right, like the part where it's sort of ramping up as he's heading towards the water, gets really quiet, and then it's like, oh, he's running on water, and then it picks back up again, and then it gets like a big sort of moment to shine while all of the action is happening. There's a lot of times when they incorporate the
Yeah.
when something like essentially positive or good is happening. Like again, the part where Bob tosses Dash the controller for the Omni droid, and then yeah, it gets like a lot of I don't know. I wonder how much of it is like if characters like stop talking while the music gets to play, then it really draws attention to it. Maybe like in the Batman, right, when Penguin gets his car flipped over, and then
Yeah.
you've just got the visual of Batman walking towards the car upside down as it's sort of ramping up.
As though
Repetition helps.
As with reference to it being like a character, it deserves its development and growth and a spotlight as much as any character does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's also like
Yeah.
the question of how many times does it actually really give you narrative information, which like most best leitmotifs do in some sense, because they are telling you about the world and about the characters and about the emotional stakes and about the theme. Like they vary up significantly depending on what is happening on the screen, and to the extent that you can get rid of important pieces of music or replace them with something else, and the entire tone and tenor of the scene will change because the music is doing so much storytelling. It is really like basic stuff. You learn it I learned it in like GCSE music tech. If you swap I think I've mentioned it before. There's the scene in, why am I blanking on the name? Charlton Heston, Planet of the Apes. That's the one. When they're running away from the apes on the horses, and the soundtrack is incredibly dramatic and quite bombastic. And if you swap it with, say, the Benny Hill theme, it's really funny. Same thing kind of happens in the sense that these are supposed to be telling you how to feel. And if themes don't do that, if they just remain basically the same, or if they just kick in because it's like this scene is supposed to be heroic, then you're not really cued in to pay attention to it because you know you're not expecting narrative information from it. So that can be another reason that the music doesn't stand out.
I wonder if ways of, because one of the reasons. Oh, sorry. where are you going with it?
I was going to say it's borderline surgical in Incredibles, how it's defining like realization, like any emotional given emotional state throughout the whole movie.
Yeah, definitely.
And whenever we talk about soundtracks, I have to mention it every time. It's like the idea that they would be like hero moment happening, play hero music, adventurous moment happening, play adventurous music, Rebirth playing the primary theme. The primary theme when there's just random discussion is we didn't even get to have the normal crap approach. Like they've gotten so bad with soundtracks that it's like they're hitting random. So it doesn't surprise me at all that that's become a less impactful thing, because I think that's just a symptom of all aspects of filmmaking having depreciated over time. I think we talked about it in the previous EFAP, or one of them, but the notion of crafting a film soundtrack while watching it with the orchestra and matching it, and then it gets re-edited in post to really weave it in as important as it needs to be, sort of thing, versus how I assume MCU films are made, which is, here's all the songs, you go play with that however you want, and some guy is like, yeah, I mean, this looks like this should go here, and this should go here, I think. Yeah, this about works.
It feels that way, and maybe that is just the way it works because of how much these films can change and how down to the wire it may end up getting in terms of getting things finished compared to, I don't know, syncing up the music with what's happening. Because immediately coming to my mind, I think someone in chat mentioned video games. It's like, yeah, a lot of video games will just have looping music, which in and of itself invites new challenges that I think they need to overcome. I think the reason why so many video game songs are catchy is because they kind of need to be, because they repeat so frequently. Like, it needs to be something that somebody is willing to listen to for several minutes or even hours.
Longer than
but then I'm thinking about like Metal Gear Rising. It's like, well, why does that work? Why is Rules of Nature? Why does that stand out so much? It's like, well, when you're fighting a big massive droid and then you block its like big sword with your sword and then the music kicks in, it's like, oh shit, really? Like, I really want to pay attention to what's going on here. This is like this is like different. This is drawing attention to this moment, and then it can associate that particular bit of music with a sequence.
The music in that game is fantastic. I was just going to say quickly that like part of why I think we have this problem with like the music in MCU movies and movies in general now, with the music, is that you, like, back in the day, you wouldn't edit things as sort of meticulously after the fact. You wouldn't have something that you have put together your film and then you test it and then you're like, right, we have to take out a second here and half a second there and 3 seconds. Because if you do that, then you completely ruin the flow of the soundtrack that has been written to accompany the film. So if you were to do that with a conventional score, I'm thinking something like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, or whatever, then you would have to adjust the music to account for the new editing. That isn't really how films were made before. So the example that I discovered recently is James Horner's score for Aliens. He actually hadn't written Bishop's Countdown, the music that plays right at the end of the movie. He hadn't written that until, what, like a month before the film came out or something?
Yeah, it was rushed.
And he had like a serious disagreement with James Cameron on, like, you can't keep cutting around the movie. I need to write the music so that way you can then put it on your film and you're going to get that, and that's how it's going to work. Because essentially he wasn't able to then go back in and make changes. I get the impression, like I think you said, Mola, that with MCU movies, they very much don't work in that way at all. They are just given the songs, and then they have to then apply them to the film once they have finished cutting it according to what the focus group enjoys.
Yeah, I think it's,
which means that you don't end up with like a very sort of meticulously crafted, interwoven web of like themes like you get in Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars.
There's a real fight between what should be prioritized and how should it be weaved, and there's a big old effort that needs to go in to, you know, the pace of a scene versus how the scene is scored versus how which performances maybe to grab from which moments, and then how maybe certain sound effects are put in or not, and then the mix of how high and low everything is. Like, it's kind of a complicated process that requires a lot of direction, you know, and this applies to basically everything. We talked about it with CG before, how it's now the catch-all safety net for any problem that you have, whereas our crossover era, you call it the late 90s to the late 2000s of everything being practical to almost everything being fucking CG. Like, there's that several films in there that use CG horribly, but then there are also several films, and Lord of the Rings is obviously one of the ones that comes to mind, where the effort, and Pirates of the Caribbean, I think a lot of people would tend to cite, where it's just like so much care and effort was put into making sure it all synced, and again was weaved in, that it becomes an enormous boon to the entire experience. Versus now, where it's more so like a little fucking band-aid on top whenever you've not gotten something right. And you can almost tell which parts are given more attention and which ones aren't. And a lot of that could just be down to the difference between scenes that are planned well ahead of time and worked on and implemented with the director personally like being invested in getting it right, versus, oh, we need a thing that goes there at this point. It's like, can Bob sort that out overnight? And he's just like, oh god, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it's very dismissive.
You know, it's just all these different elements that lead to how all of this has come crashing down. But soundtrack is a super important part of movies, and it does feel like the more time has gone on, they're another sector in which it just becomes less and less, fewer and fewer examples of us to be able to pick of like the greatest soundtracks of all time in movies. And it's just funny that this is all spawned from like, what did you think of the soundtrack in Fantastic Four? It's just like, I don't know.
Or even so, to keep going back to it, but like Superman again, you know, what if you ask somebody to think of a Superman theme, they are probably going to think of the John Williams theme, because that is kind of the Superman theme. All the comments on the music accompaniment for that movie is just, oh yeah, James Gunn, he chose a really good song for that scene. The guy makes a great mixtape, 6 out of 10 movie. And it's like, that is kind of where this all leads, is that you're actually circumventing the normal narrative requirements of soundtracks when you do that. And part of the reason films are cut this way kind of implies you need to. That all you're doing there is you're putting a tonally inconsistent song over a scene, and people are noting the tonal inconsistency of the thing, and they think, oh, that's so good because it makes me feel one thing, but I'm seeing another thing. And it's easy to do if you're just selecting a song from Spotify and playing it over a scene. And I would rather we move away from that. But I think we're probably going to be moving more toward it than away from it.
Well, someone in chat mentions this, and I think this is kind of what you're referring to, except that it's being used. The almost Spotify mixtape approach is almost being used with actual, score that has previously been written. Because so many movies now are part of a franchise where the theme is so, Jurassic Park would be an example. The movie is going to have that theme, and they're going to play it as if they've just found it. Like, okay, it's got to have that theme. But then every now and then you'll find an example where the music is just completely wrong, based on what it originally signified in its original form. The example that someone gives in chat is the Lord of the Rings versus the Hobbit. In the first Hobbit movie, at the end, when Thorin goes to attack Azog, you get the Nazgul theme for some fucking reason. It doesn't work at all. Like, okay, yeah, it's a cool piece of music, and I guess it might feel like, oh, it's ominous and dangerous and all the rest of it, but the audience already knows what those notes signify, and you can't just take that and put it in the Hobbit in that way. It doesn't work at all.
Two plus two.
Squared.
4 plus 4. 5 plus 5.
Divided by...
Oh, hello.
Hi, hello.
The longest one so far.
That's, god damn it. It's very frustrating. I think the emus are trying to sabotage that they might be initiating their next defensive operation.
Yeah.
Damn you, emus.
Do something about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well. Well, anyway, that's the end of the montage, which brings us to the Sunday dinner, because they do Sunday dinner at 7 o'clock on the dot, no matter what. That's what they're doing. And so you got Ben and Johnny.
Yeah.
They're making dinner, and they've got their robot helper Herbie, who I really like. Herbie, look,
He's all right.
I like him. He's a little robot, and he goes. That's how he sounds, and he's very helpful. And he does his work, and he doesn't complain.
It is a scene I think that a lot of people would have seen in the trailers, right? Like the opening bit to the making the food and stuff. having the thing taste it and be like, is this guy good or what? And then Johnny goes to taste it, and the thing is like, no, it's not ready. I was just like, oh, that's kind of a neat way of saying that the thing, because he's the best cook out of the lot of them, which is obviously meant to be some kind of, it's kind of like, oh, that's fun. And he recognized the food is not where it needs to be, but wants to say that it's good because Herbie has feelings. Like that kind of aspect is like, oh, that's small and kind of fun. And that Human Torch or Johnny tasting it, the thing is like, no, don't do that, because then you're gonna say it's bad, and it's like, that'll upset him, sort of thing. And because he says like it's not ready. He's like, no, of course it's not ready. It's like just needs a pinch of garlic or whatever he says, right?
Garlic,
Right.
yeah.
Not because I don't like it. I just want to give it a little zip. It's like, hey, I'm glad you're considerate of Herbie's feelings. He's a sensitive soul.
Yeah.
I really like that he doesn't have a conventional face. Like, I really like that, as well as the fact that he can't like speak English. It means that they have to actually work a bit harder to give him a personality, and they do. I think they do pretty well actually in terms of conveying like how he feels.
Unless I'm wrong as well, the thing calls him Herbie when he's angry at him in like a montage. At one point, he says Herbert. And then Reed calls him Herbert all the time, I think. Like, the difference in how... And then the rest of them call him Herbie. Like, I appreciate that they seem to put the effort in to actually, like, have a reason for what... And a difference between the characters of how they refer to him. Like, the idea that Reed is like, you are Herbert. And I will refer to you properly instead of Herbie.
That is his name. That is his designation. It's
Herbie and Crypto are the best parts of Superman and Fantastic Four. Nah, don't compare them. Crypto's like a jerk.
No, Crypto's an asshole.
Crypto's a jerk.
Like, he is a jerk. And they deliberately made him that way. I don't even really know why. Like, whereas Herbie's like just really nice and helpful. He's just a good lad. So 7 o'clock rolls around, and Reed and Sue are notably late in that they are like 15 seconds late. And they're thrown off balance when Johnny says that you're late. Sue has a strange reaction to this. And you see Ben basically immediately put it together, which I kind of like that as well. Like, his expression is just like, yeah, he's figured it out.
Yeah,
basically instantly.
Yeah, it just feels weird, but I mean, we've got to put it out when it happens. They have you learn something about someone through expressions instead of explicit information. Or the fact that it's even here is just like, wow, look at you guys. That's incredible. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't get too many points for that, though, honestly.
Obviously.
I mean, obviously not too many, but it is, they are doing something slightly above the basic, I guess. I emphasize
it is
slightly
notable,
above the basic.
Hence our noting of it.
It is notable, and it's not just notable because no other movies do it. It is notable because in its own right, it's just a fairly solid way of establishing these are your core cast. These are their differences. Their differences are expressed in, like, they can be expressed non-verbally, and they are also attitudinal, and they sort of affect the way they speak. Like, you learn a lot about them in a very short space of time. I think this would be acceptable, basically, in any given movie or story. The problem is that we aren't going to do very much with them, but I would rather we do not very much with something that exists than that we do nothing with nothing, which is too many movies these days.
Yeah. It's good as setup. It's just that they don't really, exploit that setup and do anything particularly interesting with it. But it is, I guess it's the rare example in a modern Marvel movie of them communicating and implying character information pure, without having them say it. It's done through, looks and glances, and, you can understand the relationship that these characters have had previously.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just good animation as well. I mean, I don't motion capture and everything, but like essentially conveying it through a big rock, man. It's like, yeah, it's cool. Good. It works, and he figures it out. She's pregnant, and Johnny is very ecstatic. He's super happy about it, and then Ben quietly tells Reed that he's handling it well. This is, I will say, I might be jumping the gun a little bit, and I will say, as somebody who hasn't read any Fantastic Four comics, I think the dynamic that I like the most is Reed and Ben in this team, but unfortunately I don't think we get nearly enough of it in this movie.
Oh, very little, I feel. Just a couple,
I mean, it was Platoon already said
little
it.
bits.
Ben is the least served of all four of these characters in this film, which is really unfortunate because I think I like the Thing the most.
And
out
yet
of the four
there
of
are
them. Like,
there are those little things that are happening in the movie where you're like, oh, you can do things with that, and the film's like, no, I won't though, and you're like, okay.
yeah, but I won't. I'm not interested.
It feels like there is
it's just-
movie missing where it existed before, unfortunately.
The Thing more so than anybody else.
Yeah.
Yes. He is. It's like the most notable of like, man, I feel like you've got the least to do. Which again is unfortunate because he's the one I like the most. Generally, I think.
Yeah, no, I think I would agree.
I think
Over
so.
the next few months, we see that Reed and Herbie are running through an extensive to-do list in preparation for the baby's arrival. Herbie's handling all of the mundane tasks, the relatively mundane ones, going about his work. It's a little montage. He's like putting in the plugs, to make sure that the sockets, and like sorting out all in the kitchen and everything. He's just doing his job and he's not complaining.
And they have like
I like him.
He puts the baby gate on the stairs, and the Thing is reading a magazine or something, so he walks into it and falls down the stairs. I was like, and that's when he's like, Herbert.
And then he runs away. He's like, no, I didn't mean it. I'll get out of here. Meanwhile, Reed is conducting tests, like scientific tests, mainly because he is concerned about, it was what was mentioned in the first scene, he's concerned about how, their powers and the cosmic rays and everything, if they're going to have any effect on the baby, which is a very valid concern.
Yeah. They have already
Yeah,
tried to
what
set...
weird things could happen with our child because we are
Yep.
weird people.
There's an attempt to set Reed...
Yeah, that's something I thought they were going to skip over, but then they actually, go into it, which, very much appreciated.
Characteristically, Reed is supposed to, in this film, very much be like he's aware of and thinking about every possibility, and he needs to make sure he's counted all of them. And I think the film wants to try and argue this one's a bit of he's stretching a little, even though what he was talking about, like, our kids could have countless potential things wrong because of the way that it's been conceived, who his parents are. I was just sitting there like, well, yeah, so test away.
Yep.
Test a lot.
So that's just a really valid concern. I don't know why we would be acting like it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And it's supposed that, like, obviously they're drawing the juxtaposition in approach between what Sue Storm wants him to be doing, which is making the crib, because that is a good fatherly thing to do, and what his innate character compels him to do, which is imagine these worst case scenarios. It's supposed to be there to tell you. I don't, because the impression I get several times in the film is that the movie sometimes thinks he's more insensitive than he is, whereas, as you point out, like, this is absolutely a fair and probably the proximate concern he should have. But it's kind of portrayed as being like, no, you're just being aloof science man, and I need you to be father. It's a good little dynamic to exploit. It's just that I'm not entirely convinced the movie gives us the versions of the characters it thinks it has.
Well, and also the movie very firmly takes one side on who's correct, essentially, in their approach.
It's almost bothersome in the sense that I think he makes a really good series of arguments for himself, right? Like, because she starts with something I kind of appreciate, which is...
Well, that's we can talk about that now. That's a bit later, though. But if you want to talk about it now, we can do that.
Is it? I can't remember.
That scene is later. We got a different plot scene in between that breaks it up.
Okay, we can do that first if you want.
Jump ahead, or oh yeah. So the first scene before we get to that is Reed is in the lab. He discovers a new deep space transmission. They've been receiving a lot of these. And Herbie makes a recording, but as Johnny enters, because he wants Reed to complete work on the new spacesuit designs. And while all of this is, while he's trying to pitch this, Johnny suggests that Reed is scared, but Reed snaps back that he's just busy. He's not scared. He's not scared of becoming a dad. Because obviously he is.
Actually,
but yeah.
Just another example of like, what do we... Because there's a couple of factors for, like, Johnny is very invested in space travel exploration, and he's a bit into the tech as well. He's the one that's got, like, a connection with these transmissions. I was like, oh, that's cool. I guess it gives more reason for
Yes,
why
he
he was
thinks for
actually
7 days.
on the initial
Yeah,
mission
yeah.
too, instead of just being a hothead womanizer guy. It's like no, they're trying to add an extra layer
Yeah,
here.
not a dum-dum. He's actually, when he's interested and when he puts his mind to it, he's like pretty worthwhile as a contributor to the team, which is it's just like that's the way to do it.
Well,
Not,
to
don't
set
have him be
against
stupid. That's dumb.
setting him against Reed in the sense of it's like I can't wait to get back out there, and that you, because of how things went the first time, are now like more careful than ever. Like there's like, oh, that's interesting to explore. Whether they explore that, you know.
That is,
Yeah.
Well, we'll see, right?
You could see the really obvious places you could take that. In that he's hot-headed, he's young, he's kind of irresponsible, he's pursuing these fanciful dreams. He's maybe not going to be the most responsible uncle in the world, and there might be a moment where he acts hot-headedly, irresponsibly, puts people in danger, has to learn from his lesson, and then emerges a better person at the end. Like, that's the kind of generic but fairly well trodden for a reason kind of arc you could take that character on. We don't, but we could have done that. That would have been fun.
By the way, it's worth noting this scene is like actually incredibly important for plot. These deep space transmissions that Johnny's going to be like looking into, they're really important. And then the second really important thing is that there's a bridge teleportation test that Reed's about to do. And so Reed places an egg in a contraption and he teleports it across the room, which does knock out power to the building, but he teleports it. This is so fucking important, guys, all right? This teleporting this egg, this is really important.
Well, you say that like
But-
it's
Why
not
an
in and
egg?
of itself is pretty teleportation. That's
Well, the thing is, we don't know about this world in terms of the nature of just how far the technology has gotten, but this is like a new thing. This is like pushing the limits, essentially, even in this world.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Irrelevant of what the consequences are of this thing. This is huge.
Oh yeah, this
That's
is
true,
insane.
yes, of
If you can
course.
teleport something like that, that's wild. You can
And so,
take something apart and well, they don't really say the method of the teleportation, but it just seems to work. And I don't
it does work.
I don't know. Maybe it's like a thematic thing, but like why use an egg? Is there any particular reason to use an egg instead of just like a normal object that doesn't have to be refrigerated or anything?
Is
Right,
this
I
just
think
a
you're
gas
thinking
thing?
It's-
Organic matter.
Yeah, organic.
It's
He
organic
says
matter.
organic
It's also very fragile. So,
Yeah.
you've got to be precise with it. I guess that would be the reasoning.
Okay. Yeah.
So he teleports the egg, and he's really thrilled with the result. And so Reed starts to cackle maniacally. He's like, and then Ben enters the lab, and he says, "Yo," and Reed gets pretty meek, and he's like, "Yeah, what's up?" And Ben says, "Sue and I are trying to watch a movie. You're being incredibly loud." And then Reed's like, "Well, I'm just what volume?" And Ben's like, "Yeah, no volume. That's what being loud means, right? We're trying to watch a movie on the other side of these paper thin walls, and all I hear is about teleporting an egg." Well, look, this is what I'm excited about. Yeah, that's exactly it. You waste time. You do stupid shit all the time. I'm sorry. I thought about teleporting
season
an egg
3
is like injecting DNA into an egg.
Season 3's coming. It's worth being excited about.
It's a hot economy. It's a hard economy. How about the economy of my patience? It's running thin, buddy. Paper thin like these walls. Well, look, you have your problems too. Oh, I got my. Sorry. Anyway. Look, all right. Injecting DNA into teleporting an egg, all right? It's just what he's excited about. So, Johnny heads to his room and he starts listening to the transmission, and while he's doing it, he gazes out at their spaceship Excelsior. Longing, however, going into space. Wouldn't that be fun? Which then brings us to the scene that you were talking about, Mubes. So, Sue finds that Herbie is building the crib in the nursery instead of Reed, and it's a bit of a surprise, and when she's in the lab because Reed wants to do another test, she points out that he was supposed to be building it, and that's something that it would be special and important if he did it, because anybody could build a crib, but he should be building the crib for his child. But Reed points out that only he could build a machine that's capable of discerning whether the baby's health has been affected by, as he puts it, their cosmically compromised DNA. Sue says that they've run every test, but Reed just says not this one. And to win the argument, Sue turns her belly invisible, which reveals the baby just sleeping there peacefully. And Sue says there's nothing wrong with the baby, to which Reed says that is such a bullshit way to win an argument. And that's the end of the scene. Because I don't know why it's the end of the scene, though.
It's weird because it's clearly not over.
Just look at the baby. You just look at the baby,
which has nothing to do
it's fine.
with what he was trying to achieve, and he counters pretty well on the whole, like, because I actually get what she's saying. It's like, you know, it feels, shouldn't it be that we are the ones that build all these most important elements for the raising of our child? It's like, well, sure, but I'm currently building one of the most important devices technically for his future that could ever be made, so, you know, I feel like I'm still achieving that, which I'm with him on that. I'm like, yeah, that's fair. You know,
he's clearly showing a lot of investment and effort here.
Yeah, the important aspects of him being a father are still present in this project as they would be in building a crib. I think he properly argues that. And then she just sort of switches over to, well, fuck you, don't do this stupid test. And he's just like, And like, I don't
in there.
Felt like the movie gave up on giving a good... I don't know this is a good way to go in terms of providing that schism between them, or rather the schism in Reed, right? The scientist versus the father. It's just because this just seems like a good idea. Especially if you're telling me, maybe you should have had it be that it was a test he's done before. Maybe several times. And he's just like, yeah, but I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. And it's like, how many times can you make sure? You know, that sort of thing. Which is just like a normal parenting thing, like there's allegory there. But having it be, this is a new test that provides results that we need to see. I'm just saying like, well, yeah, do it. How could you not? Why wouldn't you?
And of course, all of this gets a bit awkward when Reed was absolutely right to have all of these concerns. As it turns out, he was so right that he wouldn't even believe how right he was. Like in terms of
machine's clearly broken. It's going on. It says our child is a weird star cosmic god.
The machine's not broken. He's so powerful that he was able to conceal the truth about his nature from them. That's what Galactus said. Jumping ahead, but that's, you know, I don't know. It's just this is the first of many scenes where it's like, I feel like the film's taking Sue's side, but like Reed's right.
Yeah,
like he just is.
Reed is right.
Well, the conversation wasn't over,
and why
but we left it. Like, okay.
No, but we decided it is over because we don't want to get in the way of the theme here. And I mean, I don't know, like, we're pretty early into the movie, so maybe there's more that can be said for Sue, but, like, I don't know, like, right out of the gate, Reed is obviously more interesting than she is at the moment. That could obviously change. But, like, he's got, like, something going on that's kind of, like, interesting, whereas hers is a lot more bland, you know?
No, he's fine. Look
hey,
at him.
everything's gonna be great, and it's all good. You need to not worry and be more like a regular person. Yeah, it's just like, okay, yeah, all right. So, Ben is out walking down the street, and there's some guy who really wants him to say it's clobbering time. Like, he really, really wants him to say it. But Ben don't want to. He don't want to do it. It's something he only says in the cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
Funny. Nobody laughed in my theater at that one, but, you know.
So, I guess the cartoons that invented it for him, he didn't...
Yeah, pretty much. It's not his thing. And now it's like a meme that he's burdened with. Hey, look, they take creative liberties with the cartoon.
It happens.
You know?
It happens.
But
it is
so there's
where, because they are trying to play it quite comedically, and I think the first big missed opportunity to tell you like about how he views his own place in the world, and like, does he like being looked at by people? Does he like being recognized? Does he like being made to do jokes and say catchphrases? And you say, well, he just kind of plays along with it, which is a nice thing to do. It's just that being nice isn't always massively interesting. It might have been better if he had tried to sort of just walk away or pull his hat down or like do something to hide from people. Tells me more about, you know, who he is and what he thinks of himself. But it's okay.
The stuff we got
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. It's the idea that his powers are on all the time, which might contribute to like the way that people perceive him. Even even now where it's more positive. It's like, you're the big monster guy, do the big monster thing, like lift the car, say that you want to punch stuff, compared to like maybe the kinds of things that people would say to Reed, where they wouldn't be like, hey, do a stretch or something. You know, like, hey, Sue, do an invisible or something like that, you know? That maybe like it actually does bother him a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the part of the problem is that because they've skipped the origin story completely, which means that any of that conflict that we have to assume happened, because obviously it would, that's already happened. But the problem is that you don't get any suggestion that he's maybe a little bit uncomfortable about anything, even if he has decided to just own it and you know, be nice, I guess, and play into the role of the Thing, the superhero. And then they don't really end up doing anything with the character now that they've got him into that position. So essentially, the film just ignores that component of the character.
It's vaguely in the film, but you can tell they're hampered by, one, whatever got cut up and lost, and two, that you can't really play with the Thing being a horrible thing to people when he's been so publicly heroic for 4 years. It just doesn't work as well.
Yeah, and like that scene that we were just describing, like that to me feels like the kind of thing that you would have at the end of an arc, after he has already dealt with all of the bullshit and he's now learning to not, I guess, be an asshole, justifiably. But this happens like right at the start of the movie, and then it doesn't really go anywhere.
It is like they've skipped forward, like in the Hulk's arc. They've kind of skipped him kind of to like the Professor Cuck Hulk version of character, which is just like happy, well-adjusted, nice, enjoys being around people. And I mean, I don't even like that as the end of Hulk's arc, but I don't think it's a promising basis for the beginning of any character's arc. Actually, he needs to have more visible things to overcome for him to be as interesting as he should be.
Interior or exterior to him, something that he's got on his mind, something that's weighing on him, something that you can read into whenever he has lines with different people, that maybe shows up more in some places than others, but he just seems content and fine, which is okay, especially if you're setting him up to have something sort of change everything and sort of knock down a domino in his world or something. But he's just sort of, he's fine. Things are fine. Things are going all right.
So there's a bunch of kids that really want to see Ben lift up a car, and he feigns that he's too weak to do it, and then effortlessly lifts the car into the air. And then there's this lady called Rachel who steps out into the street, and they talk about the neighborhood. Ben grew up on this street, and she invites Ben to visit the synagogue someday, like at some point. Oh, you should stop by.
Oi, the Thing, come to the temple. That's all she said.
Well, that's about it. This is clearly something that
I like him entertaining the kids. I thought that was fun. It'd been nice maybe to see an angle develop there even. But just as a little moment, I was like, that's nice.
Yeah, I liked it because because at the start he doesn't do it. He's like, oh, it's too heavy, and then he actually does it. Then he pretends to throw it at him, and they're like, scary. And then she's like, oh, you should come over and bring cookies or whatever. Like, oh, we got a budding romance here. I'm interested in seeing where this goes.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see where this one goes. Hopefully it gets a lot of screen time and development and serves Ben really well.
Great.
So later that night, Herbie is creating a very elaborate jack-o'-lantern, which I enjoy. It's like a really detailed jack-o'-lantern that he's creating there. I guess because it's Halloween, I guess, or around about that time anyway. I just enjoy how cool the jack-o'-lantern looks. He's very precise. He's an artist.
He is.
You know, he doesn't just he everything. He brings art into everything. Johnny is bummed about not getting the new spacesuit. He really wants to go back into space. Like, he's really excited about it.
You get Ben says, "I hear you. We'll go back to space again, buddy," or something like that. And it's just like, man, why didn't you do stuff with that? Like, it's, making him frustrated with Reed, while simultaneously Reed's got to balance the what happened with, obvious, because they do have pieces.
Well, they do something with it.
They don't.
You have, but Johnny, whenever they do go to space, Johnny's like, woohoo, because he gets to go to space.
It seemed obvious to me that with these pieces, we're heading toward being able to build up an Avengers 2012 style scene where everyone gets to shit on each other for their individual conflicts. As in, you're afraid of, progressing us any further forward now because of what you did to Ben. You could have had that, and then Ben could be like, what he did. Like defensively being like, I'm fine. You don't need to, bring that in. And Reed's obviously insecure about it. Not sure how he'd involve Sue, but we can figure that out because it could be about the pregnancy or whatever have you. But that scene never happens, and I would have loved to have seen that scene.
They get
But,
along
and
a bit
maybe it needed
too
to be
much
twisted.
in a way.
I mean, considering the elements
that
they've
might
clearly
be-
got sprinkled into the first act, it's like, I really do feel like we're already planting them seeds. We can get there. I love
I
how
think
that's
there's
like
one argument in the film. I'm trying to remember if there's another one. There's only one I can think of.
I would say there's
It's the one between
there's
Reed and
disagreements.
Sue.
We never quite get
Yeah.
like a big
Yeah,
blowout.
no arguments.
Yeah.
They could stand to be a little bit more dysfunctional, I would say.
Well, like the Avengers 2012 one is like gold standard. They managed to bring in, what is it, like 6 or 7 people in that room that all have definitive differences with each other, that all bounce off like different topics by accident during the whole set of dialogue. It's like what you want. It's what you want to aim for. Augmented by the scepter as well, right?
That's right. Good shit. So, Ben and Johnny, as they're sort of teasing each other, Reed enters and announces that he finished building the crib. He got around to it. Good for him. And then he leads everybody outside to basically reveal that he single-handedly tracked down several criminal organizations, which explains the array of police vehicles that are flying around the city, which Ben describes as Reed baby-proofing the world.
Yeah, I
Which is
don't.
kind of- kind of
I guess
interesting
going out of
but-
the way to...
Is it supposed to be
The
like
idea that it was
contrasting
out of the tower and
that like Reed has
Go
fixed
ahead.
almost everything, and the hence why it's catastrophic that we get this Galactus problem because he's just managed to almost figure out crime.
Which is
just-
kind of funny that he did that all on his own, sort of single-handedly. I just solved all of our
I
problems.
fixed crime.
Yeah,
made it
exactly.
illegal.
It's too naive and idealistic, I think, to just be like, by the way, I've solved crime for just in time for our baby. Like, you can just do that.
It's like,
And
how
also
did, and,
the-
and
there-
then it gets revealed that there's like a precog, like in a tank, like somewhere in the Baxterville. That's how he managed to get this all done.
There's something to
What
be
were you
said
saying,
about the
Ryan?
idea that Reed is maybe taken this fatherhood so seriously that he is
Yeah,
now gone. Now that he's done everything he can in the tower, he has now gone outside of the building to like start changing the world to make things better for the kid in ways that you would think society might be going like, hey, wait a second, you're starting to go out and get a little maybe draconian or authoritarian here, and you're taking your power a bit too seriously, and you're not the same person that you were, and you're trying to justify all of it because about making the world safe for your kid, but
Something there
this
for sure.
where's the
Yeah, that's
the
an
creepy
angle.
authoritarian version of Reed that's because this doesn't go anywhere. It's done. It's over here.
The creepy
Yeah, it's just
authoritarian
first
version
try,
of Reed Richards when the kid grows up says, "Hey, go and rape people." Like that's the creepy authoritarian version of the father.
Wouldn't want
character.
that.
We've
Would
established
not
not to
want
do
that.
No, bad move.
To do
James!
this, probably I think it would almost undercuts the scene to have him do the crib first. Like, you almost want him to have gone so far outside and fixed so many massive problems and neglected the smaller things at home in order for the argument that we do kind of get to really function. It doesn't really help it that he has actually made the crib and then he's also gone and solved crime, as opposed to solving crime instead of doing the crib. Because if you did it that way around, you could be building up this narrative that he's so scared that like he can't actually look at the things that are closest to him. He's omitting and overlooking the most important things in favor of these abstract things outside.
Too much of a science and
Mhm.
big picture kind of person.
Yeah. But oh well, it's just a little joke. And I mean, it's mainly just so that we can segue into the beginning of the running joke, because Ben is frustrated that he won't get to punch anything, and Johnny asks, "Don't you mean clobbering?" And Ben says, "No, I mean punching. All right, let's eat." And then Johnny asks, "What time is it?" And Ben flatly says, "It's dinner time," because we're doing the joke of clobbering time. People like this. They really like this one. This was a notable early chuckle in the cinema.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really get it either. It's like, yeah, no, it's clobbering time. But before they step inside, their watches begin buzzing, and the sky turns orange, and there's like fucking a meteor shower, like all over.
But don't worry
over
about
the
the
city.
meteors. They are not relevant.
they're
the meteors
harmless.
disappear.
They're
They're just
illusions.
for
It is
show. They're
One of
just
the
for
most
show.
glaring examples of the movie saying, "And now the plot starts."
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
and
Yeah,
now
they literally
it's
have their
all
watches
downhill
that
from
say,
here.
Ding, ding, ding. The plot's about to begin.
We've done
It
character, enough
basically
of
is all
that.
watch-
downhill
watches.
from here.
Our
Yeah,
plot
enough of
watches are
character.
beeping.
So, Johnny flies out above New York and sees a woman on a surfboard
Ew.
descending from the
Ah,
sky.
A woman.
And they go to Times Square, and there are a whole bunch of civilians there, and they tell them to back away. And then we see this woman. She's a silver lady on a surfboard. She's the Silver Surfer. And she's got something to say. She says to them, "Your planet is now marked for death. Your world will be consumed by the Devourer. There is nothing you can do to stop him, for he is a universal force, as essential as the stars. Hold your loved ones close and speak the words you've been afraid to speak." And on that line, Reed looks at Sue, and then his gaze sinks. What is this? What is this in reference to? Like this thing? Because it feels like it's something that got cut.
I took
is
from
he-
it
Yeah, I
that
don't
it
know.
was just the
Almost-
fact that he's terrified about the baby being some kind of. Because you remember when Galactus points out something about the kid that he's like, "No, I would have known. I would know." That to me felt like he was almost insecure about the fact that he did believe something would be wrong with Franklin. He was just hoping against hope, and then that gets confirmed in that scene.
This is the reason why I ask is because there's a line in the trailer where Reed says like, "I stretched the boundaries of like space and they heard," and it makes me wonder is like, is the conclusion that maybe that like was this maybe his fault in some way, shape, or form somehow like originally, but then they cut that. Like maybe he did something that actually drew the attention of like the Silver Surfer, if you get what I mean.
Oh.
I don't know.
That would make a lot more sense than what I think we get in the film. Because, well, yeah, what we get in the film is that he just so happens to be about to eat Earth, which is where the Fantastic Four just so happen to be pregnant with a magic space baby. And then they just so happen to do what they decide to do later in the film and meet Galactus. Like all of that.
All of that
none
was
of that is
totally intuitive.
yeah, like, and all of that has to happen in order for the plot of the film to happen. So
to be clear, because I was already seeing a few people say it, at this point in the film, I think it's safe to say definitively that the Silver Surfer and Galactus do not know about Franklin.
No, of course.
That's like a later revelation.
Oh,
What
that-
I'm
yeah,
I'm
'cause she
talking
would've
about
made
when
the
I referenced
demand
Galactus
for-
is it shows what Reed was thinking about Franklin. It's definitive evidence. And the scene we've had up to this point with the discussion over Franklin, the movie's obviously trying to say that Reed is very much concerned about Franklin's future and health. Meanwhile, Sue is like, just be a dad. It's a baby. Everything is fine. So when she says, like, say what you haven't said, and he gives the look, like I said, my interpretation would be that he's thinking about having to admit that he is terrified about Franklin. He doesn't believe he's going to be a perfectly fine, healthy baby. He thinks something's going to go very wrong. And then that I think that gets confirmed when he finds out from Galactus that Franklin is not normal. I think it works. I don't think there's anything that needs to happen.
That's, like I said, I did wonder if it actually was like that maybe the reason why this was even happening was because of something that he did. I just wonder because that line in the trailer, it's not in the film, and it makes me wonder.
It is
like,
interesting because
what
I
he
hadn't
was
seen that
talking about.
trailer. That does sort of because I agree. Like, there's enough I think in the movie for like the look to be interpreted in the way that you say. But then of course, like you still do run into the problems as random outlines about like the incredible confluence of circumstance that just happens to make the A plot arrive on this planet at this precise moment, which would be answered with the line from the trailer and then would recontextualize the look. But I don't think it's like it's not dropped. It's just maybe there used to be something more than there now.
I think I could definitely believe there was something more. Yeah, Because someone just said
Yeah.
you're reading too much into it. It's just a worry about the baby dying and bad editing. That's literally what I said. He's just worried about the baby.
That's what he said. And also, we're talking about it. Like, we're talking about the movie. That's what we do here. So, yeah, we're
Yeah.
talking about it. If
We're
that's
trying to
if
see
that
if
bothers
the-
you, that's fine.
This
But
is
I mean,
how
that's
we-
kind of what we're doing.
This is how we figure out whether or not we are or are not reading too deep into it. We have to.
Read into
Yeah,
it.
sometimes we haven't
Find
formed
out.
our opinions already. We're trying to figure them out as as we go along, kind of like people do. Sometimes we do that. My apologies. Also, I mean, it's worth noting already, like, kind of ahead of time, this is, like, remarkably, I suppose you could say, convenient and inconvenient at the same time, that the Silver Surfer chose Earth to be the planet that's going to be destroyed right around the time that Franklin, who is uniquely valuable to Galactus, is about to be born.
Yeah.
But I'm sure all of that will be
'Cause again,
explained.
We're jumping ahead a bit, but Galactus and Silver Surfer do not know about Franklin at this point. They chose Earth, and then they're gonna find out about Franklin.
Well, yeah, and that
That is
line you
what
referenced from the trailer that's not in the film, there's not even pieces of that notion in the film. That
No, it's gone.
yeah, it's just gone.
Which part are you referring to? Which line?
That
There's a
he-
line
in
in the trailer where he says, "I stretched the bounds of like space, and they heard." That's what he says.
The implication being he drew
then Sue
Galactus
gives
to
him a
Earth
look.
by fucking with something.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
Rather than it
probably
just
would
being
make the
flying
film
black.
better.
It probably would be better.
that
Yeah.
happened.
It would give a reason for him to show up. Yeah, maybe a test he
Rather
ironically
than-
a test he did to see if Franklin would be healthy would do something that would summon Galactus.
Oh,
would be some
yeah,
that'd be some irony.
That would be even better than what I thought the line was referring to. I thought he was thinking that by creating this baby, I have broken the laws of space time and summoned Galactus. But no,
I
if
Susan
they had
so hard.
yeah, he
You
made a
could
little
slot
black
it
hole.
in, because like you've already got the lines in the movie about that they've been trying for 2 years to have this kid and they couldn't have one, and then suddenly it's arrived unexpectedly. It seems as the movie passes it, but like, it would make sense if it suddenly arrived because Reed had done something,
Reed had done
and
something,
because
yeah.
he did something that is what caught the attention. Oh, now lots of things that don't make sense make sense, but it wasn't in the film, so never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lots of little pieces cut out where it's like, oh man, I don't know. The way I
Is it
described it on
literally that-
FNT was that we got Act 0, Act 2, and Act 5, but we're missing no, Act 4. Sorry. So I feel like we didn't get Act 1 quite at all, nor 0, 2, 4, because we didn't. I mean, this will make more
Okay.
sense the further along we get, but just
Yeah, I can see what you say in just in terms of how the movie feels paced and the information I feel is missing, and the stuff that feels like it's built up to be something but doesn't end up really being anything.
want to know that there's like probably a shit ton on the cutting room floor. It makes you wonder if we got it. If the film were 4 hours, I wonder if it would be really good. I don't know.
Release
when the
the Snyder Cut.
director's cut comes up, yeah, yeah.
Shackman cut.
It doesn't have the same ring to it, but yeah, who knows?
So
I do have a question.
Silver Surfer. Yeah.
Yeah, just before you move on, I have a question. So why does the Silver Surfboard lady do this? Why does she show up and warn Earth? What's the point?
Well, she says,
that
right?
is all explained later.
She does say
That's the answer.
in her speech that you can, appreciate the life that you've lived or whatever and speak to your loved ones. You can infer from that alone that it's a warning so that you get some time before your demise. Because there's no way that you can. She says, like, there's nothing you can do. So just,
Well, yeah, because it seemed like she just shows up and says, your planet is going to get eaten by Galactus, also bye,
pretty much.
so that the plot can happen, essentially.
Yeah, well, you're
It's-
saying it's convenient that that's the way that they do it, as opposed to if Galactus just arrived and ate them, they would have been fucked.
That's my point. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
essentially. I don't think that there is, unless I'm missing something, I don't recall there being anywhere near enough like character-based justification for the surfboard lady to show up and warn them in advance.
There's an argument to be made, but I would also counter it with information we get later, so I just have to wait.
Yeah, because I don't like how much it is worth talking about what the Silver Surfer isn't in this film, but I understand is in the comics as being like the one who identifies
Right.
planets.
Yeah, it'll get
Which-
difficult to separate meta knowledge from this film, because I know that that's an argument a lot of people have been having. you know, like not enough information comes for Galactus and Silver Surfer, and then people are like, yeah, well, you should know enough from other shit. And it's like, that's not how that
which
works.
it's not. It's never worked that way. It never will work that way. It's a different universe. Same thing happened with Superman. Same thing happened with all the older Marvel films, that you can't appeal to comics knowledge to explain the lack of setup in the MCU, because the MCU has already discarded all of the comics. So, like, that's not it. But it's like, it kind of needs to be, though, I think, is the point I'm making. To answer to Random's point, is like, in order, we actually do need something to account for the why of her being here and saying what she says. Some of it is semi-explained later in terms of like the emotional want to do it, but the mechanical need to do it, why it's allowed to happen, I don't think we're ever going to get an answer to that one.
So, Silver Surfer says, I herald his beginning, I herald your end, I herald Galactus, and then she flies away. She phases through a helicopter, heads back to space. Johnny follows her into space, which means he's traveling fucking fast, because space is like 100 kilometers away. he is quick.
Looking.
I hope he's that quick at other times in the movie that he can travel like 100 kilometers in a minute.
It's like once you establish people can move at these speeds, and we'll get that'll become an issue with the Silver Surface later. But once you say that, oh, you can travel this speed, then like, well, that you need to account for that in the plot in a million different ways all the time, constantly.
In order for Silver Surfer to be here, she can travel like through space at a speed that is sufficient that is like a
many
good
times
way of
faster than light.
Than the speed of light, exactly. So she is super duper fast, but she's decided to fly away a bit slow this time so that the Johnny can chase after her. And he grabs onto the surfboard, and she approaches him and says something in her language before knocking Johnny off her board and flying away. And you know, now might be a good time to. I don't know why people are saying that the effect is really good. Like, I don't really like. I don't know what to do with that. I think it doesn't look that good. I think Silver Surfer looks weird.
Yeah.
I think she looks a bit. Yeah.
She looks better than some of the earlier stuff I'd seen, but I think they did improve the effects a little bit from some of the earlier trailer stuff that was put out. But I mean,
they did.
It went from being, oh my god, what have they done, to just kind of, okay, I guess they did that.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's just I find it weird. Like people saying like, oh, it's an amazing effect. It's like, I don't know. It's like inconsistent, I'd say. I know that people have fights over whether like the old one looks better. I think the Silver Surfer in The Rise of the Silver Surfer, when he's not like super like chrome, when he's less reflective, I think looks quite tangible. Whereas when he's like pretty chrome,
yeah.
The chrome one kind of doesn't look that good, but like when he's depowered and he doesn't have the he looks like a lot better. And I wonder if it is because that was a practical.
I think he looks pretty good when
they were using
the initial scene where Human Torch is chasing him and he like going through the building.
Oh
and
yeah, that
morphing and stuff. I think he looks pretty good.
That works, sure. Yeah. Well, I think the main thing is that you almost I'd say the main difference is that the Silver Surfer in that film looks less like he's like an actual person. He almost looks more like a statue come to life, kind of like a Greek statue. Whereas the Silver Surfer in this just like looks like a person. And I wonder if, and I know it's that you know they both began as like regular people, but I'm almost wondering if like that kind of gets in the way. It's like you're looking a bit more real, and that makes the uncanny sort of effect a little bit more pronounced. I don't know. There's just something about it looks off. But you know, whatever.
When she said, "I herald your end, I herald his beginning." And then she says, I herald, and there's a big gap, and then she says, Galactus, which I was like, oh, that felt a little as though everyone in the universe knows about Galactus from the comics or something. He's like, oh, that guy, yeah. Oh my God. Whereas
I herald the comic book villain that you all know
that's
and
how it
have
felt.
Been expecting.
Whereas I would have thought it would obviously go, I herald Galactus, and it's said in an almost sterile way because that is what's about to happen. That force is reaching, but she delivers it as though we're all like, "Oh, Galactus, bro, yeah." Which, you know,
everybody who hears this will be like,
what's that?
Okay, yeah. She says it as if she knows there's an audience of comic book movie fans that would be really excited to hear Galactus. Yeah. So they're in the lab, and Reed explains that the Silver Surfer is too fast to track, but he did manage to identify the Silver Surfer's energy signature, which means he's able to track where she's been.
I
And there
do
are
not
5
really
Across the
understand what that means.
universe.
What the
I
fuck
don't
does
know what
that
that
mean?
means either. Yeah, but it means he
Look,
can
it's
track
like
the
a-
Silver Surfer's
it's like-
energy.
Cosmic chemtrails.
Energy,
all right?
yeah,
She
Yeah.
leaves
energy,
one behind
yeah,
wherever
energy.
she goes. Yeah. And then
So-
he scans the universe and sees where all of them were.
Energy.
But like,
And
the-
because
why
of
not just
that,
say that she's too fast to chase, but we can track her energy signature? That just
Where
seems to
she-
make a lot more sense.
Well, where
they-
you've been is slower than how fast you're going.
True.
But-
You mean because it would take longer for you to detect something that's the other side of the universe?
You're asking what I mean. Oh,
Energy.
I think that's what you mean.
I
If you're
think that
moving too
energy.
fast to
I think
track,
energy
then how
solves
would you-
all of this.
No, yes, that's right. And I'm
If
not
you're-
as smart
look,
as Reed,
you-
so we gotta take his
you've
word
moved-
for it.
You can't actively trace the new chemtrails through space, but the ones that have been there a while, you can scan those ones.
So the energy
Yes.
increases in direct proportion to the amount of time you've spent away from that place.
Oh, no, it's not that the energy increases, it's that it's just been there longer.
But it's still, but then you could just say, well, okay, so she's been there, she's been
Yeah.
there, she's been there, she's been there, she's been here, and now she's like, you are tracking her by doing that because you're just observing
you can
where
track
she was.
her to a point. It's like if somebody is if someone's in a race car, but they have blue paint on the wheels, and you can track where they've been, but your speed of tracking is going to be slower than their speed of movement.
But you're still tracking.
Yeah, but you're still tracking, just slower than they are currently moving. So the gap is getting bigger between you
Well, not if she stops,
and where
right?
you are tracking and where the car. Well, yeah, I guess it depends on how long she stops, and it depends on how
She goes to
long it
McDonald's
takes
or
for
whatever.
them to track in the interval. Well, she could
The
get a silver smoothie.
why are we just kind of accepting that that Reed Richards has a button he can press to just immediately scan the entire universe?
So that's actually
I never
the
said the word accepting.
this is actually
I
the sad
just-
part of a new universe. They've already blown it wide open, much in the same way that Superman does. Like, this is your first movie, and you're telling us you've got all of these incredible pieces of technology, and you know, him being able to do that isn't the kind of thing that I would recommend, along with teleportation, along with incredible interstellar space travel, along with, you know, blah 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 blah. Because, like, if he is coming to the MCU's universe, that's just information he's bringing with him in a world that's already cracked fucking time travel and a bunch of other stuff too. So it's just like, it's all fucked. But yeah, because it's the first, it's like, well, I guess that's just something he can do.
Guess that's something they could do. And there's
Okay.
going to be a lot of that in this movie. We're
Yeah.
teleporting eggs. We got world peace. Man,
We solved crime.
we solved crime yesterday.
Yeah, it's like kind
Tonight,
of a side
I
quest.
mean, it was
Side
yeah.
quest.
So that
NXP.
that justification that you gave, Mauler, that it makes sense and I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't work with kind of how they decide to use this data, because they have scanned the surfer's energy and they can track her across the universe. And then they just say, wherever she is, that's where Galactus is. They have seen her once, and Galactus was not with her, which
She could
means
have been lying.
Yeah,
they have one data point to work with, and it tells them that they're wrong.
There's a lot of that in this.
Yeah.
I guess
so they-
it's. I guess the nature. They would have to be about the nature of the tracking and how they know, like, oh, she was here at this point and here at this point, and then those places got destroyed. Because
Oh,
Galactus doesn't leave behind an energy signature, but she does.
That part I can understand, because they go to like they look on the computer at where she's been and realize that all the planets have been deleted from the archive memory. So they know that she is, you know, the herald of Galactus. Galactus is showing up and eating these planets. But then what they do is they use that information to go and find Galactus by reasoning that wherever she is, Galactus is. And I don't know why they would think that.
Yeah, what happens if he munches lots of planets in succession and she's just gone to the next one that he's going to eat, or like the one further up the chain, or like she's not necessarily gone straight back to him, but the movie
True.
needs for that to happen, so that is what happens.
Again, Space McDonald's needs to be considered, and they just throw it out. I don't even care.
They don't give a time frame for any of this. She just says Galactus is going to be here soon, and luckily they have enough time to be able to essentially solve the problem and prepare for Galactus.
I mean, because like, you know, it's like Futurama have those little like floating diners in space. Like if they did catch up to her and she is just sitting at a place eating a burger or whatever, and she's like, "Oh hi," and then they're like, "So, where's Galactus?" And she's like, "I'm not."
Are you gonna eat my restaurant?
And she's like, "I'm seeing Galactus on
Dude, I'm
Thursday." It's like you
I'm
can.
off the clock.
And you need to make an appointment. You can't do this. You can't just come to someone like in the
Galactus has a busy schedule. All right, you have to make an appointment with the receptionist.
Imagine that was her
Like,
last day on the job, and she's like, "I
Tuesday?
don't do that anymore. I don't even have the surfboard anymore. I just have a car."
I just moonlight as a herald, you know.
So, using all of this, the energy that he was able to track, there's 5 planets that have been destroyed, and he believes they were chosen with care because. Yeah, so the 4 conclude because of that the Galactus can indeed destroy worlds. They track the Silver Surfer to this planet, and they assume that Galactus is going to be there. And so Reed asked Ben how long it would take to get Excelsior ready for launch, as he thinks it's better to confront Galactus in space rather than on Earth. And then they do the meme of like Ben says 20 hours, Reed says 16, and then Ben says, yeah, 16. It's like, oh, is it 20 just bullshit then? All right.
I hate
No,
it.
this is their relationship. He knows that
Abusive.
he needs to already give a number that's way bigger, so that when Reed says no smaller number, that's actually the original number that Ben had in his head.
Makes sense.
So, Johnny tries to explain that he talked to the Silver Surfer, but they ignore him for a while. But then they finally listen to him. And Reed and Sue ask for context clues, which basically just prompts Johnny to ramble about how he thinks that he and the Silver Surfer like had a moment. So we gotta put in a joke, a meme, all right? We it's been a bit serious for a bit too long, and then they will just kind of make fun of him.
I thought it was weird they weren't more invested in the fact that she spoke to him.
Yeah, because they start to be, but they're almost like they ask questions that are incredulous, and then they drop it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then it's sort of treated as this weird sort of jokey thing. And I'd be like, no, we have so few leads to go off of. Tell us everything. Tell us every possible thing.
But instead
and
it's
what
like,
you think
you're silly, Johnny. And that's really awkward because in the next scene, like Sue walks in on Johnny listening to one of the deep space transmissions, and he says there are 23 which feature the same language that the Silver Surfer spoke. So he could translate it. He's going to work on translating. It's like, oh shit, that actually is like worthwhile.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it always was. Why do we treat it like it was some bullshit? But by the way, this is the little Johnny B plot that we're starting up here. Because in terms of the trying to like balance out time, as we've said, Ben is very underserved by this film. Next up would be Johnny, I suppose. Not in the sense that, because we could talk a little bit about who ends up sort of emerging as the best character, but his B plot is like the Silver Surfer, basically. That's his thing.
Yeah.
He's gonna be working on translating all that and figuring it out, and he's gonna get onto the Silver Surfer and figure out what's her deal, and it's gonna be pretty important later on. But that's his little B plot.
He says at one point during that back and forth, he's like, I know what you guys are thinking. Johnny loves space. Johnny loves girls. And those naked space girls talking to me. And then I thought that was like at least just definitive recognition from the film that Johnny's got a real big investment in space. But again, they don't really do anything with it. It's an angle. It's just strange. Other than, of course, you being like, well, I mean, he flies around in space. You're like, sure. Like he has an interest in Silver Surfer. It's like, yeah, but it's like the film has laid out what they could do with it, and then just don't do it. But I did like Ben saying back, for the record, Ben loves it when Johnny speaks in the third person. I was like, oh my god, that line is like slightly clever. That's neat.
Hmm. It's like, remember Superman speaking in third person? Remember that?
Yeah, I think this film
Lois made
did
fun
a
No.
better joke with that than Superman.
Oh, I do remember. Yeah, in the interview.
That's right, in the interview.
Oof.
So, Reed tells Johnny that he finally made the new spacesuits, and he says something that I don't even know why he said this because I don't commit to this. So he says to Johnny that the suit is fire retardant, but that he can only remain on fire in zero atmosphere for 10 minutes before exhausting his oxygen reserves. 10 minutes.
It ain't 10 minutes.
Remember that, because they won't. This is something the film will not
This would
remember.
be very important. What are you talking about? This is pivotal to the plot.
And then Johnny hugs Reed and says, "I take back every single bad thing I've been saying about you to myself in private." Ooh, ha ha ha, hee hee, ho ho.
Oh, another
Funny,
banger.
funny. And so, that night, Ben's out walking through his old neighborhood, and he sees the TV. It's showing what he looked like before the accident, and then it cuts out, and you see his face, and it's like, oh yeah, see how things have changed. He's not a
It's-
regular person anymore.
I think that's a good beat, but for a different movie. Like, this doesn't really get
Yeah.
covered in this movie.
Well, yeah, he's in no way
No.
conflicted or has a problem with who he is or his identity or his
Well, I mean,
body problem.
it's
It's
even-
fine.
It's followed up because he looks over at the synagogue, but he decides he don't want to go there, and then he's back in the Baxter building, and he's talking with Reed, and Ben just tells Reed to stop beating himself up about what happened. So I don't know if we're meant to conclude that he's kind of lying to Reed because it does bother him a lot, but I mean,
think
the
so.
Reed I get is he is actually saying like, no, but seriously, like stop beating yourself up. It is
I
what it
think both
is.
of those can be true, though, right? Like, and
Yeah,
if
sure.
only there was more, because it's like
If only there was more.
having, because I even quite like the dialogue in that scene, how it prompts, you know, he's just saying, it's like, yeah, the new suits are looking good compared to the old ones, and I think Reed says the old ones, like drifting off thinking about them, and they show Ben just sort of smiles, like a sort of, yeah, the old ones that had they been better, I wouldn't be the way that I am. We both know that's true. But moving on, sort of thing. But it doesn't get moved on, right? Reed says we're inadequate, and that, you know, who could have known? It's like me. And so I think it's solid in the sense of it matches everything we've seen about Reed up to this point. That any mistakes he makes, he'll think about forever. And like, I think Ben wants him to move on. And that's solid considering that Ben hasn't quite moved on from it as a reality. But like I said, the problem is, this would all be so much better in the first Fantastic Four film. Where did that go? I want to see that one. All the stuff, because we didn't even get to see Ben
It's a good
prior to, like, we saw him in a clip very briefly, but like to have watched him exist as a man for at least 5 minutes, you know.
That would have been cool to see for sure, because I mean, it's a good bit of conflict. Just like I was saying, I think the dynamic between Reed and Ben is obviously the most interesting, just because, like, what's the starting position? Reed gets Ben to join him on a mission that completely changes his life in a way that's like quite difficult to reconcile and sort of adjust to, and that's kind of like, of course Reed's going to feel bad, and of course Ben might have a little bit of resentment about that. It's like, that's some good drama there, but we're not really tapping into it as much as we could be.
Yeah, we've not done enough to earn the power the scene could have had, and we don't take it further. So, like, to be clear, I think the scene's good. I just don't think that it's supported very much by the earlier parts of the film, and it doesn't get pushed into something even more interesting in the future parts.
It's tough to really, I guess, care
Unfortunate.
too deeply. Yeah, but you recognize certainly what's there.
So Reed's sitting with Sue, and he explains to her that she's going to be the first pregnant woman to ever go into space. And Sue tells Reed, just because I'm not talking about it doesn't mean I'm not thinking about it. And then she changes the subject to how much she likes the new spacesuits.
This might be the first major problem for character, I guess.
Yes, this is the first big one. What are you doing? What, you're going to space? Why? You're
Yeah,
pregnant.
so the
Why are
full
you going to
context is
space?
scary silver alien has said we're going to destroy a whole planet, me and Galactus, I guess, and they're like, we're going to go meet them and treat with them or possibly kill them. So what are we taking with us? And it's like, well, I guess the team of superheroes, that makes sense, but unfortunately one of them is heavily pregnant. And no matter how strong she is, obviously the risks come with you could kill the baby if she gets into any kind of significant stress. So probably not a good idea to take her. And it's like, well, but Sue is really fucking powerful. And it's like, shit, but she's pregnant.
It almost feels like the film is gaslighting the audience there, because if you want to do the thing of like, oh, well, she's just going to do it because she wants to, because she's strong and independent and all the rest of it, then at least have Reed be like, honey, I don't think this is such a good idea. You know, have that discussion.
A source of conflict, yeah, that could really get
exactly
built up on.
Well, so
And it should be
then
a
at
really,
least,
really
especially when
vituperative conflict as well, because his entire fears about the baby anyway come from the last time they went to space. So not only is it a bad idea on its face to take a heavily pregnant woman into space to meet an evil galactic planet-munching god, but also your baby might already be infected with space. So no.
Yeah, and then this goes beyond
space.
I don't believe any of Reed, Ben, or Johnny would let it happen as uncles and fathers.
No
like,
way.
It's just you.
It's not.
I certainly
no
wouldn't
way.
allow my fucking sister to like. He's like, we're going on a space mission to fight a god. It's like, you're staying home. Fuck, you can take care of the baby, okay?
Yeah, let's bring the heavily pregnant woman while we go to talk to and maybe fight Cthulhu. Yeah, that's a good idea. Like, come on, what are you doing? And even putting to one side the Cthulhu aspect, like, we later find out that this is a month-long return trip. I don't know, man. A month in zero gravity is probably not
Probably
healthy.
not good, no.
For a newborn
I would imagine
child,
that would affect the baby's
I would
development.
assume,
Yeah,
but
maybe, yeah.
But
I mean, the fact that Reed
not to
wouldn't
mention
know.
that I don't know how advanced this ship is, but there is just general cosmic radiation in space. The atmosphere is really good for us. It's really helpful for preventing all of those cosmic rays.
And you know what?
Maybe the new version of Excelsior. I'm not talking about the cosmic waves that give you superpowers. I'm just talking about the cancer ones, like the ones that are really bad
that's
for
the
you.
terrible superpower.
the Deadpool one. Yeah.
It's also not fantastic to just abandon Earth's heroes. It's like, maybe you should stay back just in case all of us die.
Just in case.
No,
Exactly.
they solved crime. It's fine.
Well, only in their city. Like, there's crime elsewhere.
Look, all the other cities.
There's crime
they
on the
fell
moon.
Quickly in line.
Moon
Oh, moon crime.
You got to watch out for the moon
and
crime.
of course, someone's pointed out the G-force. I mean, look at what happened to Homer.
Yep.
He got turned into Popeye when he was on the spinning
Exactly.
machine. Like, who knows what would happen to Franklin?
Yeah, this
The thing
is
is,
It's just really bad.
This is desperate and crap from the writers, to be honest.
I feel like what they were leaning on, or what
essentially-
they wanted to lean on, was that if they don't do this, if they don't go and challenge Galactus, then everyone is dead anyway, including, obviously, the baby. That should prompt an argument, and maybe you could have a scene where Sue is essentially
Yeah,
says
'cause all
that.
that's not in the movie.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I'm wondering if maybe it was cut. I have no idea. But then that is how you end up
You're starting
convincing.
to ask that question a lot.
True. But yeah, that's how you end up convincing the audience that the characters could take a heavily pregnant woman into space and not be thinking,
Yeah,
damn, that's just really.
I would tolerate this more if they'd had that argument, but I still wouldn't have believed the other three would have let it happen, to the point where I wouldn't believe, you know, like she could say like, fine, I won't come, and then she's invisible and on the actual ship and like, lol, I'm still here, lol. Like, I would think Mr. Fantastic would be like, you're gonna stand exactly where I can see you and prove that you're actually you and not invisible, and I'm gonna have scanners throughout this whole ship for like heat detection or whatever to make sure you are not fucking coming, okay? Do not I will turn this ship around if you turn out to be on it.
And the thing is, as well, the movie's going to go on to lean on how much they are willing to sacrifice to keep the baby alive. Like, they're trying to have two different things. It's like, well, we're not bothered about the baby, so she can come to space, but also we won't sacrifice the Earth because that might risk the baby. Well, but you've just done that, so Pick one of those two things and make
Tell
a
me
scene
how
out
much
of
you
it.
care about this child, please.
The reason why this happens is because it's so essential to the plot.
Yeah,
Basically,
yeah.
Sue needs to be on this mission.
Whole
Otherwise,
film
the
won't
rest of the
happen
film
otherwise.
doesn't play out the way that they want it to. Yeah, but I mean, it's just pretty dire, and I don't know why they. In a broader meta sense, I don't know why they chose to do this. I don't know why this has like been a thing that's popped up in recent things, of like pregnant women in very dangerous situations.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
There's
know
a weird
why,
amount of
like,
examples.
what's going on? Why? Like, it's just really weird, and it creates problems for your characters that otherwise wouldn't exist. Like, why even make this a problem that your character can have, rather than just not doing it at all? But yeah. Anyway, that's it. There's no more conversation about it. She's just going. She's gonna go with
Yay.
him. And we see they're ready to they're addressing the world, the Fantastic Four. They're gonna go back into space and face the danger. And Reed says, "The unknown will become known, and we will protect you. We will protect you." And then everybody starts cheering. I kind of like that he
Yeah.
repeats it twice, almost as if he needs to convince himself. Like, yeah. We, like amping himself up.
You
Kind
know,
of cool. Kind of a neat little detail.
the way they confirmed all of this was that he's like, oh yeah, tracking his signal takes us to his signal's near a bunch of planets that have exploded or been destroyed, whatever. Isn't that information that just would have been notable regardless? There's a whole bunch of planets that are within detection range that have just been destroyed.
I guess the thing is that there are so many planets that there are so many planets that maybe it would be actually no. The problem is it can't be impossible to track because he found them anyway.
Yeah.
So he must have some means of scanning all of the star systems and finding out about.
Well,
Because in the real world, there's so many planets. Yeah. Like,
yeah. Well, because I was gonna say it's just like so simultaneously, it's the planets that Galactus is eating were all within Reed's detection range. And also that Reed would have known about this, or at least seen this, but thought nothing of it. It's like, yeah, a whole bunch of planets are spontaneously dying. Anyway. Just seems like the kind of thing that might worry you a bit.
Very strange. Because planets don't tend to just explode.
But now we know there's a woman
necessarily
involved.
find without looking for it, though. Like, it's one of the, because there are so many and space is so vastly big that unless you are looking in a particular direction because some other information has tipped you off, like you'd have to stumble upon it by chance, which, given the size of space,
he wouldn't be the only person. He wouldn't be the only astronomer looking at this, I suppose.
Well, that's the other kind of interesting thing, right? And that we don't. The movie doesn't really do a good job of showing what the rest of the world's tech level is, because the implication I took from the movie is that basically everything that happens is only possible because the technology is restricted to the Fantastic Four, and the rest of the world doesn't have it, with the exception of like household appliances and flying cars. But like the ability to detect that range, like those telescopes required, the sensors, whatever he has, that's all something he alone has made, and so he alone possesses.
That doesn't sound like a thing they would want to do, though, right? Because that's not even weaponization. No. That's just exploration of the universe that you'd probably want to proliferate throughout Earth. You'd be like, everyone, get this tech. It's great.
Nobody else seems to have been to space ever except them. They have the one rocket on the planet. Like, nobody else is allowed, or nobody else wants to. And I think allowed makes more sense. But either way, we don't know.
We are bordering on if there was just one unique thinking person in this world who's brand new to it. Like, let's say it sucks in some rational person from a different universe, and they're just like, so these Fantastic Four guys, they seem great. It's like, yeah, they have complete control over all technology on universe. These 4 people. It's like, yeah, like they don't let you do anything that they don't control. Yeah.
But why would we want to do that?
It's like, well, but they take care of us. You're like, yeah, benevolent dictators, I guess.
Well, they're like, it's the same problem that to a degree the Federation has in Star Trek, right? There are always these questions about any utopian older science fiction thing, is that we know from the history we've had since that doesn't work, and we know pretty much the reasons it doesn't work is that people actually are not like amenable to that kind of government. People do not put aside their conflicts. It's utopian for a reason. And so you have either just to accept that this is what the movie is telling you, or not. Again, going back to the importance of the rules being applied consistently. If that is what you want the audience to expect, you can't then portray conflict later, because if you do that, then you've undermined the premise. which they will do later and arguably already have done. But they are kind of the Federation just reduced to 4 people. They have a monopoly on government, they have a monopoly on technology, and they have a monopoly on space travel, as least as much as we see it.
I think that can't make sense, though, right? Because there's going to be people who have to work on these projects with them that construct all of the different things. And then Reed himself as a character, he would obviously want to teach people about this. We see him teaching certain things. It's like he would probably want to, not just for the fact that he thinks it's the proliferation of knowledge, but for help. Because like everything being on him, he's a smart guy and he's a capable guy and he's got stretchy arms. But like I feel like you're eventually going to need more bodies.
Nah, there's no one else.
He builds everything himself. So they got on Excelsior. They launch into space. They dock with an orbital FTL engine and head into deep space. Remember that FTL engine because you think they might need it.
Yeah.
And also it's they haven't gone back into space, but they've like made an FTL engine like ready to go, I guess, for whenever they decided that they were going to go back into space.
He didn't have time to make the new spacesuits, but he did have time to make the FTL drive. Unless they already had the FTL drive when they first went up, and we just never got told about it.
So the first people that went into space and went to fucking deep space, and they didn't just go to the moon. Like,
the moon's boring. What's on the moon? There's nothing on the moon.
There's moon crime.
But deep
we went over
space,
this.
Moon crime. We have to solve the moon crime.
Well, no, I mean, later in the film, we
cheese.
see that there's a Future Foundation flag on the moon, so someone's been there. Could have been robots, I guess, but
it was Herbie.
I don't know. The first time we went into space, a guy just went up into space for like a bit of time and then came back. Like it's generally sort of incremental. It's not like, first people go into space, they're gonna go to Alpha Centauri or something. No, not even that. They're going to go to the Andromeda Galaxy. Wow, look at them go. So,
probably worth mentioning that the way that like light speed and all that shit works in this movie, it's not the same as. Is it the jump points in the regular MCU?
No, it's different from the jump points. It's more like it takes them into a wormhole.
Yeah, so it looks like this FTL thing. Yeah, the FTL thing that they have essentially just works like hyperdrive in Star Wars.
Yeah, pretty
much.
Kind
of. I mean, there's some sort of scientific basis behind the idea of wormhole travel. Like you can sort of fold space-time, and you can move a relatively short distance for what you're doing because you folded space-time in front of you. You cover vast distances because space has been like a piece of paper folded over kind of thing. Like there are bits and pieces in the movie which it's never really fleshed out, but they make reference to bits and pieces like that I kind of like. It's a little bit more interesting than just magic jump point system because wormhole travel is more theoretically possible. But it does just pose, so many other questions as well. Which is that, well, you've got wormhole travel and FTL devices. Okay, there's a guy coming to eat your planet. Well, I mean, worst case scenario, right? You could just build a few more FTL drives and evacuate a bunch of people and find a different planet the other side of the galaxy. That's an option, which we're not going to take. There's other bits that come up like that as well. It's just like, I like that they do gesture towards scientific concepts. It's just that they don't always do it well.
What if we fling an object at Galactus going at faster than light speeds? No way he can't. He ain't surviving that.
What if you make a wormhole maneuver?
That was one in a million.
Galactus?
The Holdo maneuver,
yeah.
I was thinking about it. It feels like it was a Kurzgesagt thing, right? The idea of like sending like a little object, you send it really, really fast across space that it could destroy an entire planet. Right? I'm not making that was a Kurzgesagt video, wasn't it? Like that. I
totally believe you. Yeah,
of,
there's
like essentially that wars in space would not. It would just be like a one shot to basically wipe out an entire civilization.
I think
with like a small device, if you just send it really, really fast.
This is a sci-fi concept well before Kurzgesagt. Like
sure.
Like a coin going through planet Earth at FTL is gonna fuck it. Yeah.
Rods from God.
Yeah, that too.
I thoroughly enjoy that channel. I love the animations and the little graphics and the little stories that they sometimes tell. It's just good stuff. So they've tracked the Silver Surfer to a star system where they expect to find Galactus, And we have an awkward bit where Reed he starts meticulously explaining their plan that they would have to have for dealing with Galactus. And Ben and Johnny are bored by it, but I'm not bored because he's like thinking and he's saying like reasonable things about like how to deal with him, you know, like collecting samples when they land and all sorts. But they're all just bored. I don't like them. They don't like
yeah, it
him
seems
saying all this.
yeah. It's just this is like a totally alien place and a spaceship from another civilization and something that's never been done before. Groundbreaking stuff, fraught with peril and danger. They don't know what to expect. It's like, oh, are you bored? Oh, okay.
And I
Or
just
you
want
wanna
to punch him.
I'm
Yeah,
fine with
Ben's
it
plan
on
seems to be to
Johnny's
just find
end.
Galactus and punch him.
Less so with the thing, even though this vision of Johnny is much more invested in the science of space. So it's
I feel like
Hmm.
Johnny is less believable here from what we've been kind of told about him.
isn't that what I just said?
He just seems to be really. Oh, I thought you said the
Oh
other
no.
way.
I think you
Or
said
are
that it
you
was
or
more.
are you saying that you think
I said it's
that
more
it's more
viable from
Johnny
Johnny,
than
if
Ben?
not for the fact that they've taken the time to characterize him in this movie as being more invested in space than the one in like the 2005 movie, who was a because he says like, "Are we going to get to punch a dragon?" Which feels much more like Chris Evans' Human Torch. This film's Human Torch,
Yeah,
they've
it sounds more like
explicitly
Pepper.
told us himself. He's described himself as being invested in space, like as a scientist.
Yeah.
So it's weird to have another scientist talking about how they're going to unprecedented like locations to see a being
Yeah.
that is beyond their comprehension, and he's like, "Do I get to punch a dragon?" It's like they're
The
fighting
entire
themselves
in
on.
the opening is called the greatest scientific minds Reed Richards could find, right? Like that's the reason he took them on their first space mission. So they are all supposed to be great scientific minds who also happen to be related to him, but that's by the by. So they should all be, by the opening news anchor logic, they should all be pretty scientifically literate and interested.
Yeah, because it's fun as a thing of like they're like, you know, do we get to punch a space dragon? And then the like they do like a fist bump that sends them across the room or something. It's like, oh, it's sort of like a bro thing, but that doesn't really match other sensibilities that they had for characterizing. So it's like the writers are trying to use different aspects at different times to create different payoffs. When it's like, you got to commit, guys. Is Johnny?
Yeah, this
you
isn't
know,
this Johnny.
giving him a whole plot line where he's going to crack a whole ass alien language is not the kind of thing you give to the jock Johnny, you know? You're going to want to consolidate what you're doing
Kind
here.
of makes you feel like this was two different versions of the character that they just got
Little bit,
together.
yeah.
They didn't make their mind up.
Or that culturally, the Chris Evans, Johnny Storm was still significant enough of a sort of lingering, I guess, established character type for him that they still felt some need to lean into it, or I don't know.
Muller, I love you, but you clearly said it's less viable for the Thing, then realized that's not true in this universe. No, that's what I said. That was my thought. I would say it again. That's exactly what I think, is that the way they've done Johnny doesn't work, but it would have worked with how Johnny usually, I say usually, but was portrayed before. But that way of portraying Johnny is still something that's clearly in the writers' minds. It's not something, hence this happening in this scene. We were talking about how Johnny is not fully served by this film, and I would argue that that's a huge part of it. They haven't committed to his characterization. They're not sure.
They've got two different ideas for what he's going to be. Like when he needs to be clever and scientifically interested, he is, and when he needs not to be, he's not. And it's like you can have minor inconsistencies. It's just that he does portray as kind of two very different characters. And I understand the temptation in this scene because, again, with a character like Reed Richards, who is actually, I don't think the movie ever does describe him as the smartest man in the universe, but that is, he's kind of supposed to be the really smart one. If you're not very smart yourself as a writer, the easiest way to show that is to put him in a room with lots of very dumb people. But if you're going to do that, then you have to commit to that.
Well, it's to have him arbitrarily just be able to create insane technology that requires no actual narrative explanation, just the fact that, oh, I can teleport an egg because science stuff, trust me.
I'd say Van Forstic
it's like Ironheart
had this serious trouble where you get to halfway through the movie and Ben's not even a part of the team. It's like, how are they going to bring Ben in when his whole characterization is just, I grew up rough, that's me, that's who I am. And I was theorizing when watching it because I hadn't seen it before. that they were going to do something, because the film was so bad. I was like, are they going to realize they need to carry like a box, and then they're going to be like, we need someone who's strong and can carry stuff, and that's how they bring him in. But no, it's even worse. Reed just says like, hey Ben, I remembered you. You should come with us. It's just like, wow, that's it. Because in this film they've said like all of them are scientific minds. It's like, okay, that's probably better for justifying why all of them went on this expedition. Despite the fact that they're all familiarly connected as well, which is a bit convenient, if not just as the mention of nepotism. But it's just interesting to watch the 3 different attempts at trying to figure out who these people are and how there's residue as a result of like meta information. Because yes,
it is.
They should all be invested in the science of it if you're going to tell us they're all invested in the science of it.
And it is mostly in service of a joke. It's partly in service to establish that Reed Richards is just the smartest one of the lot of them, but it's also in service of a joke. And you can get the same punchline, but you can characterize them more consistently to achieve it. Like you could have them like excitedly talking about the scientific stuff they're doing, and maybe Johnny gets a couple of things wrong and Reed corrects him, and it's kind of the techno babble is kind of the point, and then you end it with one of them saying, "And if that fails, we can just punch it, right?" Yeah, okay. Then the contrast is there. They've all engaged scientifically in the way we've been told that they would, and to get out of techno babble speak, they just say, "Well, if all else fails, punch him." Great, problem solved.
Yeah, which is a fun aspect you can definitely put in, and you can still make a hothead scientist in Johnny. I just think that it's a little confused, is the way they would put it in this scene. Because yeah, Ben is he's pilot man, right? And he said in the opening montage he's like the best pilot ever.
Yeah.
It's better than Fan 4 Stick, but that's not a high bar. So it's
Yeah.
because he drives the car a lot as well, doesn't he?
He does, though. I think Sue drives it in the finale, so
and
he's
crashes
not
it.
doing that.
What are you trying to say, movie?
Excelsior emerges from FTL above a green planet, and the Silver Surfer signature is coming from inside the planet, and then an enormous ship bursts through the planet's surface, and Ben, he flies Excelsior through the debris field.
So there is one bit
Galactus'
before
ship
they
is
do
destroying
that.
the planet.
So like the ship, because the Galactus ship comes out from the middle of the planet, and like there's fucking asteroids flying at them and everything, and they disengage the FTL drive to fly out of the way of the giant ship and all the asteroids.
Yeah,
but like
But they fly
doesn't-
towards
it-
it.
You need that to get home.
you need it to get home,
No,
but
just
also you
leave it.
can't.
Fly towards
It'll be
If you
fine.
need to fly somewhere to avoid being hit by an asteroid, you don't leave the thing you need to get home in the path of the asteroid because it's going to get hit. It's why you had to move to begin with. But
So-
later, when they do need it, it'll be fine. It'll still be there. In which case, why did they even need to fly off? Because they weren't going to get hit.
Were they
The 4 incredibly smart individuals were wrong. That's why.
were they expecting they were heading to a planet because it had the energy residue from the Silver Surfer? That was the plan, right? They were hoping to just
But the
Yes,
thing is
they-
that it
they
was
were
a planet
expecting
that
to
was
find
in the
Galactus
middle of
there.
getting
They-
destroyed.
they were hoping to see Galactus and Silver Surfer just chilling out there, and they were like, "Oh, hey guys!" But instead, it was during the destruction of the planet, which is a very dramatically convenient, right, for the whole like, "Whoa, let's fly around." But I was
Yeah,
still just
that's
struck by, I was
right.
like,
Oh my
man,
God.
how close did you park, and why did it take you so long to reverse? And then, of course, it's like they don't even reverse; they go forward.
No, they fly through it instead of away from it, because I guess you can't just turn the
We need
ship
to have
around.
Drama.
Herbie needs to be doing the C-3PO thing where it's like, Sir, Master, I've calculated our odds of surviving the asteroid field are 1,642 to 1. Because that's what
And,
it would be. Because
never
it's,
tell me
think
the
of all the
odds.
debris that happens.
So, Sue does something really helpful. She cloaks the ship, which is detected by Galactus' ship, and then put in a tractor beam anyway.
It's really useful because it means that the asteroids can't see you.
They don't even know
I
what the
guess
fuck
if
is
they're
going
trying
on. Like,
to-
Well,
I
they
guess
get
they,
caught anyway.
yeah, I guess it's not a bad idea to.
just in
I don't know,
case.
I mean,
Might as
Right.
well. Like, might as well.
If the ship is invisible, it still occupies space, and that's like
Yeah, but if
the
like
main way
Galactus
that
is
things
out
are
there
tracked.
and Silver's, yeah, like if Galactus and Silver Surfer are out there, like I guess you want to turn invisible just in case. Even
I
though your
mean,
job is to try and meet them and say hi, I guess
so
that's kind of weird.
it's fine that they turn the ship invisible. I'm just pointing out that it does nothing. It doesn't even work. They still get found out. It's
But the
like
more
the
damaging
main
thing, though, is that they get found out, and then we establish that Galactus' ship has a tractor beam, and later we'll
beam.
establish that it has an
Oh.
incredibly accurate to the individual tractor beam that can like beam individual people up from the planet's surface,
He sure does.
which is going to come back to hurt the film later quite significantly.
Mhm. But they get caught and they can't escape, and trying to escape like even starts to destroy the engine. So, but that doesn't matter. A couple engines get blown out, but it's okay. It's all good. The ship is still broadly okay. All right, it's fine. And so the ship is scanned, but then the scanner like it comes back and then focuses in on Sue's belly, and then the Silver Surfer appears, phases into the ship, and says Galactus, wants to see them. And Reed volunteers to go alone, but the Silver Surfer says he wants to meet all of them before ominously saying you should not have come. So to be clear, it's like the ship is getting scanned, and then the scanner's like, wait, hold on. And then it zooms in on Sue's belly. They didn't know. They had no idea
they didn't.
until this happened. So, yeah, I hope nothing too consequential comes from that. So they enter the ship, and Silver Surfer's gonna lead them to Galactus, but then Reed like whispers to Herbie to like scan everything and collect samples, and she just doesn't see this or care that there's a robot that's just freely roaming around Galactus' ship collecting samples.
I just love
and
the idea
everything.
that he gets his own little platforming like level where he's just like jumping up and down. You have to open secrets and grab little like.
If this was Lego Fantastic Four,
Yeah.
then this would
He would have
absolutely
it,
be a
yeah.
whole level where he wanders around.
I mean, I'd rather see what Herbie was up to, because what's about to come here is pretty dire. So, Silver Surfer explains that she chooses the planets which Galactus consumes, and then she just flies off. And so Johnny chases after the Silver Surfer and asks her what she said to him. And the Silver Surfer says it's a blessing. It means die with yours. And then Johnny tries to like hit on her, and she flies away. And then Johnny looks at his like watch, and his oxygen supply is already very low.
Like
It's been like 20 seconds.
like scary low.
10 minutes.
I was confused when I first saw this. I was like, oh, does it refresh or something when he's not doing flame on? Is that why he doesn't seem to care? He doesn't seem to worry about it. But I was like, oh, your oxygen's you're about to die.
They specifically had lines to point out that he had 10 minutes, and he flies for 2 seconds.
And then it's like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And it's gone. I hope it doesn't fly for longer than 30 seconds later.
Well, you see, the time dilation of
weird.
faster than light travel means that the time.
Also, you
just
say as well that
funny.
he hits on her. I was quite disappointed with the dialogue, 'cause it's very like exposition-y. It's not there's no chemistry or like I guess charm from him. I was kind of hoping to see him actually try to get somewhere with it, because and in retrospect it would have been
No, but this feels like it's the same problem with Spider-Man. It's like Spider-Man was supposed to be actually funny, but now it's become like, no, he like tells shit jokes, and that's what's funny. Like he kind of sucks at it. And this feels like it's almost an extension of that. It's like, no, Johnny should probably be like actually genuinely charismatic, not like a goober.
Well, and it's not even.
you
I
can't
feel like
write
the
that,
lines
that's
didn't even give him a
harder.
chance. They were just like expositional. There was nothing. He didn't flavor it up at all. There was nothing there really.
Like a robot, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, why didn't
it's
you know
Fucking
even
character.
something as simple as just for a silver coated alien creature on a surfboard, you're looking pretty good. Just anything at all. But there's not even like an implication.
He's more fixated on the surfboard and like whether or not it's part of her, because that's kind of like relevant to the nature of where the power is derived from. But no,
Yeah,
I don't know. It's just why can't he be genuinely like charismatic instead of haha, what a fucking idiot he is. He's a bit of a goober.
Yeah, I think he should have actually
Like
flirted.
what happened to? I think it's just a problem of writing characters who are actually funny and say really funny things is harder than writing them with shit jokes and then pointing out that the jokes suck. Feels like it was what happened in the like Spider-Man 2, you know, it's just like, oh wow, look, Peter, he just says shitty jokes. Ah, isn't that funny? That they're not funny. Hoo-hoo. It's like, yeah, because it's harder to write actual good. Anyway, so
Goblin Jr. is a great line.
I meant Spider-Man 2, the game, not the movie. to be clear.
I'm not.
Man, there's a lot
with
of
the game
dialogue in
enough,
those
so
games.
I trust you.
Yeah, well, it's there's a lot of dialogue and it's not very good, unfortunately. But and look, all right. So they led to Galactus and he reveals himself to the Four, and he's really big. He's huge, but he's also not really that big, to be honest. We will later get a scale for him. He's about as tall as a skyscraper. It's big, but like it's not. You know what I mean? It's like you could be
not
bigger.
like cosmically speaking.
Cosmic
it's
God
not
that eats
big.
planets, you would expect to be a little bigger.
I was expecting
Especially if
something
you
on the
eat
lines
planets.
of those the Immortals or whatever they're called, the things from. No, that was the name of the movie.
Well,
the guys who live in planets,
but
whatever
by
they are.
comparison, there was because the Celestials in Eternals, I think the one that's in that is like massive. It's like his head is the size of Earth. Meanwhile, Galactus is like, I thought what is Galactus? Does he belong to the same group as the Celestials, or is he different?
All I know
Someone in
is
chat says
I'll
yes.
look it up.
Our cosmic
Galactus is a Celestial. Okay.
Wow,
Yeah,
he's
a
tiny.
lot smaller than the other ones. Yeah, he's a tiny Celestial then.
Well,
He's
okay,
really
so
small. I mean,
I thought
so,
the angle that they were going for was that he's going to alter his size at his preference, and that's what we were seeing in his meeting scene.
Right?
Well, so that's the thing. It's like, does the movie say that? And it's like, well, I doesn't counter that necessarily, but I guess it does in the sense of in the third act, he probably would have made use of his changing sizes. If he could do it. So I guess I'm supposed to interpret that he's locked in at the size that we see, which doesn't seem right at all.
No, because basically the way it's presented is that the ship like destroys the planets and then gets all of like the material, and then it like feeds into Galactus through these tubes in his back. But he is that we don't see him change his size. He's just like he's big, but I think he'd be bigger.
Just for clarity, I double checked, and apparently Galactus is not a Celestial.
Oh, okay. I saw a few people saying I saw some people saying he's like better than a Celestial, even like he's even more powerful.
Supercelestial.
I mean, nevertheless, he's a big fella. Okay, but he's not
Marvel
that big.
Cinematic Universe wiki. Galactus is an giant Celestial. That's literally the first sentence.
Okay.
And giant.
So Galactus starts to exposit. He says, "I was once little like you, billions of years ago, a man from another world before this relentless, eternal hunger. You have traveled far to beg for mercy. You carry the power to save your world. Inside her, I will spare your world in exchange for the boy. He possesses the power cosmic, and he will inherit this cursed throne." So yeah, Suge probably shouldn't have come here. That was probably a bad idea, actually.
So much to say, like, holy shit, how stupid it was that she came, and that the fact that she has come has now made it so that they have to sacrifice their son to this cosmic god, because said cosmic god, who is also supposed to be a force of nature, has become bored or annoyed with his job and wants this baby to replace him, the mechanics of which I have no idea. What that like? Does he have to wait for him to grow up, or is it something that he can just?
He can handle the hunger or something. He can handle his.
But but like, does he have to wait for Franklin to grow up, or can he just put him on this chair and he'll go like, he'll be like a giant baby?
It's implied later that he will have to wait, right? Because he says, "I will destroy your planet while your son watches," which kind of means he's not going to be instantly put on the chair and.
I thought he was just referring to when he came to collect him, like he would see it as a baby, not necessarily as a teenager or whatever.
But isn't there a line later in the film where he suggests that like he's going to essentially feed off of the baby's cosmic energy, and that would mean that he no longer has to eat planets? Or did I misunderstand that?
it was that he had to
thought it was
do it.
gonna
It
be
would be
a
like that
replacement.
Franklin would have to become Galactus,
Yeah,
essentially.
it sounds like
Yeah.
Galactus is
Make
like happy to
Galactus go on
finally
a
die
holiday.
and get someone to
He
take
says
over
he
his
will
job.
inherit
Yeah.
this cursed throne, or
Which
whatever
could
the
Yeah.
line
be
is.
interesting if they did anything with it. Like, I'm cursed to forever devour planets. This terrible. Remember when we were
Well-
when we were covering Loki season 1 at the end? We were thinking about all the cool stuff that the
Yeah.
actual like person at the end of time, whatever he who whatever floomps, like how all the cool ideas that could have come, like this old man and everything like that, who just wants it to be over, who's been doing this for so long, he can't remember it, he can't remember his old life. It's just, they could have done something like that with Galactus, especially if they want to compare him to a force of nature where he's almost apathetic to it, but it's a requirement that he has. It's this terrible pain, and he's like indestructible, so he can't destroy himself. There's something there that you could work with it, and almost because I don't know any of the comic book lore or anything behind Galactus. I'm sure he has all the powers and he's the most strongest ever.
I
But
just- why
none of
didn't
this stuff is ever explored. I'm disappointed with how little of Galactus we got.
I don't know
total,
why
but-
we've cranked the complication of this plotline so hard immediately, though. Why wouldn't it have just been Galactus eats planets, Earth is next on the menu? Can you stop him? And he is a force of nature, because Galactus gets a little angry and petty soon, and I was like disappointed by that. I was hoping he would remain
Yeah.
quite a godly figure, or beyond God, as they sort of imply that he is. He's like beyond comprehension. He's very comprehensible. He's a big angry man.
Well, when
They also-
you wonder from his perspective, when was the last time other like beings came to his ship to speak with him? Has that ever happened before? How long has it been since he actually had a conversation with anybody? And would he find that entertaining or stimulating? This is Reed Richards, an insanely intelligent person, an absurdly intelligent person. You think that they might, Galactus might even be impressed with that, or like
Then
we could
he has
we
a
could
line
have like
when he
scenes.
says, like, why have you come here? Is it to beg for mercy? Which kind of implies that he's spoken to people before, because he knows that coming to beg for mercy is the thing that people
He
do.
just assumes that if
But-
they're here to talk to him, it's to
even
that.
then, like the fact that he says beg for mercy, like that, the concept of mercy shouldn't mean anything to a cosmic energy
Yeah.
being that's just a force of nature.
Well, he's just
because-
recognizing what it is.
Yeah, but he,
Well,
Not
no,
that
because-
he
But
approves
then he
of
does
mercy.
he makes like, so this is the frustrating thing, is that he is simultaneously this unfathomable force of nature and is described as such, but on the other hand, he used to be a little human. He has concepts like mercy, though he doesn't give it out, and he makes deals with people that he will honor. Like the very
When he
idea
gets
that he would
angry.
say, "I'll spare your planet
clearly an
if you
agent.
give me the child." When he, like, if he was what he was described by the Silver Surfer as being, there's nothing that will stop him just right now killing the rest of them and nicking the baby, or waiting until it's born and doing the same thing. There's no reason for him to honor this deal, except that for the reasons I don't understand, the movie decides it is the kind of thing he might do.
yeah,
even
they
though
have no
he also
leverage,
isn't going to do that.
but for some reason he treats it as though they do.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Which would be-
'cause,
Which could be something you could
Yeah.
work with if you gave him like you did like the Thanos thing, where he wants to know about these people and he wants to test them and he wants to see what kind of metal they have, or it's a way for him to almost like find some level of entertainment, or he finds it interesting or something if he had a kind of personality.
I get, well, my issue is he has too much personality. I want more, less. I want more unfathomable creature of the universe that's beyond our comprehension. I like that
I
description,
guess you go one route or the other. Yeah,
but they
you could go one route or the other.
because
Don't
he's
straddle the line.
he gets
commit
pissed
to
off
one or
with
the other.
them at several points in the movie, and the whole like clever ants or clever insects or whatever he says. It's like these are lines that are totally
little
fine
bug.
for a version of this creature, but it doesn't match force of nature beyond comprehension.
No, I think I agree with that. It's just, I don't know, man. He's pretty flat and kind of like not interesting at all,
Which is a bit of a shame.
Unfortunate.
I do like the look
I
of him
like
when they
the
first meet
voice.
him, and well, Ralph Ineson is just perfect casting for Galactus as a voice,
Excellent
but
voice. Excellent.
yeah, dialogue's not great, and I don't know why they ended up on. This film starts to just it's like, what are we doing? And you're like, I want the baby to replace my throne because I am tired of being Galactus. Like, this is the first time we've seen him in the MCU, and the first thing he says is like, I don't want to be Galactus anymore. Like, okay.
And so Reed asserts that that their kid is normal, but Galactus says that he's hidden his true nature from them. And then Galactus like stares at Sue and telepathically sends her into labor.
Yeah.
Hot.
That's an interesting superpower to have. I'll give it that.
I don't know how else to
My
put it other
fetish.
than that. He
Well, it
looks
makes
at her
you-
and then it's like, oh, there you go.
You have to
All
wonder
right.
how can he apply that power, because it must have something to do with just the manipulation of life, right? What else can he
Wait,
do?
brown noise.
Maybe the power.
He just
cosmic.
make
Maybe it
people
has something to
shit.
do with that power cosmic.
Make me
but,
shit.
but that's what happened.
Can he?
Yeah, to be clear, that is what happens. He like stares at Sue, and his eye glows purple, and then Sue like goes into labor.
Sorry,
he induces that.
It's funny how
Wait,
I've
this-
accepted that was a part of the films for so long that seeing people in chat be like, "What are you talking?" It's like, "Oh right, yeah, that is weird." that probably
That
should
is
be
what
explained.
happens. It's really
It
weird.
is a bit strange.
really weird.
It also adds another luck
Now
dimension to it because, like, the baby was evidently at a stage of its development where it could
The-
come out
Yeah,
and be
well,
okay.
That's why I
Exactly.
described her as
clear,
heavily
also-
pregnant.
They went into space.
So
Well, yeah,
do you
'cause
need
what
to
if-
go
what if
back
this
to the
happened
Ultimate
when-
Showdown episode? Was this factored into his powers?
You can use
forcing labor.
Whoever he was
Labor
fighting,
labor
yeah.
inducement.
How will
Was that
Cthulhu
factored
defeat
into his
Galactus if he can
powers?
force labor?
I mean,
That
it's
is something
something
that
to
should
think
be
about.
focused on a little bit more because it's a good point. It is very convenient and inconvenient at the same time that Sue is basically at the point where like Franklin could be born. Because if this all happened maybe 4 or 5 months earlier, that would change a lot. Because it'd be like, oh, Galactus is like, oh, Franklin, he can be Galactus, but we got to wait a little while. You know, like you got about 4 months to figure out your plan.
Well,
you know, like
that would have been an interesting like swap of the plot where Galactus shows up way earlier and he's like, I'm having that kid to replace me or do whatever, but she's just become pregnant, so they have like 6 or whatever months
Yeah.
to come up with something, and it establishes a sort of timeline. And the timeline ends when she
well, in this one,
has the baby. And Galactus comes.
this timeline's way. That's kind of an interesting. Oh, I actually kind of like that idea, Rags, because isn't it interesting that like the birth of their child like brings about doom essentially, and they know this.
Yeah, when it's the one
the
thing they
closer it
wanted
gets,
so
the thing that
much,
should
and
be exciting and thrilling and one of the best moments of their life means it's actually game over. They're out of time. There's something
and
there.
her actual body has become
Doom,
like
you
an
say?
hourglass of sorts. Whereas she gets larger, they know that it's closer and closer to happening, and it's like she's a clock to doom, and she can never get away from herself. There's stuff you could do there. I think it'd be interesting, and
That's
it
pretty
would allow
cool.
the movie to take place over like 1 month until 2 months until 3, that sort of thing, to divide it up into like mini chapters of sorts. But
Yeah, because making it such
Oh,
that
well.
the
Instead-
baby is almost accessible right now means that if Galactus,
okay, well.
if he has the power, then surely he would just take the baby right now. Not a very powerful being Galactus. It's very well known. He's kind of a weaker
Well,
guy in the.
it's not like
in
You
the
can make
has,
universe.
women drop babies on
he
a
does- he
whim.
doesn't
That's
have-
pretty powerful.
I don't think he has telekinesis. I don't think
He does.
To be
He
fair,
uses
that's
it,
a
doesn't
comic
he?
power. I don't think. Rags. I'm memeing. I'm joking.
Oh,
he
okay,
have
all right.
telekinesis.
As I
Okay,
said,
nice.
one of the lower level
So-
powers, Ironmonger is higher up on the ladder than Galactus for powers. Most people agree, I think. Certainly comic readers.
Well, yeah, because
I'm sure we will see
'cause
Galactus in a Ziploc bag, his ashes later on in another movie.
We'll never
on
forget you,
someone's kitchen
Ironheart.
counter.
What a great
Alright.
show.
Yep, I remember people on Twitter saying it was actually good and then just never talking about it again, because that's what happens when something's good. You never think about it, you never talk about it, has no impact on your life in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's
Just-
so good you never have to. Yeah,
Someone
one
mentions
and
like he
done.
has
That's how impactful it is.
he has the power cosmic. So yeah, so for those who don't know, the power cosmic allows you to induce pregnancies, but that's about it.
Yeah, doesn't give you anything else. It doesn't give you, according to Wikipedia, cosmic awareness, telepathy, telekinesis, energy
is
projection,
cosmic
size
awareness?
alteration, transmute.
Is it like
It's the way to the cosmic.
Maybe.
stuff.
Oh,
Didn't this come up? I'm
well,
sure this came up in the Ultimate
Wikipedia linked
Showdown. It's
It
like,
did,
well, what the
yeah.
fuck does that even mean?
It means
it's
all
like
of the things.
Omniscience, I think, is what that means.
omniscient,
so he
but
knows
then just
everything.
call it that. There's already a word for it that means that. Just use
There is a
that word.
Yeah.
I guess there's
But,
also there's a degree of like, is this teasing things for later? Like, is it? It's not telekinesis. It's like because the baby has the power cosmic or whatever it is that he is using his own power cosmic to impel the baby to try and push its way out of the womb. Is that going to be one of the things that Doctor Doom is interested in the baby, and like Galactus is actually using their commonality to do these things? But like, none of this is ever answered in the movie, and I struggle to see how there will be time to answer it in Doomsday, but that's the only thing I can imagine they're hinting at.
Anyway, so Sue's going into labor. Reed shouts that Galactus will not have Earth and will never have their son. And to this, Galactus says he's going to consume the Earth slowly while Franklin watches, which is very mean. And then there's a big fight. Johnny
Seems
attacks
petty,
Galactus. Yeah, it's what Muller was talking about. It's like kind of, why would he, like, it feels
Right,
like a almost cold indifference would be more what would be cool to see. Like, he doesn't have a grudge. He doesn't get angry. That's the problem, is you can't really appeal to him in any way. He just doesn't care. Or it's like beyond any of these sorts of concerns. But whatever.
Yeah, having people say like, "No, you will not do the thing you intend," and then he's like, "Well, fuck you, buddy." It's like, well, that's not.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel appropriate. Like, okay.
So Johnny attacks Galactus. He starts like blowing up the tubes connected to his back, which I don't know, man. Feels like he shouldn't be powerful enough to do that. This
These
is
should be like
Galactus,
super.
right?
These are super Galactus tubes.
It feels a little. I guess it's up to them, I guess, how powerful they want Galactus to be. But yeah,
It is up
Human
to them,
Torch
but, like,
blasts
why-
through a bunch of those tubes, and Galactus would be like, "Rah!" And it's just like, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And the Silver Surfer chases after him, but she's not going very fast, which is really awkward because we're about to see her go so fucking fast, but she's not
She
going
can
that
travel
fast.
faster than light to get to Earth
Yeah, but
and
not,
then back.
not here.
So
She wants to surf the lava, see, because she's a Silver Surfer, so she's gonna surf on the lava. Look at her go. And
Ooh.
and while this is happening, like Reed and Sue and Ben are like running away. Why doesn't Galactus just grab them with his
they're running.
telekinesis?
Yeah, what's he been doing this, or his arm? Because what's he been
Or is
doing
he
this
so
whole
is he
time?
He's
so
going,
distracted by the
"Blah."
blah, blah, that he's getting hurt that he can't just grab them?
Well, I mean, when the Human Torch like
Like,
blasted off, he could have immediately just stopped him and been like, "What are you doing?
Just grab him.
Like, what do you think you're doing,
Yeah.
buddy?"
Just grab him. That would have been
Oh, this
that would have
this
been
one
pretty
lights
funny,
up.
yeah.
Cute.
I don't know. It feels like they lose this fight. They're in Galactus's ship. He could just grab them and it's game over.
It is. This is Galactus, the biggest of big bads, and they just kind of run away.
He's kind of getting
They-
harshly
they get away.
nerfed because otherwise the scene won't work.
And then because now it's like, oh, Silver Surfer's gotta chase him, and Silver Surfer beats up everybody, and then Sue grabs Silver Surfer and tosses her into the lava. But it's not like the T-1000. She's all right. She's all good.
Yeah.
No melting or going crazy. And they rush back to Excelsior, and Herbie just runs off because he's got his samples. I guess he heard the commotion, was like, all right, I better pack up here and get going.
Well, Herbie was
Imagine if
like,
he was too far away.
I completed my mission. Did you guys complete? No, okay, well, I did my part, but that's fine.
Yeah, I did. I was doing my level. I had to collect 16 out of 16 samples. I did the. I
But
jumped
Herbie
on
had
the
to fight like
platform.
I
a
got
rock
it.
lava monster at the end of it too, and he defeated him by
Oh yeah.
dropping
It's
him
just,
into like.
isn't it all present in the film
Yeah.
at all? But it's in the game. We gotta have him some. We gotta give the player something to do at the end of the level. Rock
And
monster.
so they get on Excelsior,
Rock
and Ben
monster.
blasts a hole through Galactus's ship and into space. I'm surprised that Galactus's ship is so weak that
Well,
they could like
later
actually
on,
blow
they
a hole in
actually
it.
say, no, we can't use conventional weapons on it because they won't work. But we know they will because
But
we've
they
just
did.
seen it
Yeah,
happen.
that's right. So I don't know
We
why he
can't
said
just
that.
fling an object at him at faster than light speeds.
No, that wouldn't work. But they do
One in
shoot
a
a hole
million.
through it so they can get out. And now begins a sequence that I've seen more than a few people on Twitter say is like amazing. I've seen more than a few people saying that this is like one of the best things in an MCU film, this sequence. So I guess we'll talk about it.
I think
So
it's one
Excelsior
of the
Docs with the
it's one of
Yeah.
the better things in the movie, but that's not saying the same thing. It's like I don't like, notwithstanding the fact that none of it should be happening because the baby shouldn't be here to begin with, but having the baby be the object that they're trying to save and that the enemy wants, and eventually using the baby as kind of the stakes in the conflict, that's slightly more interesting to me than generic superhero flying around shit. And as they're flying around, obviously, like, they try that they're in a wormhole and the laser beam is being sort of fucked around by the wormhole, which is kind of, it's a twist, I guess. That's okay. Interesting-ish exploration of maybe some scientific concept. And then the ultimate plan, obviously, is that they spot a nearby neutron star, and Reed Richards decides we're going to trap the Silver Surfer in it, and then time dilation will buy us some time, which, again, kind of conceptually interesting. Doesn't work based on what's come before, and won't work based on what comes next. But there's stuff in it that I just kind of like. I just thought it was like, I was more invested in it than in the equivalent scene in any recent Marvel movie. But that's not to say it's one of the best things in the MCU.
I gotta say, like, I don't know, like, because in terms of the praising of the visuals, like, I feel like a lot of the praise has to go to Interstellar, right? It's like very
that's
similar
exactly-
in terms of the visuals. It's Interstellar of slingshotting around a black hole. Like, a lot of the visuals are like very similar. So like, I don't know why. Like, yeah, it looks nice, but it's not exactly like the most original idea in the world, right? Like,
I swear, like, when they
that as a thing.
When they came out of the wormhole and you saw essentially it's the black hole from Interstellar, it looks like one for one the same. I was just like, oh no. And then one of the characters says time dilation, and I was just like, come on, you are not good enough to be handling things like this in your Fantastic Four movie. And again, like, the plan doesn't even make any sense because they want to trap her and use time dilation to get away. That doesn't work if she can move faster than light. And it's already been well established that she can.
I guess their argument would be
Yeah,
that being trapped in the black hole gravity well is preventing her from moving faster at the speed of light, and the time it takes her to escape the gravity well, obviously because of time dilation, means more time passes outside of the gravity well of the black hole. But my problem with it was that I don't understand how they think this makes life different for them, because unless the Silver Surfer identified Earth, went to Earth, warned Earth that Galactus was coming, went back to Galactus's ship, and then just didn't tell him where it is, then it doesn't make any difference if she's trapped in a time dilation black hole thing, because Galactus already knows where he's going, so he can just leave. They're not actually buying time.
I don't even, because yeah, that's like, to sort of explain how it gets to this point. They go into faster than light. The Silver Surfer like manages to get into the wormhole and starts chasing them. Johnny tries to shoot Silver Surfer, but the beams like getting, they're not hitting. It's all going crazy. And then Reed tells them to exit around a neutron star. I will say, like, I thought like, it's a black hole is what this is. Like, I thought
certainly
neutron
looks like
stars
one.
were. Now, I could be mistaken, but as I understand, so the neutron star is like when a star goes supernova, that's like what is left of it. It's basically like the core, so it's all of the material that was created through fusion, so it's like hyper dense. But I thought a neutron star was like white, right? Like, it's a big bright ball, or am I mixing that up with like a white dwarf?
That might
well,
be
it's
the
the
same
same thing.
It says here that
Okay.
a neutron star is the gravitationally collapsed core of a massive supergiant star. It results from the supernova explosion of a massive star combined with gravitational collapse that compresses the core past white dwarf star density to that of atomic nuclei.
The
Surpasses
densest,
only
some of
by
the
black
densest
holes.
objects in the universe, but they can collapse into black holes. So I guess the
it says
argument would be that, like, it's a neutron star, but it's collapsing into a black hole when we meet it, which is lucky timing wise. But
like, all right, yeah, like, and also because someone said that's not a criticism. I'm not criticizing. I'm just talking
Just
about.
trying
what
to
I
work
thought
it out.
was.
At this stage,
Yeah.
we're just trying to work out what we're seeing because the movie isn't
Oh,
entirely
yeah,
clear on the point.
we
The
are
criticisms
chatting.
come before and after it.
We're going back and
I
forth,
kind
using
of-
information we all collectively have,
By the
and then
way-
figuring stuff out.
By the way, Wikipedia says that neutron stars have a radius on the order of 10 kilometers
They're
and a
tiny.
mass of about 1.4 solar masses, which is a solar mass is the sun.
They,
the
I think
mass
they
of
are the
sun.
densest. Aside from a black hole, they are like the densest.
That's
I
what
know that
that's
the
what
thing is like
yeah,
a
that's
tablespoon of neutron star is like equivalent to like Earth or something ridiculous.
Yeah, it says surpassed only by black holes. Neutron stars are the second smallest and densest known class of stellar objects, apart from PlayStation fans.
I kind of don't understand
wonder-
why they didn't just call it a black, because they describe it as a neutron star,
Maybe-
and then afterwards
Maybe it was
Johnny.
interstellar comparisons. Maybe that's
Sure,
why.
but then afterwards they have Johnny
Black
essentially
holes are
repeat in
common, yeah.
idiot speak, and he refers to it as a black hole, so that to make sure the audience understands how it's going to work. So why
think
not
it's
just
to
call it a
give
black
it-
hole?
Because I think they want to give it the veneer of like more science than is actually going on. Like what they're doing, they're throwing slightly less usual or less common words for the thing they're trying to depict. So more people are familiar with black holes. Neutron star sounds fancier, so we'll use that. Time dilation. We're not really making very good use of it, but it's a far out sci-fi thing that people will associate with Reed Richards being a genius. And so like I think they are using words to deliberately sort of inflate his own intellect. Which is,
Probably.
and again, I would rather have them than just have idiots speak all the way through. That's fine. It's just that I don't think it actually achieves the effect that the movie's going for because of the way it doesn't quite mesh with the plot. Like their motive for doing this is to buy themselves more time, but it doesn't actually buy them any more time unless you accept that Galactus doesn't know where he's going next, but he should. So there's no point. You can then fault the physics of it if you want, because like gravitational slingshots, which is the thing they're going to do to get home without the FTL drive, you can only do that like in direct proportion to the speed at which the object you're slingshotting around is moving. And so you can go pretty fast if you slingshot around a black hole, but I think you would need like two of them orbiting each other, and then you would need to go through that orbit at a particular like trajectory in order to achieve anything like the speed of light fraction that they are needing to get back. So like it doesn't actually work in terms of physics, but they're giving you enough physics sounding language to make you think someone's thought about this.
Space.
Yeah, which it makes it like disappointing when like their plan is that they want to go close to the black hole to trick, and the way they do this I quite like by using Sue's powers to trick the Silver Surfer into going further into the black hole than they did, which means she gets stuck and they can escape. Which means they're relying on time dilation to essentially trap her, but they are going really fucking close to this black hole. Which means, as far as they could possibly be aware, time dilation has affected them in even a minor way.
Affecting them.
By the time they get back to Earth, Galactus might have eaten it 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep. Like, I don't even know, because I mean, again, that's what happens in Interstellar. The slingshotting around it costs them like a whole bunch of years.
Yeah.
And also, like, just to add on, how do you even know how long it would take? One, why do you think that Silver Surfer could be trapped in that? But also, like, how do you know how long it will take? Like, what the fuck would you?
She
like,
can phase
you know what I
through
mean? Like, oh, it'll
matter.
take her a
Like
month.
you have no idea how she works. You know, there's no way Mr. Fantastic could possibly be like, oh yeah, I understand her. I don't understand Galactus, but I understand her.
To get out of there, it's like, okay, all right.
No.
I don't know why that
I mean,
would
you
work.
could throw in an extra line saying like that everything that we know in the universe is sucked into a black hole. It's like it sucks in light itself. Like so, it might not work, but it's the best shot we've got, and
That's
I think
more
that
solid,
would
yeah.
scan. But I generally think that it would have made more sense for them to be chased by Galactus's ship and to trap that in time dilation, because that would actually give them the extra time that they say that they need and would accomplish by doing this. So that doesn't happen either, and yeah.
Yeah, but the problem, which I don't understand why this happens in the movie, Galactus's ship doesn't seem to use warp travel. Because if it did, it would just arrive at Earth and then
we can
destroy
get
the
to that.
Earth. Yeah, so,
Someone just said, like, I don't know, what's with the pettiness? Chat said, we don't know if it'll work, so let's not do it. It's like, that's not what I said. We're talking about how Reed is certain. How is he certain? He shouldn't be.
God, these July summer movies.
I know
and
they're breaking
everything make
brains. This is
consistent
like
big bad.
this
They're
is
ruining
it's a perfectly
minds. They're
normal.
destroying-
What Platoon suggests is a perfect fix for the dialogue. The fact that they would say like, we don't know what's going to happen, but it seems to be the best shot we've got. It's like, yeah, that's better.
We gotta try.
I do enjoy that, like, there's no capacity for any conversation that we have
No.
to be a conversation where we're trying to figure out what our conclusion is. It's like, no, everything that we're saying is
We
a
have to go to
definitive
the theater,
criticism.
and we have to know everything there is to know by the time we
That's
walk
right.
out of that theater 90 minutes later.
I like chatting about it.
Exactly.
I was actually going to mention, someone said, did you skip the part where Silver Surfer solos the Fantastic Four and then got defeated by Sue Storm, the only character with purely defensive abilities, but now she magically has telekinesis? First of all, she doesn't fight Human Torch. He runs out of oxygen and gets knocked out. The Thing actually stops her at first. He slams her into a wall, and then she, I think, like, hits him and the Human Torch when he's trying to carry him back. So he's like, I'll say that's probably the weakest part of the whole thing, is that the Thing just like doesn't. He's like put on pause in the scene, even though if they're trying to imply she actually knocked him out, I don't think that's what happened anyway. But Mr. Fantastic's mask gets damaged, so he's like unable to, I guess, act as per usual. And then as for Sue, as far as I'm aware, and I'm not appealing to the comics, but it sounds like, you know, this comment isn't she the most powerful member of the Fantastic Four, like canonically?
She is, yeah.
And her
like,
powers,
the force fields and everything.
It depends on your preference as a writer, but as far as I'm aware, there are several iterations of Sue Storm that has telekinesis, not just
I'm
shields.
pretty sure she can even fly with the force fields, like create a force fields and then fly around. So
this version of her, she's able to pick people up and throw them. That's something she can do.
Yeah.
It's fine with me.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no issue there. The broader issue is whether or not Sue is interesting at all, which we can talk about a little bit more.
Well, and in terms of Sue's power level, there'll be something to talk about in the third act. But as Sue temporarily disabling the Silver Surfer by tossing her into lava is fine with me. It doesn't take too long for the Surfer to get back out.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, basically they start to fly towards the neutron star. The ship loses its hull integrity, and Reed tells Sue to turn the ship invisible. And so what you see from the Silver Surfer's perspective is that she's chasing after the ship, but it's just the FTL engine, and then it starts to break apart because the ship detached at some point and flew away, and so she just fucking flies into the gravity well. I find it really funny. It's like, what were you doing? Like, how did this happen? How did you manage to get tricked so easily?
I'm not sure.
She's not smart.
I don't know. If I see a black hole, I'm going the other way.
Yeah, probably.
Sorry,
especially,
do you think
I'm just
flying,
not going anywhere near it.
They try to show it like she's kind of blinded by all of the debris and everything. It's like, but you don't seriously think that they're trying to fly into it, right? They're obviously not going to do that. So why would you fly towards it?
Would she?
You gotta get them
so if
with their hands.
Are we supposed to believe that she is like, oh god, those idiots, they're flying into the black hole, I gotta go grab the baby before it gets killed because of their stupidness?
Are they gonna try and purposefully kill the baby in a black hole because of spite or something? I don't know.
It's also worth noting earlier that she nearly got him. Like, before they went into the wormhole, she very nearly managed to grab Sue, but, you know, just conveniently, luckily, they managed to get it. But that's it for her. She falls into it, and she's flooping, and she's getting big mad about getting trapped in the gravity well. And so they start to slingshot around the star, but Ben tells Reed they don't have enough fuel to make it back to Earth. So he says they slingshot around it, but they need to make it to 0.88 the speed of light. I don't know why this would.
Yeah,
they don't have the FTL drive. Like, even if they get that fast, it seems like the drive is kind of essential. So I don't even see how this will work. I feel like they're just screwed.
Yeah, I mean, if you needed an FTL drive to get there within a reasonable time frame, then just going at 0.8 the speed of light is going to add years, if not centuries, depending on how far you've actually already traveled to get back. So it goes from being a mission that takes a month to a mission that could take multiple lifetimes. because
I-
you're going faster than light to get there and 0.8 the speed of light to get back. That's a huge
It's going to
distance
take
in
you like 4
interstellar
years
times.
at least, because they're in a
But
different. They're in a
that
different.
entirely
star
depends
system.
on at this point. It entirely depends on how far away we actually are. I don't know that the movie
Well,
tells us
4
that.
years
I
is the
forgot.
absolute minimum because that's the closest star to Earth is Alpha Centauri. That's about 4 light years away. I think it's safe to assume they're a lot further than that. So, yeah, actually, that's a good point.
We can't account for
Yeah,
the
if they're
wormhole,
going-
though.
But then what's the? But they don't have the FTL drive.
Well, so
So
maybe
if they
I'm
don't-
giving the film the benefit of the doubt here, but my presumption was that they needed to reach 0.8 of light speed or whatever it is in order to jump back into like the wormhole slipstream,
Then what's
and
the
then
point?
from then
what's
on
the
they're
point?
good.
The wormhole,
What's the point
I
of the
think, is only
FTL
created.
drive,
I
though?
think the
Yeah.
point
Because
was
it's
the
not a wormhole
FTL
next to
drive.
Earth that they can
The
use.
FTL
Yeah,
drive creates
exactly.
the wormhole. So without
Yeah,
the FTL
and they've
drive,
lost the FTL drive. So I
If
think
that's
the
how it works,
conclusion
then
is.
yeah, then you're
I
right.
think this is what we're meant to conclude, basically. They use the FTL drive to get there, but after it gets destroyed, they need to get to, 88 miles per hour in order to, like, create almost like a new wormhole, even without the FTL drive. Because they make the effect of them going into the wormhole, but they can't be. They're going 0.88. So it's going to take them, like, 50 years or something to get back. They're all just going to die in deep space.
more than that. Apparently, I did just look it up. The nearest known neutron star to Earth is 400 light years away.
Ah, nice.
So,
All right.
I don't think they're
This
getting
is a
back.
different. This is a different universe. This is Earth
Oh,
828.
a good point. Yeah, there could be
So
one next door.
This, by the
So
way,
there's a
this
neutron
fucking
star right
solves
next door.
everything. So
Wait,
don't
no,
even
no,
think of
Different
No,
universe.
it doesn't. Hold on.
Physics
universe.
doesn't matter anymore.
If they're that close to Earth that they can get back by traveling at 0.8 of light speed in however long it takes, then doesn't that mean that the black hole should be affecting Earth? Like, I don't. My
Well,
knowledge
yeah,
of
you
black
think
holes is
so.
not that precise,
I mean,
but
technically it is universal gravitation, but in the sense, in this, no, because, yeah, if it's 40 light years away, that is close cosmically, quite close cosmically for
400
a
light
black
years
years
hole,
away.
right? Oh, I mean, still
I
then,
mean,
yeah.
if
400
we
still, yeah.
assume it's the same as it doesn't make any sense, I think is what we're getting at here.
Why is it that
But
they
it's
did
okay,
all of
they-
this
they
crazy
work.
shit instead of just establishing that a piece of
Plant
technology was to
flames.
create a little, like, projection, and then they make her make the ship invisible with the FTL drive, and then they project a fake vision of their own ship going into the black hole. That they could have just done that. As technology goes, that's pretty low on the scale compared to what they've got.
These nitpicks are so superficial, dude. This is the plot.
This is how they
just
get
like
back
the
to
story.
Earth.
Yeah,
This is how they get back
This
to
is it.
Earth. They felt the need to try and come up with a reason to make it make sense as to how they can get back to Earth without it. So it is completely fair game for us to try and pick it apart. This is the rules that
Yep.
they decided to make. They chose
If you
to
find
do this.
yourself, like, in defense of a movie, if you find yourself saying that the concept of time is a nitpick, then you probably need better defenses for the film.
like it's look, all right. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
They're gonna make some money off of this movie, maybe. So they don't worry about it. It's all good.
like
Man, I
to
felt
just
like
to
I
be
had,
clear,
a good
this
point that just disappeared from my brain. Damn,
Oh, sorry.
I hate when that happens.
What
like
were you
this
saying,
this
Random?
stuff that I was going to say, like, all this stuff that we're discussing about time and space and black holes and all the rest of it, this is the kind of thing that the writers should have done. And you can guarantee that they would have been probably raising these questions and then deciding, no, we don't need to worry about that, it doesn't matter. Or, oh, well, if we do with that, then we've got to change this. So they just decided not to, which essentially means that they didn't put the effort in that was necessary.
Oh, I remember.
So it's not,
Um,
go for it.
there was a line where as they were escaping the destroyed planet and the Galactus ship, they were they hook back onto the FTL ring, and Ben says where they're going or what the coordinates will be, and Reed just says go anywhere. That seems like an extremely like you just jump in anywhere with your FTL drive? Anywhere. Just anywhere? Is that you would already know where the Earth is. So why would you say just jump anywhere? And I don't understand that brief exchange that they have when they were escaping.
I
It's
think
the whole
that may have
anywhere but
been
here meme.
that may have been what was making me
we're-
think that they were trying to zap themselves into the wormhole. So it doesn't matter where you're trying to go, as long as you achieve a certain speed, you will zap yourself into the wormhole.
Lose
Well,
and then lose the Silver Surfer.
just for the whole discussing this, be mad at the writers for making us like they brought all of this into the story. They didn't have to.
That's the thing, because you don't have to do this at all. You can be as
conversation.
precise and specific as you want with the scientific concepts you use to tell your story. And if you go and start using specific ones, which imply certain specific things, then it's absolutely fair to say that this isn't how it works. You don't have to. Like, Star Wars at no point introduces wormhole travel, time dilation, or anything like that. It just gives you hyperspace, and that's the rule that the universe operates by. It's really simple. It's how you get long distances quick. You can do things around it, but you know that you're not expecting real-life physics from Star Wars. If you don't want people to expect anything even approaching real-life physics, then don't try and make us expect it. Don't use these words. Don't use these concepts. Or just write a different way if you do want to use them. There's no reason they had to get rid of the FTL drive, as has been mentioned.
No, yeah.
You could do anything else with the premise that you've given us, and you've given us a broken one, so that's their fault.
I'm kind of thinking, is the reason why they did all of this because they knew that if they used the jump points that the MCU is already familiar with, that then they wouldn't be able to have the slow ticking clock in the third act,
Yeah,
maybe?
I think that's a large part of it, I suspect, because you can't have it be instant, because then the question just becomes, well, why can't Galactus do that?
Even though the Galactus shit is
Yeah,
broken
exactly.
as well, like as we
Yes.
that really lost me. I was having trouble following all the black hole shit, but when they were just like, Galactus is at Jupiter, I was like, what? Like, why? When did that?
Already?
Jesus. Yeah, I was like, oh my god.
We're like he's instantly gone 99.9999999% of the way.
9999. It really is one of those cases. If you guys do realize that the solar system is fucking minuscule compared to the distances between solar systems, the distances between stars. If he's already at Jupiter, it is basically like he's pulling into the garage after, like,
Yeah.
the 10-hour road trip, He's already there. It is particularly funny when he gets to the moon. It's like, you've done it again. The moon is considerably closer to Earth than Mars is to Earth.
Yeah.
Like, that, again, relatively is like pulling into the garage after a trip. And it would also, I can't jump ahead on the moon thing. Anyway, so, yeah, so Sue's, she's trying to give birth, and Reed's comforting her, saying that there's nothing wrong with their son, and Sue frantically says everything's going to change, but Reed promises nothing will change. Remember, it's a little role reversal. That's what she said in the beginning of the movie. Now he's saying it to her.
Like poetry.
Something I liked.
Yeah, that's right. It rhymes.
As a line, actually, it was when they were initially escaping, and they're in the, when it's what prompts Johnny to get on the turret. Sue says, it just the camera focuses on her. She's like, "Johnny, kill her," and I was like, "Oh, that's fair." Like, in terms of, like, I felt it was appropriately stark as a command. Like, these movies tend to seem that they want to avoid it, and I like that even he's kind of like, "Wait, what?" And she says, "She's trying to take your nephew. Kill her." I kind of appreciated how that's kind of realistic, and I would be 100% behind it too. The space alien is trying to capture your unborn nephew. Fucking kill it. We're not screwing around.
It seems otherwise uncharacteristic of them, but appropriate in this scenario, which is what does kind of make it stand out as a line.
Yeah, I think I was struck by how it was surprising to me as like a line, just outright kill her. But at the same time, I was like, no, that's appropriate. You really should.
Your day would get better. It would improve.
So, the ship slingshots around the neutron star, and as that happens, Sue gives birth to Franklin, and they're all looking. It's like, hey, look, it's Franklin. There he is. Hopefully, he's not evil. All things considered, given the context of this whole situation. But
well,
yeah, and then
comes out like, "Father, I wish to eat a planet."
Then it's awkward because they return to Earth after a month-long trip, which means that Franklin spent the first, not only like some amount of time, during the pregnancy, but the first couple of weeks of his life in zero gravity, which I assume is not super good for your bones, but
What if he's a
Like, actually-
cosmic being that eats planets?
Why did they do this? What? So his bones are all good, but they don't know that. You know, they don't know that that would help.
Imagine Reed like
I'm just
offers
saying,
some rocks to him.
I have
Like,
to
you
assume-
hungry?
But anyway, they return to Earth, and humanity greets them enthusiastically, and they address the press, and they ask him how they defeated Galactus. Reed is speechless, which prompts Ben to say, "We didn't," and Johnny adds, "Not yet." So naturally, people are, huh? So what's the deal? And then Reed says that Galactus offered to spare the Earth in exchange for Franklin, and they said no, obviously. But they're growing agitated, because all of them basically, from this point on, you would have a question of like, well, surely there would be a lot of people that would wonder, like, why would we assume that there's any deal that you could cut with essentially Cthulhu? Like, why would we assume that this is a deal that would be honored? But basically, from this point onward, like, it is accepted that this deal is just real. Galactus is a man of his word, essentially.
Yeah.
The conclusion is yes, if Franklin got surrendered to Galactus, that would save everybody.
Even though,
So naturally, that's what everybody's minds are being drawn to.
if they'd said like, oh, so it was very official and, you know, civil, right? They're like, well, we kind of left destroying his house, beating up his main bodyguard, and separated his tubes that power him. I don't even know. He seemed pretty angry, actually. It's like, the deal's on the table, though? It's like, yeah, the deal's on the table. Yeah, sure.
I just don't understand why on
And
earth
also,
they
as we
would ever
pointed out
tell
in chat,
anyone.
that-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maths? We need maths.
Yep.
Do we need the maths, Fringy?
Oh, maybe, but yes, you're right. Why would they tell anybody? Like, this is
Well-
not good. Like, what do you think that they're gonna say in response to that?
Yeah. It
That baby's
reminded me
gotta
of the Dark Knight, where like the Joker is like, you need to kill this particular guy, otherwise I'll blow up a hospital or whatever it is. Like, the Fantastic Four essentially do that to themselves by saying he wants our baby, and if you give our baby to Galactus, he won't destroy the world. And no one then tries to, you know, steal the baby, even though that's exactly what I was expecting to happen.
Well, the thing about it is it's very movie sort of logic too, because they wouldn't go straight into a fucking press conference when they arrive from space. They'd obviously go through a whole bunch of like health checks, or, you know, they would speak to someone's official. Isn't there any leaders of this actual planet that would like to speak to them first, debriefing
like
sort of
president or
stuff?
prime minister.
There's
Anyone?
the one
The
who
United
seems
States,
No,
to
it's-
be
it's
like
the
the
press-
president
no,
of the
it's the-
UN. But
it's the press
but
in the
then
lobby.
she's the one who organizes the press conference, is the one who seems to be like the non-Fantastic Four leader of the world. But she immediately pulls them
It
out and
seems
says,
like
"Hey,
she's
go
just
give
their
a speech."
assistant.
Yeah,
I think she's just their assistant. I don't think we're meant to conclude that she's actually like.
a leader
I think
of
she's
anything.
just Sue's assistant, basically.
I just,
No.
Yeah, like,
it's
I
so
think,
reckless
not
to just
actually a world
wander
leader.
out and start saying shit like, yeah, the space god wants to eat our baby, but we'd rather it eat Earth. Bye.
Well, and,
It's like,
and again,
what?
it is a bit because you bring up the whole quarantine thing, but I mean that's what happened to NASA astronauts when they came back from space. They like went into quarantine for a while.
I'm saying, like, who knows what,
Yeah,
what
isn't that
could have
picture of,
happened
like,
to all
Nick
of them.
Walking to Armstrong.
And you actually you have
like
to
a
actually stick them in
quarantine
wheelchairs, right? As soon as they get off the ship, because like the gravity is such and your muscles
Got the
deteriorate and atrophy.
atrophy.
Because so like most people spend a lot of time in wheelchairs rehabilitating themselves and reacclimatizing themselves when they get out. Because gravity ain't actually, zero gravity isn't that good for you, as it turns out. But babies are fine. I'm just like, there's an alternate movie where they leave Sue at home with the baby, and then there's an argument because it's like, you can't leave, the baby is coming, and he says, Mr. Fantastic says, I have to go because the fate of the Earth is at stake. And they go, they negotiate with Galactus. Galactus already knows about the baby because that's why he's targeting Earth.
Yeah.
They escape, they come back, and then they don't tell the public anything, and then they go back, and Sue's like, I can tell there's something you're not telling me. And he says, there was an option. He wanted the kid. Obviously, I said no. And then there's another argument. And then you reduce, like, the stakes of the conflict become familial. The rest of the world is going along in sort of happy ignorance at all this kind of stuff. Because everything they do from this point onwards would have happened anyway. The plan is, to try to fucking teleport the Earth for some reason. That you don't need the public dissatisfaction. I understand what the movie thought it was doing with it, but I think it would have been way more powerfully expressed within the family than between like humanity in general and the family.
Wait, someone said, what average citizen would try and fight the Fantastic Four to kidnap their baby? It's like, bro, you'd be surprised what humans are willing to do if you say the whole Earth is going to
Everyone.
get destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the
A lot
consequences
of
are that you
people.
do nothing, you will die, which everyone on Earth believes, you're going up against Superman and trying to steal his baby.
Yeah, I can imagine them being like, can't take all of us. Fucking ransack the tower, get
Yeah.
him.
Probably the most
Yeah, so,
interesting aspect of the plot that could be explored with characters. I'm sure they'll really, really delve deep into that as a concept and the world's reaction to it and what they feel.
So, one journalist asked Reed, "Are we safe?" And he says, "I don't know." And they're all very concerned about that. Like, oh my goodness, he doesn't know? What does that mean?
Get his
So,
baby.
yeah. So, I guess at some point later, Silver Surfer returns to Galactus's ship and apologizes for failing him. And then Galactus reiterates that he needs to get Franklin. And Silver Surfer mutters, "But he's just a baby." It's like, what? You destroy planets, lady.
I
Like,
don't
what are
even-
you doing?
It's not even.
Like,
what? Why would she? Was she not there when he explained the logic? Hello? The baby's got the power cosmic. She knows what that is. That's incredible. It's like, it was just a baby. It's like, bro, what? What? Why are you saying stupid henchman questions and then she gets stupid henchman punished?
Well,
Telekinesis.
I do.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, what?
Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Telekinesis?
No, the telekinesis only works on
Hold
its
on a
own
second.
henchman.
Well, she just finished her mission where she failed. She had to like chase after them in the wormhole and steal the baby. So she was fully on board at that point with abducting a baby. Then she spent I don't know how long inside a black hole because of time dilation.
78
And I
years,
guess she-
fuck it.
Yeah, and then she came to her senses and then was like, yeah, "Hey, Galactus, I like babies now."
I like the idea that she spent ages getting back and he was just sitting in his little throne going, Shala, you there? What happened?
You forgot to tell me where Earth is.
What's going
She's
on?
going because that's what it's like to be stuck.
You
in a
won't
black
pick up her
hole.
phone.
What happened? Did I upset her in some way?
It's
I
been
didn't
4
mean to.
minutes. She hasn't responded to her text.
I should have
This
more
is
Is the
henchmen.
implication supposed to be that he can't go anywhere unless she's there? Because what happens if she changed her mind on any other mission, or if she got lost, or if like the planet found the way to stop her? Is he just stuck in space waiting
Well-
for her to stick a pin in Google Maps?
It can't be because we find out later that he was doing the whole planet eating thing before he recruited her.
Yeah. So why is he waiting for her?
I don't know.
And what purpose does she serve? Like he can just do it without her. Like why?
Well, why doesn't he have more
Eye
surfers?
candy.
That's true. Yeah. Why not have multiple Silver Surfers? Why not just eat every planet? Does she pick out the best
Yeah,
ones?
dude.
Because that is supposed to be what she does in the comics again, right? It's like she identifies the planets based on some criteria I don't know because I don't read comics. But like that's not established as being the thing she does in this film. She just turns up and tells people they're fucked.
Well,
But there's no explanation as to why those particular planets are chosen.
yeah, they say she chooses, but they don't really give us anything. It seems it's just random. It's just like, yeah, you're next. Fuck you. Which is kind of funny, right? Like,
care, but it appeared, yeah.
if well, she must care in some way, shape, or form in order to reach her. So why would she ever choose populated planets unless she has to?
He's a dick.
And- Unless Galactus because I've seen the fucking movie and I still don't know why Galactus needs to eat planets. But maybe he needs to eat them. He has to eat less planets if they're full of biological matter. Maybe.
But the amount of biological matter on a planet is like minuscule compared to like
And
it's
like there are lots of planets
tiny.
with life on
Yeah.
them. So like the universe is full of populated planets, and yeah, there's no explanation for it.
Well,
I
'cause
don't think
he-
there'll ever be one.
I think the film does imply that that's the case, though, because later on, when he arrives on Earth, he picks up like a handful of like trees and dirt and stuff, sniffs it,
He's,
He does
as
a
if to be
sniff,
like,
yeah.
"Oh, this is." I mean, yeah, like
oh, this is
I'm
that good
looking forward
shit.
to eating this planet. Yeah,
Oh, this is that good
it's.
shit.
So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, as for why he eats planets, why he eats those planets, how she chooses them, not in the film.
Yeah,
Would have been interesting to know.
I don't get it. But yeah, he grabs her and is and just explains that again basically the same thing that he said before, that Franklin will be able to absorb Galactus's hunger and then allow him to die basically. He's like a Mr. Meeseeks at this point, I guess. So the four are discussing what they should do in the lab, and Reed's he says conventional weapons won't work on Galactus, which they do work on his ship. So
Well, they work
But
on
yeah, he
him.
doesn't
The
think they'll
Human
work,
Torch
and,
works on him. Fucking Reed
Ow, my
uses a
eyes,
stick on
fire.
him, and it works. Conventional
That's- yeah,
weapons
so conventional
absolutely
weapons
work on
definitely do
Galactus.
work.
They probably shouldn't, but they do.
So yeah, I don't really know why he said
Well, you have.
Yeah,
There's
they
no reason to
probably
believe that a
shouldn't
nuke would not
allow-
work on him, but I guess the entire world has demilitarized.
Okay, throw rocks if you have to. Just do something.
Oh, that might work.
It might.
You'd eat them.
Why are you throwing food at
He'd
me?
sniff them. Yeah.
Piece of candy.
Nom nom nom. I love rocks.
that. So Johnny suggests that they leave, but Ben points out Silver Surfer is faster than their ship. Though I guess they could just do the wormhole, the that again. But also, like, how would she even find them? Like, does she have any way of actually tracking them?
Well-
assume they're going back to Earth.
Yes and no, I think, is the answer
No,
to
but
that question,
I mean, if
depending
they
on what the
like
movie
left
needs.
immediately, like if they fled at this point, presumably it would be fine. But yeah, I guess not. And then he points out that Galactus would destroy the Earth anyway. It's like, yeah, that's also a big problem that you got to deal with. And Reed says that based on the samples that Herbie collected, it could take a decade to understand what Galactus is.
All right.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess he's made out of super
Yeah.
secret space stuff that
Made
they've
out
never
of
seen
secret
before.
stuff.
I guess so.
Super secret
Then
space
Reed
stuff. huh?
frantically says, "You know, I have nothing. If we could solve something, anything, any link in the chain, Archimedes, the law of levers. Give me a lever and a place to stand, and I will move the Earth. We need a lever." This is a weird thing that he gets fixated on.
Yeah, they said
Is,
there's a bunch.
is the law of levers. Like this is really, yeah. He really cares about that. So they all got to find a lever.
I guess it's just a writing way to be like, how would a math nerd talk about how they need a lead or something to start with to do something? They're like, oh, that's what a math nerd might equate that to, and reads that.
Yeah, Archimedes. He's like a math guy.
Archimedes is the
Yeah,
owl
Archimedes.
from Sword in the Stone.
Didn't Archimedes build
That's
the
a reference.
Archimedes built the
Yeah, I
Dial of
fucking love that
Destiny,
movie.
didn't he?
Ooh.
Yes, he did.
He did.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
him.
Was that a time
Maybe-
machine? I can't remember.
It was a
It's-
compass
it's
to a trans-dimensional time rift in the sky.
Rift in the sky. Yeah,
Ooh.
that's literally correct. Yes.
Oh my
He knew
god, does
about
that mean
the-
Fantastic Four is referencing that? Because that's what they end up trying to do.
Maybe.
The Greeks were very smart. Okay.
So yeah, so Johnny is he's translating the Silver Surfer language because he was able to match the phrase that Silver Surfer said to one of the transmissions. He now believes that he can figure out the rest of it. I don't know if it works like that. He calls it a Rosetta Stone. It's like, dude, it's like one sentence. But okay, maybe that is how it works. Maybe all you need is one sentence.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit of a
Maybe if
leap
it's
to
it's a
crack a hole.
sufficiently.
I don't know. If the whole team worked on this for a while, maybe I could buy it. But just Johnny, it just felt like, especially with, it's so weird that it's kept secret. Why? Oh, Reed's got too much going on. It's like he's Reed Richards.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't know. It's
you-
3 syllables. I just don't think that's enough to translate a whole language if all you have to work with is 3 syllables.
I just got to mention as well, like a lot of like the aesthetics of the technology and stuff in this film. Like it looks cool. I like it, I guess. But why are they using physical vinyl discs instead of hard drives? Like that is just worse in every possible way. It's expensive. You can't back it up, and it's slow.
Have you
I guess it's just how they're.
accounted for how vinyls are cool?
Yeah, it's the
Touche.
Guess
60s.
that's just how their technology progressed. They got black and white
Yeah,
TV
60s.
screens on the streets, but also they can teleport objects.
60s, retro future. Shut the fuck up. It's cool, damn it.
By the
I
way,
mean, I
thought this
guess
was a
like you could have a system where you say on this Earth, this one thing was invented or this one thing wasn't invented that differentiates it from us. It's like the Fallout timeline is that in the microchip was never invented in 19 whatever, and that's part of like what splits it, and that's why their technology goes a different way than ours, and it's different and everything because they didn't invent that one thing. And so you could play around with stuff like that, but I mean sometimes it's weird, but I don't know. I don't know enough about microchips and how they're made and processed and how they came about to offer much on it. If that's how it is, I guess that's
Yeah,
how it
I've got no
is.
idea.
Instead of hard drives, they've got physical data storage. Like, all right, I guess that's how their universe was.
It just stuck out as really weird because earlier in the film, he's got the stuff up on like his computer screen, which I think was one of the first transmissions that they received, and then he backs it up onto a vinyl disc. Like, he's already evidently got it stored digitally, so what possible reason would there be to put it on a vinyl disc?
Maybe their vinyl discs work different than ours in terms of their accuracy and how much you could put on there, and the readers are different. Something.
Maybe it just
'Cause
sounds more
Just
authentic.
so-
Hmm.
Yeah,
it could be.
you
It
get
has
the-
got that
yeah.
crackle, yeah.
I saw someone
Crackle's where
mention
the soul is.
that someone still thinks the movie's a coward regarding Galactus because they had him on a big old throne with a machine that destroys Earth, or rather planets, as opposed to a guy floating in space who, like, you know, consumes through a. I'm not familiar enough with the
Straw?
iterations of him. I mean, why not, right? But I
He drinks the
know
oceans.
there's like versions, I think, where he'll land on a planet and just sink into its core and then blow it up from within, sort of thing, absorbing energy. But I don't know enough about the versions of Galactus to be able to say whether or not this was cowardice. But obviously they made him quite dark. They didn't want to lean into. They're still, you can tell they're still kind of eerie on the whether or not they want to commit to comic designs. They'll give him, you know, space where they think it works, but like the line has been moved because Galactus is not bright in this. He's very dark purples, very dark. You know, just I mean the environment he's in is a lot of people have complimented it. I don't know how authentic it is to the source, but it is interesting to think about because like the machine he has is just like a big grinding thing, and I guess it then pulls into those ports into the back of his body, which power him up. It's kind of like, huh? Is that how that works?
Yeah, because we see some of the mechanism, when we're in the
I
ship.
guess.
The little channels where it takes all the stuff and turns it into a fine planet paste for him to suck up through his back holes.
It's an upgrade from the fog
Those
cloud.
back holes, exactly.
Calls him as a
I
suit.
guess. Yeah.
He's got back holes.
So yeah, it's at this point that that Galactus' ship enters the solar system and passes Jupiter. So it's like shit, he's like nearly there, but it's gonna take him
He's
like another
basically
week to
there, yeah.
arrive, basically. But he's not. It's gonna still take a while, like a few days at least. I don't get it. He traveled across the star system so quickly, but then he just gets there really slow. I thought he was hungry. That's what he said. He's got to eat, but okay, there he goes, moving slowly. And then we see that there's a mass of protesters that have assembled outside the Baxter building, and that there are people on the news that are saying that that Franklin ought to be surrendered, basically, to save the world. Everybody's getting a lot more agitated, which brings us to I guess an important scene. So Reed, they're all sitting there, sort of wondering about like what to do, and Reed tells the others that people are beginning to hate them in Franklin because they may die owing to the choice that the four have made. And Reed continues and he says, "Right now we don't have a workable plan. The clock is ticking, so their plan looks good. It's mathematical, it's ethical, and it's available." And Sue asks Reed what he's saying, and Reed replies, "I'm not saying anything." And Franklin just starts crying over the monitor, and Sue's pissed off. So they're about to have an argument.
Well, she like the scene plays out as though she thinks that he's saying it because it's what he thinks. When the obvious answer is, no, I'm just explaining what they think. But then if he said that, maybe there wouldn't have been an argument, and the script needs an argument at this particular
I think
point.
he explains himself pretty well, but it just doesn't matter, unfortunately. So, because Sue heads to Franklin's room. Maybe it'd be worth just sort of going over all the dialogue. So, she heads to Franklin's room to comfort him, and then Reed explains that he would never give up Franklin to Galactus, but Sue believes that Reed thought about it. And so Reed says, it's my job to think terrible things so that terrible things don't happen. And Sue says, that's not your job, that's you. Reed accepts this and states, I don't dream, I don't wonder. I invite the worst possible thing into my head to figure out how to hurt them before they hurt anybody else. And Sue says, sometimes you being you hurts me. And Reed very quietly says, well, I don't mean to.
Yeah, not great for her,
So,
this scene. Pretty
yeah, I
good
mean,
for him.
No.
Yeah.
If it... Because
it's a bit awkward, isn't it?
Well,
Because he's just saying, like, a whole bunch of things that are actually, like, kind of, like, really based that he owns that. Like, yeah, I think bad things to stop bad things from happening. And it's like, well, that's fuck you, bro. I don't like that.
Would have been nice
Yeah,
for her
but
to
how about
have
how I
had
feel?
any appreciation of what he's trying to do. He's trying to solve an impossible problem, basically. And she's just like, yeah, well, it's upsetting me. It's like, okay, thanks, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's
Thanks,
just like
Sue.
she's just it's just the hormones. So like she's got postpartum depression is the reason she's acting irrationally. Because the only way around it is like if you want this argument to be in your script and you want it to have a bit more meaning in a way that doesn't reflect badly on her, then you kind of need him to be genuinely considering it himself, or at least like contemplating the idea, presenting the options dispassionately, as in he's not committed not to doing it. Because you know, there is a really potentially fascinating moral debate that you could be having through these characters here. Like, what do you do in this situation? Is it really right that for the sake of our family, we're going to send everybody else's family to die in Galactus's mouth? Like, you could have that conversation.
Yeah.
But we aren't really going to have that conversation. We don't have time for that conversation. So he's not considering it, but she's reacting as though he is.
It's not even that they're not considering it. It's that they're not stating the dilemma that they have been presented with in the way that it has been presented. Because right now, unless they are able to stop Galactus, the options are baby dies or baby and everyone else dies, which means the baby's dead anyway. But they don't ever address that.
It's true. If the planet's gone, we're exactly like, are you going to sit on the ship forever, I guess?
Yeah, so there's a line where I believe, I can't remember which character it is that says it, but someone says that I'm not gonna sacrifice my baby to save the Earth, but I'm also not gonna sacrifice the Earth to save my baby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That-
that's coming up.
She goes out
That's
Yeah,
later.
to the crowd,
that just
yeah.
that just doesn't make any sense unless you're suggesting that the baby is just gonna live in space forever. Which, I mean, I guess this particular baby could do, but...
What I'm trying to say isn't even that I think the dialogue from her end is like out of character, because I think it kind of lines up with. I don't think Sue is well served by this film, and that's kind of where I would prefer to aim it. I wish they'd given her better dialogue, like something more meaningful as a response, or that bolsters both of their positions, or at least shows some effort to understand the sacrifices that Reed's making mentally to try and get this to work. Because there's an angle of interpretation that him just stating it's mathematical, ethical, and available, like that, you know, without following up with, but it would never happen, or that it's only ethical from their point of view, it's not an ethical thing to do in general, or from our perspective. Like, leaving it open, I get why she would have bitten on it, but it's sad, I think, that they didn't give her character the chance to sort of reach any kind of equilibrium with him, instead to just be like, you being you hurts me. It's like, oh, okay. And then, of course, you could be like, well, what if it gets worked in, you know, for something more in the future of the movie? It's like, well, that would have been nice.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like in this scene, like Reed's interesting and Sue's not. It
Yeah, it's
feels
real
like it's
shame.
that simple. Yeah, a little
I mean,
bit.
even the
Because I don't know, man. Like Sue's like consistently boring in these Fantastic Four movies. Like, I don't know what the problem is. Like, why can't she be interesting? Why are the other three always more interesting than her? You know?
Yeah, just and plus, just not even it wouldn't even have to be a conversation that's just between Reed and her. It could be a conversation where the other two come in and hear it, or they say, you know, no, you can't have this alone. This is all of us. You don't get to discuss this in private. Like I mean, we're kind of involved in this too, and maybe they get pushy about it, or maybe it causes some real rift between the team, or maybe Ben and Johnny are just like, man, if we don't come up with something, we're gonna have to take Susan's baby and give it to Galactus to save the fucking planet. And they don't want to, but they feel it's something they might have to do. And there's so much you could do with this idea, because you can understand how a new mother would be like extremely protective of her baby, but then there's like that, how far does that really go until it becomes just actual madness? Um, and it's like, how does that clash with everyone else, and how does society look at them? And but that whole part of the film just doesn't exist at all. Like, from the outside looking in, how they really feel. People are just kind of upset a little bit, but then she says, "Let's get along. We're one big family," and then that's that. And I was like, "Oh, you fucking cowards!"
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that's because that is the next scene. Basically,
Yeah.
is the rousing speech, which I guess this is what. Because I've seen a lot of people say that Sue is the heart of the film. It's like, man, it's Reed though. Like, he's the most interesting character in the movie. You know, like, it's not even close as far as I'm concerned. Like, and I feel like it's just as simple as that Reed, the film perceives Reed as having flaws, like shortcomings, things that he's not so good at, whereas Sue is just like kind of just, from the film's perspective, just well adjusted basically and correct all the time. And it's like, man, it's just not very interesting though, is it? But yeah, okay, sure. The rousing speech. So she goes outside, introduces everybody to Franklin before expositing her backstory. And it's all about family, I guess. So she says that her family was torn apart by an accident, and that her father, though imperfect, did his best and wanted them to be together because that's what family is. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself. It's about having something bigger than yourself. And the four of us already do, because we have you. And then as Sue is explaining that her mother used to say, for you I would move heaven and earth, an idea is forming in Reed's mind. A fucking insane idea. But
An
look, right?
incredible
She's got
idea.
an astounding idea. But
And
you look, right? So Sue says, we will face this together, we will fight this together, and we will defeat this together as a family. And everybody stands up and cheers. Not everybody. There's a couple of people who cheer, and then they all just go home. Which is pretty funny. It's like, this is not a speech. If the world is about to be ended, it's like, yeah, nice debate strategy, but like, you haven't changed anything. Like, the situation is still exactly the same as it was.
No, Susan
It's
Storm
like, yeah, we'll figure
destroyed
it
the
out
people of New
together.
York in the marketplace of ideas. All right, they didn't stand a chance.
That's right, yeah. So,
She's
you might be wondering, what is Reed's plan? What is it? Oh, did you want to say anything about that speech and
No,
how inspiring it was?
I don't know. I think this might have been the moment where I actually like seriously like checked out as the movie being a serious film. Cause like any little hope I had about them doing so, like, okay, we did a bunch of goofy Galactus stuff in order to get to like what is the central core of the movie, which is this debate between Reed and Susan and all these other people about what they're gonna do with the baby and society and stuff. And I realized, oh, we're just wrapping that up now. That's literally all we're gonna do with it, I suppose. Okay, I paid for my ticket. Maybe we'll get some cool visuals or something. I don't know.
It's
This
just
just
it's
it
a
was just so lame and cowardly, and it was so lazy. That's just,
It is
"Nope, we're
very
all one big
lazy is the
family."
word for it, right? Because that's the idea. So the appeal is like it's not our family against the world. The world is all one big family, and so we will solve this problem together. Even though that is not a solution to the problem, that's just dying together. Which I understand what it was going for. I think we're all one family. We're in it together. Fairly simple. Not a huge amount of ambiguity with it. But you can't really like have that as being like the satisfactory conclusion if you've just told us that there's fucking riots in London because it's another Saturday, and then there's another bunch of people rioting all over the world, and people are really
There's a
unhappy.
Galactus
He's making the
cult.
speech to like there's a Galactus cult climbing Mount Everest for some
Tell this.
fucking
I want to know.
reason.
I want to know their
That's so
story.
funny.
I want to learn
Like,
about the
what?
Galactus cult. And what happens to the Galactus cult after they defeat
It's funny
Galactus?
because
What
I
do
think
they
I
do?
think it shows them dressing. It shows them dressing up like Galactus, even though none of them should know what he looks like.
They got the
Nobody's
video
ever said
footage,
that
it's
they're all
fine.
dressed up like him. I'm pretty sure they. I'm pretty sure they are dressed in purple. Yeah, with like the helmet and everything.
If that's the case,
Yeah.
that's
Pretty
fucking
silly.
hilarious.
I want a story
Yeah,
of what
that's
happens
really
after
silly.
Galactus defeated, and then all of the Galactus cult has to come together and be like, "Well, what now?" And so there's like inner turmoil in the political hierarchy of the Galactus cult. Who leaves? Who stays? What do
Well,
they
they
do
just
with
move
their
on to the
lives?
next one. They morph into the Doom cult, which comes next.
The Doom, yeah, the Victor Von Doom cult,
That's
the
right.
Von
I mean,
Doomanites.
But so
Doom,
Reed's
Doom
plan-
Cult has more of a ring to it. I will say that.
Doom cult
Mhm.
cult is, it seems more descriptive than like an actual name, but Doom cult is, do you want to join Doom cult? Yeah, man, that sounds metal.
So this is Reed's plan. Now first Reed tells Sue that she solved the problem, which is funny. It's like, well, no, you did. This is your idea, all right? Take some credit for some of your ideas, all right, Reed? Jeez. So his idea is to move the Earth to some place where Galactus will never find them, using the prototype teleporter, which has thus far only moved an egg a few feet. They're
They're
gonna
gonna hide it
teleport
behind
Earth.
the moon, or to a different dimension.
Well, that's a funny part about the moon. But that's the plan. They're going to teleport it to some other place, and it will take Galactus a long time to find them. Millions of years, he thinks.
There is a little
How is he gonna help
animation.
That's the
Well,
plan.
moves?
They're going to teleport Earth.
Just teleport it behind Jupiter. It's bigger. You can just hide behind it.
There's a little animation where it shows that
right.
the moon would be included, but it obviously is not included when they do the actual thing, because
Yeah.
the seal that wraps around Earth obviously doesn't include the moon. It has nothing to do with the fucking moon. It's so weird. And the fact that they are desperately trying to conduct it,
Well,
like, you know, practicality now, I'm talking about when it's actually happening. If Galactus had arrived, like, slightly earlier, that means you just go with them? Did they account for that? Were
Yes.
they worried, like, or the Silver Surfer? She just happened to be, you know...
well, this is a bit awkward because before the teleportation happens, they show Galactus moving past the moon. So the moon ain't coming. It can't be.
It can't.
Because if it's enveloping the moon, it means
But
it
then-
would bring Galactus' ship.
You know
Which, of
why they
course,
included the moon
You
on
know,
the animation,
we need
though.
the moon.
Yeah, because they knew, the writers
Because
knew
of
that we
course you
need
need
the
to include
moon.
the moon.
Without the moon, it's a fucking
Yeah.
catastrophe. But then, of course, if you're smart enough to know that we need the moon, you should probably know why we need the solar system as it stands.
Well, yes, because there's a really awkward, because Reed goes on television to sort of provide a PSA on the plan. And he says, because they're going to build bridges around the entire world, so they need the whole world to do this. And I love how they show on the map that they're going to be building them in the Arctic Ocean as well, and Antarctica. It's like, dude, how are you going to do that? But then he adds that it would teleport
Platforms.
the Earth to a new solar system, in his words, within a 2% margin of the inhabitable zone. Why did you say that? Do you know what does that mean in space? A 2% difference? That changes everything. If the Earth
'Cause
was
the Earth-
2% closer to the sun, it'd be over. It would be done. It'd be no Earth.
I know the Earth fluctuates in its distance from the sun throughout the year. I don't know how big that
2%.
deviation. I don't know how big that deviation is, though.
2%.
We can
Like-
continue on how retarded this whole plan is, but I was just going to say, like, the obvious plan would have been first to fire everything that we have or develop weaponry to shoot at Galactus, because he's very much weak to conventional weaponry. But they've wiped that out and said, no, not possible. It's like, okay. Secondly,
Possible.
you can teleport Earth and the moon, particularly, to any given place that you choose. It's like, so why not teleport something into Galactus's brain?
Yeah,
Teleport a nuke into his
planet
brain.
Why not teleport shit
another
into his
ship
ship to
to his-
destroy it? Why not use your amazing technology in any other way instead of moving? It sounds like Dr.
Yeah.
Evil plans. I will
Teleport
teleport
10,000
Earth.
badgers into his lungs. Just
And
do
it doesn't, because
something.
like until this point, and they continue to describe this device as a bridge. The bridge has two ends. When they teleport the egg, it goes from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge. So AI, I
Right.
don't know how he can possibly identify another solar system and the 2% margin for error with habitability, and maybe or maybe not take the moon if you don't have a bridge there to send yourself to. B, I don't know how you expect that would make anything any different because the Silver Surfer found you anyway. The line in the movie is just like, we'll send it somewhere they will never find us, and you're just expected to accept that because fuck it, why not? Nothing about this makes any sense
It's
at all.
so,
but
like, you
there are
crack
these mistakes.
teleporting and your first thought is to teleport Earth? It was like, bro, we got other things we could try first.
Yeah.
It's like the
I mean,
difference in
why not build like 3 bridge devices in space on spaceships and create a hole that teleports Galactus's ship through it? Do that.
this would
Or
be
And
like
how the
You could
hell?
also turn it invisible because fucking Sue can turn things invisible. You could make a booby trap in space because you know that that's where he's going to be, and then teleport him somewhere else.
Yep, that's another option. They have a lot of options, but I mean, there's a fundamental problem of like, you could teleport an egg across a room, and you're going to scale that up to teleport a planet. How are you
Yeah,
going to
that is-
do that?
Same thing,
That is
really.
possibly the dumbest thing in the movie. And I mean, what the line saying that the difference between a planet and an egg is the size. That might be the dumbest line I've heard in a movie recently.
I think it actually
Um,
gets worse in context though, because like, so you've got that line, and then it's like, well, to transport the egg, it knocked out all the power within like a 10-block radius in the city. So we're gonna need, more. The problem is that you can't expand the energy absorption beyond the size of the thing you're extracting the energy from. So if an egg requires 10 blocks of New York City to power its teleportation, you can't have Earth times 10.
Think of the amount of
or
eggs
whatever
they're
the
moving on
actual
Earth.
ratio is.
I guess
Yeah,
I
you're
guess
moving
they
a planet,
are talking
and
about
the solution is, hey, let's just switch our light bulbs off for a night. That will do it.
I
No,
could like
no,
if
it
this
won't.
was if this was a kind of science fiction story where this is something that they knew would happen in hundreds of years based off of astronomy calculations, and it was already a sci-fi setting, and they like something like society had to change itself all around the globe for hundreds of years in order to store energy and do something to make this, and it was like this massive epic that was specifically dedicated to this. I think that'd be really cool and to be a completely different story. But the idea that this is just something we sort of just cooked up and invented that we're going to move the earth is like something from a Despicable Me film.
Yeah, it's
There's
as
no
fucking
way.
dumb as I'm gonna kidnap the moon or whatever it is. I'm gonna steal the
I'm gonna
moon.
just steal
It's-
the moon. No.
There are
It's
so
fun
many
and
ways this could go
B-movie
wrong.
Science fiction stuff, but the B movies tend to be B movies for a reason. They can be charming, but they don't tend to be great. That's why they remain as B movies, and I'm sure that is their inspiration. They'll tell you, yeah, but like this kind of thing happened all the time in 60s like pulp science fiction, so it's fine that it happens here now, which is kind of the same
But, like-
argument as, well, it was shit in the comics and so it's good now. It's just
But
no.
when Worlds Collide was like 1951, and that movie's like kind of neat, and I like it. And that's the whole premise of that film is we're just building a spaceship to send people off because the Earth's going to get destroyed by something that's coming. And the whole film is just around the premise of building a spaceship for that. And this is something on a much greater magnitude, and I just don't buy it. It's nonsense. There's no way.
It's funny is on the point of like the turning off the lights, because when this gets brought up, Sue says in what I'm confident is an ADR line, like, how long will they have to turn the lights off, factoring in that they have to keep building the bridges. I'm confident it's ADR, but it's so funny. It's like, oh shit, they need to like keep building the bridges, so they can't like turn off the power. Like, they can't turn off the power and then keep building the bridges, and somebody realized, like, oh fuck. And they don't even say how long they turn the lights off. It's just like some indeterminate amount of time.
It's
Like, oh,
it's
yeah, just
starting
for
at
the
8
night.
p.m. It's It's starting at 8 p.m. is
until
what one of the
sometime.
signs said.
Yeah, but we don't know when it ends. It's just some time. And of course, like,
Yeah.
how do they? Where are they putting that power? They got batteries that they've set up to like keep it all.
They store it on vinyl.
Ah, I see. Yes, of
And
course.
do they have any plans, given that they know they couldn't just fly away because the Silver Surfer would catch them, and they know that Galactus's ship is now basically within near-Earth orbit, do they have any consideration at all for what would happen if Galactus gets wind of what they're planning and the Silver Surfer tries to stop them?
That'd be awkward. That'd be real awkward. So, no, I don't know about that. I saw someone ask, what about hospitals? It's like, yeah, what about hospitals? What about
get an
all of the things that
exemption.
need to keep running?
Oh,
You know,
I like how you've
that's
highlighted a problem that would come in even if everyone were cooperating. Why would everyone cooperate?
Why would everybody cooperate? A whole bunch of people would be like, this sounds like some bullshit plan. Are you making us
I
do
don't know
this
about
to
you
distract
guys.
us while you flee?
Well,
But if the leading superheroes say they want our kid, but instead we're going to teleport Earth, so you need to turn off all electronics, I'd just be like, I'm sorry, what? Like, no? Teleport Earth?
We're gonna teleport Earth, so lights out at 8.
It's like,
Is
what
a
the
really
fuck?
It's kind of funny,
interesting
right?
plan.
Like there is a degree where you're like, what gives a Fantastic Four the right to just decide, yeah, we're just gonna move the whole fucking planet?
Have they
Yeah.
seen
They're
the
dictators
Fly?
of this planet. We've
They are just
established that.
dictators.
Like, they haven't even tested
why-
teleporting a human being.
This plan is Fly.
No, they haven't.
Was
No.
They could have just scaled this up in a similar way to like in The Fly or something, where you move on to your first human subject. You can get some comedy there of, oh, what if this goes wrong? Kind of like what they did in Endgame,
Ugh.
that kind of thing. They go straight from an egg to the fucking Earth. Like that's
And then
Look, the
that's
only
thing
difference
he
is scale.
demonstrates
The
to them
only
on
difference is
TV,
scale.
right? On TV, he says the only difference is scale, and he demonstrates the egg being teleported. But like the natural human response is, okay, but that's a fucking egg.
But that's
So
a lot of
show
scale.
me something more
Even if
impressive
that
before I
was
commit
Yeah.
my life to this plan. And they don't do that. And it would be so simple to show him saying like, we've proved it with an egg. To show you it's safe, I'm gonna do it myself, and he teleports himself. Even that would be wildly insufficient, but at least it would be better. But then you've already established that there are Galactus cultists. They're just gonna go on turning the lights on again.
Well, yeah, you
because
could have had
they're
them
dead. That's what
sabotage
they
it. Like,
do.
they ninja their way into the Baxter building and try to assassinate the Fantastic Four to prevent them from teleporting the Earth or something.
But they,
This
this is just the most ridiculous part of the movie. It's even more ridiculous than the black hole shit because these bridges that they're building don't exist prior to right now. They have the little thing that they use with the egg. And then he's like, let's build, and he shows it on a map, literally hundreds of these things all around the world. Everyone
Yep.
builds them while the power is switched off globally. And they manage to do this in the time it takes for Galactus to get from Jupiter to Earth, when he's arrived at Jupiter from wherever he was before. So, I mean, I don't know how fast he's going, but are we saying this happened in a month? In a week? Like, how old does the baby age at all? I can't remember.
Would have made way more sense for everyone to pool their resources into just weapons and just try your best with that.
Yeah. No, they're working together. It's look, it's everybody's coming together to save the world. How great. How quaint. So we got Reed is showing Franklin the machine that he created to scan him, and Reed remarks, most fathers want their sons to look exactly like them inside and out, but I don't want you to be like me. There's something wrong with me. Always has been. The more I look at you, the less I know. The less I know, the more scared I am. So you know what? I'm not going to look anymore. I'm going to let you tell me who you are. And if you'd like to tell me now, that would be helpful, especially if you're an all-powerful space god. I'd like to know that sooner rather than later, if you don't mind.
It's cute enough, I guess.
Just kind of, I think it's all right as a beat. There's something there, right, about that. But this is what I mean. It's just like, yep, because Reed's more interesting than Sue, that he's got his own kind of like, you know, he doesn't have a great opinion of himself. He recognizes that there are aspects of himself that that he doesn't want essentially to be passed on because he sees them as, you know, compromising him in some way. Which, of course, is kind of an interesting way to perceive his mind because he is just generally correct. As much as the film doesn't seem to fully recognize that's the case, like Reed generally gets things right and is accurate and makes good plans. Except for the teleporting the Earth part, that's pretty stupid. But you know, he's the most correct one out of the four of them, that's for sure. But Franklin doesn't really get what he's saying, so instead he wets himself. Because he's a baby, he doesn't understand what's being said. Mm-hmm. I enjoy that Herbie brings Johnny a sandwich while he's working on translating the language. Herbie just rolls up with a nice sandwich on a tray. He's such a good lad.
I agree.
And so at this point we see Galactus passes by the moon. So Galactus has arrived, basically. Like, of course, the moon is further away from Earth than people tend to think it is, but the moon is closer to Earth by orders of magnitude than Mars. He's there. He might as well have just arrived.
Pretty much,
but it's okay. He's not quite there yet. There's still like another day before he's going to arrive, basically. Because the teleportation bridges, they're all good. It took him.
If it takes him a day to go from Mars to Earth. So everyone on Earth, many generations.
How long did it take him to get here? Oh, a billion years.
Yeah, like all right, well, hey, that's a problem for some. I mean, you may call me an asshole, but that's someone else's problem. Okay.
So the teleportation bridges are all completed, and Johnny has also figured out the translation, but there's no time for that because they gotta teleport the Earth. So all the bridges come online. They initiate the teleportation, and there's a 20-second countdown. 20 seconds.
I'm about to blow up the moon.
And Earth is enveloped in a force field. The moon is not part of it because you could clearly see the moon is not being teleported. So Ripperoonie.
Well, but if it were, they take Galactus with them, which is so funny. Like we did it. He's there.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, imagine the resources it would take if they just arbitrarily decided, guys, we really have to bring the moon with us. We gotta. I mean,
we just get the moon pirates to set up their own bridges.
Dude, imagine like Galactus truly had no idea what was happening, and so the project actually completes, but he does get teleported with them, and he's just like, "What the fuck did you guys do? Where am I? What?" And they're just like, "Oh, you're here too," and he's like, "Yeah." Silver Surfer just has to explain all this shit. They're just so confused that he's like, "You know what? I'm gonna leave it. You guys are weird. Teleport yourselves. What the fuck?"
I was like, this.
But there's only a few seconds left, but something goes wrong. All the bridges start to explode.
No,
because the Silver Surfer is destroying them. I like it if she was 5 or 6 seconds later. 5 or 6 seconds later, they would have been gone.
Well, so to be clear,
just in time, she starts destroying them all.
There is a deleted scene that didn't make it in, but I've definitely seen this, and she basically explains she was just trying to save them because this would have killed them. All of Earth. She was like, please don't do it. Don't commit suicide.
It would have. That's true.
So she was desperately trying to save them, and luckily like, she got in there just in time.
She said it is not just a matter of scale, actually.
that Richards guy's retarded. Like, you guys will die.
You would become mutant crazy monsters. Like the people who got trapped in the fucking teleporter at the beginning of the first Star Trek movie.
Well, and of course, the best part is she destroys all of them except for the one in New York in Times Square, and apparently it's because Sue believes that she's gonna get Franklin. That's what she's here to do right now. Get him. But I mean, it just looks like she's destroying the bridges, so you can't get away, really. But I guess that is the case because yeah, she is. She's destroyed all of them, but the one on Earth, the one in Times Square. And the Baxter building is locked down, but Johnny flies away and stops the Silver Surfer from destroying the last bridge just in time. And then he starts playing all of the deep space transmissions on screens around the city. And the Silver Surfer stops upon hearing her name, Shala Ball. Or Ball? Ball?
Shala Ball, I think.
Shala Ball.
Shala Ball. B-A-A-L, right?
I'll
Ball.
say... No, it's just one L. That's why I was curious.
Yeah, B-A-A-L, right?
You saying phonetically?
A-L-L-A-B-A... Oh, is it? Okay.
B-A-L. Yeah.
Shalabal?
No, not Lock Ball. Not Lock Ball. No.
This is the sister of Shallow Hal, right? This is Shalabal.
Oh
Shalabal.
my! What a reference!
What a reference,
Jesus.
yeah.
So what? So
Look.
so her brother is Jack Black.
Why not?
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Jack
So,
Black, he was the,
Johnny
wait, you
explained
talking about the movie star who was in I Know What You Did Last Summer too?
He better be in I Still Know
Oh, yeah,
What
he
You
was in
Definitely
that.
Did. Because there's a new one for those.
Did he die in? I can't remember.
Yeah, you can bring him back.
Yeah,
The
that's
Fisherman's
right.
coming back.
No one gives a shit. You could just bring him
What?
back and without any explanation and no people would just be
We
like,
care, Rags. We care.
bring him back. Bring him back. Teleport Earth.
So, basically, Johnny explains that he traced the 23 transmissions back to her home planet Zenla, and that the people from that planet were looking for the Silver Surfer to thank her. And then Johnny just exposits that the transmissions contain enough information for him to piece together her backstory.
Her life story.
Which then leads us into her backstory. So, Shalabol was a scientist who offered to serve as Galactus' scout to save her world and her family. But there are a bunch of other transmissions that Johnny begins playing from the planets which she helped destroy. And so she has a nervous breakdown, and I don't really get it. It's like, but you knew you were doing this. Why is this a surprise to you?
Especially,
You were
she
destroying
personally
planets.
meets the people of these planets to tell them they're gonna die, and she's surprised they suffer?
Yeah, like what? Like, so surprised that she has like a nervous breakdown and flies away because it makes her
It's
so
her
upset.
sympathy arc. It's her sympathy arc. It's time for the sympathy bit. It doesn't matter.
Not very
Hey,
well done.
That's right.
This part of the movie reminded me of 65 million. Because remember in that movie,
No.
it starts off with the Okay, that's a good point. Listen, in that movie, there is the alien people, because these aren't humans really, kind of. They're sort of, but not really, right? They just look like them because it's cheaper. And they start off where Kylo Ren and his wife, and they have like a daughter, and they're out on the beach, and they're like aliens, but not really, and they just have unusual clothes. And that's exactly the flashback that we see of Shallow Bal. She is there on the beach with her daughter, and there's like an alien moon in the sky, and they're on the beach too. It's just like the start of 65 million.
You remember way too much of that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
That's
I don't remember
confusing.
shit about it.
I know Adam Driver was in it, and that's already testing my limits.
Then they crash into an asteroid at some point. And that's why they end up 65
Yeah,
million
they
years in
go-
the past.
Yeah, the ship just casually decides I'm just gonna yeet myself into this asteroid field, and then maybe when I'm halfway through it, I'll alert the pilot that something should be done about this precarious situation. Then they crash and they fight dinosaurs.
Mario's better than 65.
So,
Yes.
That was true. We covered 3 that episode. along with
Tetris was the best.
I believe.
and Tetris.
Tetris was the best.
More.
Everyone
That's
just
more.
don't see Fantastic Four. See Tetris.
That's right, damn it. It's a good
Tetris
movie.
is actually good. Go and see Tetris.
So, Johnny follows Silver Surfer into space, and she tells Johnny to give up Franklin since he would probably make that choice himself. And then Johnny offers to sacrifice himself, and then the Silver Surfer just points out, like, well, that's not gonna work. I don't even know why he said this. What's the point? It's like, dude, Galactus made it really clear that he wants Franklin for a very specific reason. Like, I appreciate the gesture, I suppose, but like obviously she was gonna say no.
Yeah,
Like, you're
it's,
worthless, basically.
it's like the power cosmic thing was very specifically mentioned, so you needed more of a reason for Johnny to think that he could replace Franklin. So it doesn't quite, because it feels a little generic, doesn't it? It's like you get the hero character to say that I would give myself up. It's like, yeah, but it's better if you have a prompt.
Like an actual
That would
one.
be
Because again,
that would be
you
a
try to
good
be
skit,
heroic
though.
and everything, but still.
just having random characters just like offer to say no, take me instead, when it is completely unwarranted and doesn't make any sense in context whatsoever.
It's almost like that the movie has conflated Franklin and the Silver Surfer, and like Johnny is offering himself to become the next Herald or something. It's because like he's just finished relating her backstory, and she gave herself up to save her planet. So he's like, well, I'll give myself up to save my planet like you did, instead of him taking the baby, having forgotten that he wants the baby for a really specific purpose. But everything needs a better
So,
reason in this movie. Because
Yeah.
so just to go back then to her massive character shift. Having gone from being the Herald who goes to all of these planets and tells them they're all doomed, and she's done this to protect her own planet, and it's kind of suggested her own family, because then Johnny throws at her, well, I'm here protecting my family, so, you know, yeah, apples and oranges. I'm trying to sort of think of a way in which you could make this as compelling as the movie thinks that it is, in order for her to go from being the herald of many planets' destructions to saying, oh, but families matter, so I'm not going to do that anymore. And I think that the family answer is the closest you'll get. Like, she must have gone to all these places and delivered her speech without ever really looking at the people below or speaking to the people below or contemplating what life must be like from their perspective. So this has to be the first time anyone has pointed out that she is also sacrificing families like her own.
Surely
I'm not sure I believe that, but
why didn't they do the angle of, we could have had the first encounter with him and her, and he's flirty with her. Second encounter, they actually talk about something pretty meaningful, and he's very charming, and there's a back and forth. In the middle of the Galactus initial encounter, maybe you have him save her, as in they want to put her in a position where she's going to die, and they're actually borderline successful, but then he prevents that just because he doesn't want her to die, but simultaneously they get out. That's something that she remembers, and then in this sequence, he like kind of seals the deal, so to speak, and actually like she falls for him. Could have done that, and that gives her more of an investment in saving Earth than she's ever had, and that it like pulls her out of her sort of nihilistic point of view on letting everyone die. She feels differently this time because someone got through to her, sort of thing.
or
Similar to what they
and/or,
did
'cause
in the
you could
Rise of the Silver Surfer.
you could supplement that if they also have a sensible plan that looks like it might actually defeat Galactus. And like, she's been going along with this because there's no way you can beat him. That's her belief. And then it's explained to her and shown to her that actually this thing might have a shot. So all of a sudden your calculation changes, that you've gone along doing terrible things because you believe you have no choice. You do have a choice. So if you help us, then maybe we can end this, you know, intergalactic menace that is Galactus. That could also work. I don't think teleporting the planet's the way to do that. We need a better one than that, like teleporting Galactus to the other side of the universe. How about that? And then she could think, I have an option for the first time in my life. I can defend families as well as sacrifice them.
Oh, Johnny like straight up learned her language, right? He can speak it.
Yes,
he
well,
speaks
enough
foreign
of it.
language.
pretty much.
That's
He even
like
asks,
another
like, "Oh, do you know my
insane.
language?"
That would totally get her to be interested in him. Obviously, that's another aspect. Like, there's things to use here, and we can multi-layer it. We don't have to have that be the only reason that she somewhat switches. Him learning about her culture and her past and stuff is all this. There's so many better ways to have done it, and it feels like huge chunks have been cut out. There's obviously going to be more here. The third act is the one that's like been the most recut, right, from what we understand about the meta. So whatever they were doing with the Silver
That's
Surfer,
not unusual at this point for
but yeah,
Marvel
it just
movies that the third act is like, oh shit, what was the
it's
initial
so
plan for
thin,
this?
and this just outright does not work as far as I'm concerned. Like her switching here is incredibly important, as we'll find out, but it's they didn't do a very good job. They didn't set up very much of this.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I
Well,
don't buy it.
when she flies away, I immediately knew. Oh, I can't wait to see her at the end when she flies in and saves the day at the last moment. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's just what's gonna
obviously.
happen. That's just obviously what's going to happen. So I'm like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
all right, this is happening, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah. But now we got so it's kind of awkward because like Johnny comes back and Ben's like, man, that was really cool, and then Johnny's like, yeah, but that was pointless though, right? We're fucked. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess so, but like, you're right. I mean, I guess you, because they're like, no, you saved Franklin, that's enough. It's like, look, all right, it was kind of pointless, but also very, very important, as it will sort of later be revealed. I don't know. It just feels awkward. It's like, all right, we're done with the Johnny scene. Now we got to go back to like the Reed and Sue scene that we got going on here. Because yes, Reed formulates his new plan. The plan is to bring Galactus to Earth and use the remaining bridge. Lucky that one they saved it just in time. To transport Galactus to the far edges of the universe where he'll be stranded without his ship. and the bridge can only remain open for 37 seconds. So Ben and Johnny wonder how they'll manage to lure Galactus to the bridge, and Reed states that he hasn't figured that out yet, but Sue knows that he's lying, and Reed says that he'll find another way, but Sue just says there is no other way. They have to use Franklin as bait to lure Galactus to the bridge. And then Reed just basically owns, like, yeah, that's his plan. It's the only plan that they have. And Ben and Johnny argue otherwise, and so Reed approaches Sue, who screams, "I know," before disappearing. And then, as it turns out, going for a casual stroll to Times Square with Franklin.
The other plans are still
Which I
valid,
really
by the
wouldn't
way. Though this plan, it doesn't work the same way as teleporting Earth did, right? Because Earth is going to get wrapped in a big old film and then go into a different part of the galaxy. But this is opening a portal.
Yeah.
So this is a
which is
third
different from
mechanism
what
that
we've
these
done.
Yeah.
these devices are capable of.
Because that's very different than what we've
Pretty
seen up to this
much.
point. And it, of course, invites the horrifying questions that Doctor Strange always does. Like, wait, what if you opened a portal in the middle of someone? What happens?
And just chopped him in half. Yeah. Well, and also, on this scene overall, like, they all go along with this plan. So is the point that Reed was right all along? Like, that he... You know what I mean? Like, what is the film's interpretation? Like, so Sue now finally agrees with Reed, basically. That he's
guess.
figured it out, it's the only plan, and they gotta follow...
You have to
Like,
put Franklin in danger,
is this... So this scene is vindication for Reed, is it? Is that what we're meant to read it as? Okay, so it turns out
Meant
that
to
Reed
read it
was
as,
right.
oh.
Like I said, I thought it was curious that no one... It's just stated as, like, if we put Galactus on the other side of the galaxy, he's fucked because he won't have his ship. This is like, do we know this? Is this something... Do we know anything about Galactus?
I feel like we don't really know anything about him. Yeah.
I guess it's reasonable to infer by the fact that he has a ship, in the sense like he must need it for a reason, and travel
It's the one
is
that
a
churns
reason ships
everything
exist.
up. And
What you're
is everything
saying
inside of
invites it
it.
as a possibility, but not a certainty, which Reed keeps doing in this movie.
Yeah.
It's so weird that they always treat it as like, well, we gotta do that because it'll do that. It's like,
Well-
it might do that. We have no fucking clue, man.
Well, if there's just a 1% chance of it happening, then they have to treat it as an absolute certainty.
But there's 1% chances of a lot of things happening.
Absolute certainty.
They're all certainties.
I also just wouldn't take
Quite a
my baby out
conundrum.
for a stroll in the middle of the street when we've just been told that there have been riots recently, and also there's a giant evil spaceship above me that I know has a tractor beam that we've just
Also, it's
seen in
New
a
York.
flashback can actually lift people up from the surface of the planet. Why are you even assuming Galactus would come down to the surface of the planet without his ship, rather than just beaming the baby up? Which he should do, because he has the tech to do it, but
which
he
he should
doesn't,
do.
because fuck it.
Well, and
That's
I
true.
stand by
yeah.
all the other strategies that they should be doing to attack Galactus, but have ruled out for no reason.
Never mind.
Hmm?
So yeah, pretty stupid. It's also just funny how there's nobody around. It's like, well, it's more cinematic. It's like, dude, it's New York. It's Times Square. I know you got the
yeah.
big teleporter there, but like nobody around. Like there's just nobody elsewhere. It's New York.
Curfew.
But okay.
But this plan,
That's
this
okay, it
plan
gives them
would
extra
work
time.
anywhere else where there is still a gate, right? And I don't think the Silver Zephyr destroyed
No,
all
just
of
New
them.
York. She
So
did
why not
all
just-
but this one. This is the only one.
Really? Because
This
I
is
thought
like-
as we
yeah, there
saw
were
her
hundreds.
This is
knocking...
why I was trying. I wasn't memeing. I was emphasizing. This is the only one. She
I thought
destroyed
'cause-
literally all of them, but this one.
But we saw we saw her knock out the ones in like Sydney and a few other places, and you see them go offline sequentially on the map. I don't remember seeing all of them get knocked out. I thought she just
There's a
knocked out
big-
enough
there's
that
a
the
big
plan
map.
wouldn't work.
No, there's a big map that shows that all of them are gone except for the New York one. You're
Oh.
right. All it needed was a couple of them to be gone because they needed it to be there so they could have the big battle in New York. That's why, and it's the last one left. It's the only one. It's stupid. It's really stupid. She got all but one of them. Bullshit. So basically, like, Sue is just on board with the plan, and the next day everybody is on board with it, even though Ben and Johnny were not on board with it. So they're all in agreement. So the next day, Reed places what is basically an indestructible carrier beneath the bridge. He's like, oh, it's bomb proof, it's radiation proof, it's like acid proof. It's just indestructible. It's like, okay, I guess, man, you guys should probably be wearing indestructible armor if that's something that you can build.
Yep.
They're not babies
That
for me.
car.
That
But
would
okay.
make no sense.
Well, the car isn't indestructible, clearly. But okay. So, yeah, so that Franklin will be placed in the carrier to lure Galactus to the bridge. And then they'll teleport him. But they got a big problem, which is Galactus could come from any direction. So they got to evacuate the whole city. Yet another. Snyder is the blueprint on how not to do it, because now everybody
Hey, man.
has to, like, yeah, city's empty, it's evacuated, we got rid of all of the people.
Perhaps we judged him too harshly.
And the way that they're gonna evacuate all the people is they talk to Mole Man, who was introduced in that opening sequence, and they're gonna evacuate everybody to Subterranea, which is like, man, you really want to put him underneath the city when you've got like a giant fucking space god walking around? Is there any reason to conclude that he wouldn't just like fall through the ground and crush everybody?
What I mean
You
about
kind of got to get him out of here.
the similarities are so funny because it's like Zack Snyder has made every creator now paranoid about making sure their cities are uninhabited so they can't have the catastrophic civilian casualties. But the two options we got is they magically just get moved out of the city, it's all good, don't worry about it, in Superman, or in this where it's like, we're going to go underneath the city, which is not a solution. Like, you need to leave, not just go underneath.
Yeah.
It's,
Out of sight, out of mind.
It's so funny. That's right. It's just
They contact
right.
the Underminer.
They
That's right. Well, no, they contacted Hans Mole Man. And he's like, oh, yeah, okay, it can stay. I can't do the Hans Mole Man
I thought
voice.
you were
was
going to
trying
say,
find it.
I am a mole man. I am a mole
I
man.
am a mole man, Dr. Hibbert. I am a
Man, the
mole
fucking-
man.
mole man. I speak for the moles.
the reference density here about to explode. Like, we just covered so many different things at once.
Hey, look, all right. It's just
10
weird.
points if you got them
So
all.
that night, a news anchor just exposits that the people should spend time with those they care about, and it's a bit awkward because he says that. So Reed and Sue spend their time with Franklin. It's like, yeah, okay. Ben heads to the synagogue to hang out with Rachel. Remember Rachel? Rachel!
Raphael in the temple?
No, Rachel. It'd be funny if he said it
Oh,
like that,
Rachel.
but yeah, he wants to
Okay.
hang out with Rachel.
Rachel.
It's just funny. Yes, the last day that we might all be alive, I want to hang out with Rachel rather than like
In the
rather
Rachel in the
than
synagogue.
the Fantastic Four. And I guess Johnny just hangs out with nobody. We don't see who he hangs out with.
Would have been
he's on his
interesting to
own.
tease something.
But then
even if,
the four. Maybe, yeah. Or if he hung out with Herbie. I wonder who Herbie was hanging out with.
Probably like
I hope
some
someone
toaster.
kept him company. But I don't know.
Some VCR, maybe.
Maybe. Which brings us. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. But then that brings us to the final battle. This is it. The exciting third act. The next day, the Fantastic Four suit up. They head to Times Square. They put Franklin in the indestructible carrier before they all take up their positions. And Galactus, he gets out of his chair, jumps into the river, and then looks at the Statue of Liberty before grabbing a handful of Battery Park and smelling the soil. I guess it's just... I saw somebody say that Snyder was the blueprint for this because Steppenwolf... No, Darkseid did this in the Snyder Cut. He
Well, give
jumped
it a
out and
sniff.
grabbed some fucking... Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if he gave it a sniff. I don't know if he gave it a sniff, actually, but he grabbed it.
Sometimes I just want to give it to him and be like, you know what?
It.
Sure. Yeah, Snyder invented the sniffy soil. Sure. You go right
He
ahead.
invented sniffing.
He's a dirt sniffer.
Blueprint.
I mean, he does like grains, so it's possible.
So yeah, so he does that, and he then scans the city and he sees Franklin in Times Square. So he just starts trudging through the city, and they show the people in Subterranea cowering because the ground is shaking above them and cracking. Why
There's
did
some
you put them here?
Really strong support beams just throughout the Undercity, I guess, to ensure.
The Underminers know what they're doing.
But,
Yeah,
okay.
man.
Now I've seen a lot of people, I don't even know where this came from, but a lot of people got really jazzed about, they would have got Galactus, they would have shot him like in a miniature. I don't know if they did that or not. This is all fake. And I don't know how people can't, like, it's all fake.
Well,
it's all CGI.
I thought
Maybe they
Galactus
shot
looked
something on a miniature set,
particularly
but
like CG gooey in the third act, like sort of thing.
Yeah. He looks so fake.
If someone said
that
to me,
I
it's
would
like, no, he was
not be
practical, I'd be
surprised
like,
if it
you are
was.
joking. Nothing practical looks like that.
Well, I mean, and even if he was, looks bad, man, so didn't work.
The only fucking following
it
statement after
just
even
looks
if he
really
was is show me what the fucking post-processing was then, because obviously what we're seeing is well beyond whatever the practical thing was.
They did something and it just looks fake. It does. It looks fake. So whatever. So Ben is in the Fantastic car and he draws Galactus's attention. Galactus grabs the car, but then he doesn't destroy it. Like, he grabs it with telekinesis and he doesn't just immediately throw it into, like, the building and destroy it. And then Johnny, like, I don't know what it is, but, like, Sue creates a force field. Johnny, like, blasts through it, and it hits Galactus in the eyes, and it actually momentarily blinds him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he, like, goes for the eyes.
How can
and
you
he
do
spews
that?
Fire. Galactus
Galactus
needs to
is-
my eyes!
So
It needs to
when
just
they
be
said
like moving forward, not stopping at all. Completely invincible, not even noticing things are happening.
when they said conventional weapons don't work on him, and then they show us that literally fire and a stick work, I was like,
It's a
That's-
fantastic though.
that's like
It's
low
not a
on our
normal stick.
technology tree. I'm just saying.
Yep. It's kind of
Ooh,
like,
yeah,
number
like
one
fire
and
and
two, the
fire
OGs.
and sharp sticks
That's
are
what I'm
actually
saying,
pretty
like,
historic.
we kind of did them early, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look,
But,
you can't beat the classics. So
I mean, yeah, don't knock them until you try them. They're pretty neat.
Because Galactus is blind, momentarily daredeviled, Johnny grabs the carrier and they replace it with an empty one, and he takes him back to the Baxter building. At which point you'd be like, dude, you went like 100 kilometers in a minute. You should like fly him like to somewhere far away. You should take him to like
at
upstate
least
or
fly him to somewhere
know?
that doesn't have your logo on the side of the fucking building. That would be a start.
That's crazy. Why would you do
maybe
that?
not a
I know
babies
that
are.
Herbie's not there, but you could have just taken Herbie someplace. Like, why are you not flying him all the way to like Providence, Rhode Island, or something? Get him out of there. Particularly with how slow Galactus walks, he's like really slow.
Yep.
So like, you move him there, you're
Particularly
Just
stupid
keep
to
flying around the world.
put him on
so,
a
like, he'll never
perch
catch you.
that is advertised. That is some really stupid shit to do. Third act is crumbling, you might even say.
Wait, am I
It is
forgetting that
crumbling.
their plan is to lure Galactus into a giant triangle that they've drawn on the floor for some reason? So that's why
right. They drew a line to show that once he crosses that barrier, he's fucked.
They do a worse job of this than Wile E. Coyote. It's actually sad. They couldn't even paint it.
Well,
They
yeah,
couldn't
usually
even
Wile E.
paint it.
Well, the thing
You could go full
Wile E.
Looney Tunes
Coyote
with
is
trying to stop him. Like, you could just dig a massive hole and cover it with leaves, and it would be more successful than the plan we had.
Hey, no, the Reed Richards paints a tunnel on the side of like a building. Galactus tries to go through it.
I just get the
Wile E.
Underminer to
Coyote is
dig a
often
hole.
sabotaged by the materials. If he had good material, all of the stuff that Reed Richards can build, he'd get the Roadrunner easy, and Galactus save the world. So the thing is, like, Galactus, he's not blind anymore, and he starts walking towards the fake carrier, and he stops just before the bridge, and then he takes a step back, and then he looks over and he sees that Franklin is indeed in the Baxter building, just right there. And then
Nice.
Galactus
He's got
smirks and says,
scanning
"Clever
vision.
little-"
They know he's got this
Yeah,
power.
yeah.
This is why I thought like this is going to be like a clever double.
Yeah, I
cross.
thought that
Like,
too.
This can't be the plan because this is so obviously not going to work. But no, it's genuinely
Well,
what they've done.
It's not going to work for
You know what's
another
funny as
reason.
well, is like at least if they put like a yeah.
Whoa, that was fucking delayed, eh?
What? Yeah. Oh, was it? Oh my goodness! Hold on. Let me. Oh, geez. I don't. hold
Hello,
on.
future Fringy.
Well, I was going to say, I guess real quick while he's reconnecting, is
I think
so if you open up the portal, you know, he's about to take the step. The film implies had he just put that foot down, it would be game over. But it wouldn't. They'd open the portal and then be like, "All right, go in, go in." And then Galactus would be like, "What is this? A portal?" And then I guess they'd be like, "Okay, Sue, push him in."
It's the portal to the Franklin universe.
This is
Yeah,
what I'm
the
saying. It's
baby's
like
in there. We put the baby in there.
the plan is far from over if he was to take that step. It's we've still got plenty to do.
Blender dimension. You
Yep.
want to trigger the book?
Blended dimension. They should have done that.
Well, it's. I think what I find funny is that because Galactus says, "Oh, clever little bugs," but then he doesn't destroy the bridge. Like he seems to he knows what it is enough that he stopped himself from stepping into it, but he doesn't just like break it right
Yep.
here. Just break it, and then it's like, "Oh, Ripperini, you're fucked."
Or was it-
That's it, game over.
Or was it purely, or did he not step in purely because he didn't know, or he just like, oh, that's not the baby, it's over here. I don't need to walk forward anymore.
Galactus is not
I
retarded.
think
Why
that
would he
the
not
fact that
see
they
what
show
this
him
is?
about to take the,
He doesn't know how to look
He's a-
down.
the fact that he is about to step in and pauses and moves his leg back, he knows what this is. He at least knows I shouldn't step here. And if he knows that, it's like, well, there's 3 big towers right here. I should probably just knock one of these over. Like, it would cost me nothing, and then I'm all good. Like, all he needs to do is knock it over, and he wins. They can't beat him.
Yeah, but this is only Galactus.
Yeah, he's pretty dumb. Like, all he needs to do is knock it over, and he wins. That's it. But instead he doesn't, so that they can still push him into it later.
Could also crush, kill, or destroy any of the Fantastic Four whenever he wants, but just doesn't.
But, well, so the thing is, this time, because now they have to fight him, but Johnny blasts him, but this time it doesn't do anything. He just ignores it. It's like, oh, that's weird. Like, that's really weird. Why doesn't he just... Why does it not work now? The last time it did work.
Well, you see, conventional
long
weapons
time
don't work
ago
on
for me.
Galactus.
Yeah, no, they don't. And then the Ben tries to throw like a crane at him, and then Galactus grabs it and throws Ben into space. He goes so far that he freezes. But it's okay, Johnny gets him. It's all good. And then I mean this is it feels like it's just going to be describing things that happen because nothing interesting.
I mean,
the
kind of,
utilization
yeah,
of the
it's-
powers in this film is really boring.
Yeah, well,
It really is not a fun. Yeah, if you went into this movie thinking, oh, I can't wait to see, Mr. Fantastic get all stretchy and cool with that, and I want to see the Thing, beat stuff up and use his super strength, man, you are going to be very disappointed.
Yeah, by the time we got to this like final battle, and then he finally, I forgot that he was Mr. Bendy. Honestly, I think he uses his power 3 times in the movie. One of them is here during the
Yeah.
fight. The other 2, it's to reach something without standing up.
That's how I'd use it.
Pretty much.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm
'Cause,
saying that.
I mean, basically,
hello, future Fringy.
2+2.
Future Fringy,
fuck
how
hell.
are you?
God damn it. Fuck's sake. There we go. That should be fine.
Mm.
What are you saying?
I was going to compare it to the 2004 Fantastic Four. I haven't seen it in a while,
Okay.
but there's the scene of him dancing when he's going all bendy. Like, you don't have anything like that in this movie.
That's Silver
So you-
Surfer.
Is that the second one?
That's the beginning of Silver Surfer. Yeah, because the wedding. That was a bachelor
Okay.
party.
Yeah, I've seen those movies once. I can't remember them very well.
They do seem to really want to show off more of him using it, really all of them kind of using their powers, but in particular, really Mr. Fantastic. He gets a lot of stretchy stuff to do in those movies. You feel like they're really
Yeah.
kind of like, hey, yeah, this is a cool thing. Look at all the crazy stuff he could do. Look at how neat he is.
Like his dancing.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
right.
I mean,
Well, I
luckily
mean,
he
it's
got
even,
him.
you know, with the London Eye, where all like they have to actually use the powers on the same like object to work together. Whereas in this one, it's more like where they kind of use them independent of each other most of the time. They're not like synchronizing or synergizing the use of their abilities in like a cool way. Because it's just like, oh, Ben throws something, doesn't work. Johnny does the fire, it doesn't work. Sue doesn't really do anything at this point. She's in the car and then gets knocked down and it takes her out of the fight. And then Reed just does some parkour and then pokes him with a stick. And then Galactus grabs Reed and like begins to tear him in half, but he's not stretching him that far. Like it's not that much for what you would think that Reed would be able to do.
It's a bit disappointing. The comparisons have always been made with past Mr. Fantastic, but especially that London Eye scene, he is stretching real far. And like this version, sure, you can make it so that he can't stretch as far, I guess. It's just a little bit like, oh. He starts like being in agony at the point of I was when I saw the distance, I was like, haven't you done that before? Okay, damn, you are not very stretchy in this movie, I guess.
It's not stretching.
I wondered for a while whether they deliberately played it down in order to focus on like his intelligence being his real superpower, and because also it looks quite goofy, and they're a bit skeptical of comic style goofiness, and so they did like. I wondered whether they were deliberately keeping him quite muted in order to A, avoid the cringe factor, and B, say that this isn't really his gift. His gift is how clever he is. But then when you see how little use the other superpowers in the film get, it's kind of probably not that. It is just like a lack of imagination, I guess. I did want Galactus to ping him like an elastic band, though. I thought that would have been really funny if he just shot into space.
Well, I suppose it's because Miss Marvel has the same powers as Mr. Fantastic in the comics, right? But they changed that in the MCU to give it like to change it into more like almost like Green Lantern-y kind of powers. And it's like, I assume that the logic would probably be the same of like, oh no, the stretching powers like kind of look weird, but like, I don't know, you might as well just like it's his power. You like that's what he does. So have him do like stretches and everything and do crazy stuff. Like just lean into it. Like, yeah, it's kind of uncanny, but that's almost the point of it. But I wonder if it is just as simple as that. It's like, nah, we don't really want to do that. And maybe because it's too expensive as well, but I don't see why it would be because they did it in 2005 with less money.
Scale-wise, it just kind of fucks you for the future because you're obviously, when using Mr. Fantastic, you're gonna want to pay him off to be very stretchy, and you've now made it so that he's quite limited. He doesn't even get as far as I would say like Elastigirl does in the with the doors in Syndrome's base.
With the doors, yeah,
nowhere
that's longer. I mean, the thing is, the scale of Galactus kind of gets made weird in that shot. I wonder if they made him smaller, because it looks like he's maybe stretched to 3 or 4 times his length, whereas, yeah, like in that sequence. But then it's just generally the nature, like, I mean, that's kind of a good example, because in The Incredibles, Helen just does, like, a lot of things besides stretching, like getting flat, like, totally on flat surfaces, turning into a parachute, like, being used as the fixture to attach the boat. Like she actually like creates a whole bunch of crazy things, and it's like, yeah, it's cool, man. Like it's cool to show the first like essentially how creative the
he turns into like a curtain around Victor Von Doom at the end of the 2005 one, and like you can get really inventive and stuff, yeah. And then he spins around and wraps them
crazy
up.
stuff, but here. Yeah, like I don't know, man. He doesn't look like that stretched by like stretchy people standards.
Yeah, I mean, given the size of his face, if you just kind of put your hands where his face is on that screenshot, it's like you've moved your fingers apart by maybe 3 inches. Like that is really not. You stretch an elastic band much more than that.
Like I said, if
And
they
Galactus could easily do it.
they
could
want to
just
commit
pop
to
him and
this,
set him up,
fine.
like-
You know, you can make this the limit, even though I think it was weird for a lot of audience members because you just would have thought you could go further. But I think this will fuck them over in future, where Fantastic is going to stretch further than this, probably in some even Doomsday payoffs.
But yeah, there he is, getting a big stretch. So Johnny is carrying Ben back into the fight, and he asks him, "What time is it, Ben?" He don't want to say it though, but he keeps pushing. He keeps pushing him to say it, and Ben finally shouts, "It's clobbering time!" And then he does a little cannonball, and it knocks Galactus away a little bit, and then all three of them just fall to the ground and are basically knocked out of the fight.
I found this very funny because he's basically just saying, "Ben, announce your arrival to this space god."
Well,
then he's
I am
just
the
says his
herald of the
catchphrase, yeah.
thing.
I think it's not a very good, like, he says it's clobbering time, and then he just does like a little cannonball. I thought he'd do something cooler than that.
I mean, like
clever.
punch as he gets to the target or something.
Well, I don't know. It's like in the Incredible Hulk. You remember how he does the Hulk smash, and then it like breaks the ground apart, and then that's like what takes Abomination down, and then he grabs him and chokes him out. So yeah, there you go. You know, like I feel like he should do something cooler than just do a little cannonball. You know.
Yeah, like when
Like
Turbo
imagine if
Man
you,
says
like,
it's turbo time when he uses jetpack.
and then yeah.
Oh,
Hmm.
that, like that.
That's yeah, if you did something like that. But yeah, I mean it's really awkward because like it doesn't really do anything. It saves Reed, but then Galactus like nearly wins basically at this point because all three of them get taken out of the fight, and then Galactus just goes to the Baxter building. Herbie is very brave. He stands between Franklin and Galactus, and he activates the defenses, but they don't really do anything. And by the way, Herbie's not dead. He gets like knocked away, so he's all good.
I like
even
that
they
Herbie
knew
stands
that
between them, but
they
I still
couldn't do
think it's stupid as hell that Herbie just didn't try to get the baby out of there. I guess he can't, which is stupid on the Fantastic Four's part.
I guess yeah, but that's not his fault. That's their fault. He's not to blame.
He would have if he
but
could have.
yeah, no, he's that exactly.
He hit the
'cause
alarm.
He's a good
yeah,
lad.
he hit the alarm.
So-
yeah.
That's right. And so Sue, she finally gets out of the Fantastica, and she grabs Galactus, and she starts pushing him, a lot. Like this is like the most impact that anybody has had on this fight up to this point.
Yeah,
She is pushing him.
Galactus has the same
pushing him
reaction that the
towards
audience
the
does.
teleportation bridge.
Because at first
is
he's
like,
like,
"What?"
go away. And then he's like, wait, this matters. How does this matter? Like, why is this mattering so much? Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean this is making all the difference. Like she's pushing him towards the teleportation bridge, and Reed realizes that Sue is pushing beyond her limits, but she tells him and the others to save Franklin. And so this is what happens. Johnny mans the controls. Reed goes and saves Franklin. Ben destabilizes a skyscraper that Galactus is clutching onto, and Sue is single-handedly pushing Galactus into that fucking portal. And I don't know, man, kinda lame. How is Galactus currently being defeated? Push. You're just pushing him.
Imagine
Just one.
if she
That's
wanted
lame.
to do
Fantastic
this
Four. This is super.
when he had
lame.
his foot on the fucking line earlier.
I
Like, he
think-
was on the verge of the portal, and nobody thought, "Hey, let's give him a push." Now it's fine, but she has to push him across the entire city. And I get that the movie is going for the whole, well, yeah, mothers seeing kids in danger gives them extra strength or whatever it is. But like, I still think it would have been easier for her to just give him a push when he was standing next to the portal than it is now.
I think it's pretty disappointing power level wise to just be like, yeah, Sue and Galactus kind of on the same level. It's like, no, you can't do that.
Galactus is being defeated by getting pushed. And
You
he has
gotta-
no means of doing anything about it. Like, this is working.
The obvious thing is to have all four be part of it, and then the writer would be like, I did have all four of them be
Obviously.
part of it. And you're like, no, not like that. Not with the thing
not like that, no.
destabilizing a building that he's hanging onto. You need the thing doing, like, an actual, like, hitting Galactus in some way, shape, or form. You can't have the Human Torch pulling a lever. What do you mean? That's insanity. He's the Human Torch, man.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Mr. Fantastic rescuing Franklin. It's like, that's better than the Thing and the Human Torch.
That's fine. That's fine. But the other two, I mean, it's mainly Sue. Like, she's just doing a push through the... He's Galactus, man, and he's defeated by a push. Like, come on.
It's really lame. It's just so lazy and uninventive and dull, and it makes Galactus seem so weak, and it makes her seem so OP. There's nothing
Like,
creative about any of this,
I just,
man.
yeah, like I really want to emphasize it is really lame and boring that Galactus, who is one of the big bads of like Marvel, gets defeated by getting pushed. Like, do you understand? It's just like that sucks,
Well,
man.
just like
why couldn't it be
Storm just
something
able to
more interesting than
outpush
that?
him.
not even kidding.
He just
The most. I feel like the 2000s movies knew to do this shit. How well they did it is up to interpretation. As well as, like, off the top of your head, you'd be like, oh, I don't know, maybe they create, like, an elastic launcher out of Mr. Fantastic for the Thing to propel right into Galactus's face, and Johnny lights him up right as he's about to hit him. So it's like a giant fireball.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yeah.
I could see someone saying, like, well, that's, yeah, sure, I get it. And it's like, yeah, but why didn't we see more of that? That's, like, that's the team, you know?
Like, that would have been cool.
You could make,
whole point is
Sue makes him
synergize the
invisible
powers,
so that
because-
Galactus can't even see the, the Thing flying into him. There's
Yeah.
all,
Like that, like it's technically a team effort, but feels like Sue's doing everything, and
Yeah.
what she's doing is pushing. It's really boring. It's boring, and I don't know why we would pretend that it's not.
And, like, they have Mr. Fantastic figures out
but-
the damage you can do through the ports on Galactus's back, and then we never do anything with that. It's like, why? That's
Yeah,
key
what's up with
information,
that?
man.
That doesn't factor into
Because what if
being
he
like a
needed to do that?
vulnerability or a
What if it
weakness.
weakened him?
Well,
Like he
you-
starts
you-
pushing back, and it's not working, and then he needs to get that, and it weakens him enough that Sue can keep.
Yeah,
forcing
Sue-
him backwards or
Sue's
something.
pushing,
They throw a
Fantastic is
gadget
fucking with
into
the ports, and then the Human Torch is just flying around Galactus's head, creating like a big fiery ball of death that's like super high in temp, so it actually like makes a difference. And the Thing's just punching him, well, doing something anyway. Why?
Yeah. Why is it just a push? That's it. Just a big push. But Galactus then falls into the portal after all of this, and Sue collapses. But then Galactus emerges again. He's getting out of that portal. And so Johnny, he's gonna fly into Galactus and tackle him into the portal. But Silver Surfer arrives, knocks Johnny out of the
says a good
way,
line.
and launches. Yeah. What does he say, Riggs?
He says, I kind of want to. He says essentially something along the lines of, "Hey, tell Franklin that Johnny, their Uncle Johnny, like likes him." Something along those
Loves
lines.
him.
Well, I figured that
I thought it was a
the
nice-
moment kind of speaks for itself. I don't mind the line, but I almost like I don't even need the line. Like it's
it's
like
I
kinda
don't know
almost-
that. I
you know
feel
what I mean? It's
I-
like the line reflects what he's doing.
Yeah.
that's true, but I can believe that he would want to say that.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, look, we're doing a payoff here. That's all right. This is okay. But then Silver Surfer knocks him out of the way, and then launches Galactus through the portal just before it closes, which is not. Given what's about to happen with Sue, I don't think it's good that we have one character that's about to make a heroic sacrifice and it gets taken away from him. Given that another one of the members of the Fantastic Four has just made a heroic sacrifice that is gonna be undone. Pretty much, you know what I mean?
It's
Like
worth
two
talking
fake
about.
outs in a row kind of thing.
It's been referred to by some, and I disagree, as a Rose Tico moment because of what happens in TLJ with the knocking Finn out of the sacrifice. The key difference, of course, being that Rose rescues the Empire's plan. Well, the fucking First Order's plan to destroy the Resistance, right? Like she doesn't replace Finn. She just stops him from sabotaging them, and the Resistance get fucking murked because of it. The laser completes its job. It's like one of the TLJ is an awful fucking film. I don't know if you guys knew this, but like very very bad.
I've heard.
the obvious difference here is, and I actually think I would go to bat for this payoff a little bit more even than we've mentioned of what value it has, right? If the Silver Surfer, which I really wish there's a version of this film where you could have actually made this work a lot better by building their relationship better, maybe that was something they did in a version of this film that no longer exists. But to have had him said that he would choose to sacrifice himself, and as I think it was either Random or Platoon were talking about, like, could he have been referring to even turning himself into a herald to save the planet? Seeing basically, so like you can argue that Shalabal sees a lot of herself in Johnny, all the decisions having to be made and the love for the planet, defending the loved one and stuff. And so she's 50-50 on what she's doing right now, identity-wise, and then she watches him commit to the decision to sacrifice himself, which is technically what she's done to save her loved ones and his loved ones. And so knocks him out of the way to somewhat end the cycle, right? Like she's gonna choose, like, it's like, no, this won't continue. We're not going to keep having people end up in the life that I've got. So I will do the sacrifice. I will, because whatever consequences come from that, presumably Galactus is not going to be fucking happy about this. Maybe kills it. I don't know. So if it was something we were talking about on FNT, is like what tweaks could be made to this. First of all, I'm in agreement with where you were heading there, Fringy, on the front of, I wouldn't have had the Sue payoff. That shit was just, I think it's just strange anyway, especially with how it gets resolved. But to have it side by side with another big old sacrifice moment that's, I think, way better set up and way clearer mechanically. So like, I think it's stronger if you just remove the second heroic sacrifice right after. But then maybe also you could have it that he gets to complete the sacrifice, as in he pushes Galactus through, he's through, but then she gets him back out before the portal closes at the sacrifice of herself or something like that. So he actually gets to do it fully instead of cutting him off before he's about to. These are all little like movements and tweaks. I still think the payoff in and of itself is actually possibly one of the strongest things that happens in the whole movie. And it's weird how remarkably close to Avengers 2012 a lot of this matches up, by the way. This final fight is it's very Tony Stark, that
I get you.
That ending there, but
it's just not as put together as well. And
no,
it's not as interestingly like just formulated. That's the thing. I think that's what bothers me about it. Is it's like, yeah, this could work, but like it really is like a suboptimal, sort of inefficient. Like it could have been so much better.
I'm seeing as well, like, there should be no hero arc for Shalabal. It's like we don't get to keep her. You know, this is like Vader, where there's no assessment of her crimes. She's out of the fucking universe. She's gone, or at least, you know.
Who knows if we'll ever see her again? You know.
Yeah, whether or not you think she's redeemed, I guess is up to you. I wouldn't say so. She's got a lot of shit to do. if countless worlds that have been sacrificed to the god, it's like, yeah, there's plenty to discuss there. But I guess the character's gone for now and possibly forever.
Yeah, I don't think it's much of a redemption, because she essentially spent however long doing bad things and then stopped doing those bad things. That's not really a redemption.
Well, I would actually say that's just more indicative of how the character's not very good. They've not done enough work. She's kind of weird. Her little turn here, as much as there's things you can say about it, it doesn't really, like, why did it happen? It's like, it kind of just...
Something about Johnny Storm learned the language, and she told the backstory, and she's sad.
I've seen it pointed out that the way that they shoot this sequence has Silver Surfer kind of looking a bit like Black Adam, with, you know, the big zoomed in on the face shot.
Surprising how many of them, because
like
there's one for there's a Superman one of those, and then, you know, like there's the one in Guardians 3 as well, and
the Guardians 3. Yeah, there's a lot of that for some reason. They really like that shot. And there's actually nothing wrong with a shot like that, but it's just kind of funny that it's become a meme now. But yeah, that's Galactus. He's someplace else. They beat him pretty handily,
easily,
honestly.
Yeah,
quite
extremely
easily.
disappointing first outing for Galactus. I don't know why we would have expected anything different, I guess.
I just thought they would want me to be impressed, I guess.
But bear in mind that a heavy price was paid, because Sue is dead. She died doing this.
No, she didn't.
Pushing
No, she's
pushing
not.
Galactus.
Nobody believes it.
No, she died. And you know what? This is a bit where it's like, hey, sorry guys, Pedro Pascal's just a really good actor. I don't know if I know that there's some people who don't feel that way, but like he's good, man. He has acted really
Well, and again,
hard in this scene.
was I the only one that was like, oh, it's the Avengers payoff again? Tony's on the ground, and they're all like, oh god, is he dead? Is he dead? And then someone does a thing, and no, they're not. It's like, oh, okay.
Well, wait, look, all right. He's I will say it's a bit because when you're assessing, because like Reed is basically destroyed. Johnny's kind of got like a bit of a 1,000-yard stare that's happening in reaction to this, and Ben doesn't really get much of a reaction to this at all.
Yeah,
which
I remember
is
knowing
really
that.
weird.
It was weird, indeed.
Like we don't really get all the other characters get some amount of emphasis on their reaction to Sue's death, and Ben just doesn't really get much, which is really awkward. But the thing is, you know, like Franklin's pretty upset too, but he suddenly stops crying and he holds Sue and she springs back to life. She was resurrected. Her eyes are glowing all purple. She was resurrected by Franklin because he can do that. So all of the payoffs got undermined. She died. No, she didn't. It's all good. Why do this? This is the first movie. You have her die, then you fake.
It's not even good for like
fake.
You know, showing the power of the baby. Or whatever. It's like we already knew that. Galactus wanted him. We already knew he's special. You don't need to do that. And yeah, it just undoes.
Can bring people back to life.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess he can do that.
Oh my goodness! Look, she's alive.
If any one of us dies, I guess if anyone of us dies, then
you have introduced a character that can just revive everybody. Exactly. Yep.
Awesome.
So and that's as a baby. Imagine what he would be able to do, like when he's all grown up and has a greater understanding of his abilities. Like, could he just resurrect like if Thanos, like, could he just disintegrate Thanos, or after the snap, just bring everybody back immediately?
Why not?
That's why you
Sure.
kind of
Like,
have
I
to
don't
be a
know.
villain, right? Like you can't have a character like that be on the good guys team, at least not initially. So, like, I would imagine he has to be a villain, or at least the object for a villain to get, because otherwise, it's already a bit too broken to function.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll find out in Doomsday, right?
Hell yeah.
We're nearly done. Film's nearly over. So I guess it's worth adding because it's a theme line, I guess. Sue says he's not us, he's more. I guess that's the theme, you know? It's family, it's something greater than yourself or whatever. And so the citizens of New York, they cheer him on as the Fantastic Four head home.
Yay.
And then we cut to months later. Some time has passed. And the Fantastic Four are going back on the Ted Gilbert show. And they're going to take up their positions backstage, but their watches begin buzzing. And so he introduces them as the Fantastic Five, but they're not there. They're gone. They got to go to the Fantastic Car. And Reed, Ben, and Johnny are trying to set up the booster seat, and they're having a lot of difficulty with it. And I think this is the only joke when Ben yells "pull the slide," like getting really angry at Johnny. I think it got a smirk out of me. That's the only time.
It is amusing.
I enjoy it for the same reason I enjoy the joke in Guardians 3, where it's just like, this has happened in real life, and I've been there. Yeah,
it's very
this
mundane.
Good shit.
But I almost feel like it's a good allegory for the nature of the dynamics of the team. You got the three guys here struggling with this problem, which is fun, and Sue's just there like, ho, you three. You silly three. It's like, yeah, because you're so great, huh? There's nothing wrong with you at all. So you're not very interesting. Like, I don't know. Sue's boring, man. She's really boring. Like,
well, yeah, she is underserved by this film. I don't know what value I get out of her as a character.
What do you mean? She's the heart of the movie.
Keep saying
she's the heart of the movie. That's what everybody says. That's what all the reviews said. She's the heart of the movie. And it's like, what's her arc? What journey does she go on?
Family.
All the other three have something. Even Ben has something, kind of. Even though we're talking about how little he's got like, connected with the community or something. And Johnny's got Yeah, the heroic sacrifice, and Reed's got, there's a way that I behave that's kind of like not suitable in all circumstances, and if I can change that, that'll be good for everybody. Suze is...
I mean, she, squeezes out a baby and then throws a god into a portal? That's about it?
Well, I mean, it's the most consequential for the plot, but not for her character. She's pretty static.
It's just static, yeah. Like, which again, there's nothing wrong with a character being static, but like, I mean, it's a kind of dull static. It's just like, yeah, she's super well adjusted. She's in tune with her emotions. She's good at interacting with the world and maneuvering through the world and inspiring people, and that's her. Meanwhile, Reed, it's like, yeah, he's really smart, but like him being really smart creates problems for him.
Yeah.
It makes it, it's like that's how you do it. If you're dealing with a character who, in this case, is meant to be like the smartest person, it's just, it's just boring. Sue's boring. But that's the end of the movie. They get the seat sorted and they go off to do hero stuff. Fantastic Four, yay!
Now do post-credit scenes.
And we got a mid-credit scene. Yeah, so as mentioned before, the post-credit scene is just a meme. It's like a Fantastic Four 60s cartoon. So the mid-credit scene, that's the one that matters. So 4 years later, Sue's there with Franklin in the Baxter building, and she's off to grab like another book. But then when she comes back, wait, who's that? Who's there? Oh my goodness, it's Dr. Doom.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Ah,
Not him.
all right.
That's it.
Yeah, I did it.
He's holding it. He's got the mask there, and he's wearing his cloak. And there he is, Dr. Doom, the Avengers Doomsday. Watch it in over a year, because it's not close.
Over a year. Wow. It just feels so
Yeah,
weird
dude.
to have to wait that long for a Marvel movie, you know?
Doomsday
strange.
is the most doomed film that's ever going to exist. How the fuck do you tell
Absolutely.
a story with all of these parts? How do you do it?
Well, they're gonna
How
have
do you
to.
do it? And
They're gonna have to tell it across multiple universes or multiple verses at the same time, because Doom and the Fantastic Four are in a separate one, and currently they have no means to get to the other one, right? So that's gonna have to happen during the
not that
film.
we're aware of. Yeah.
My guess
I
is
guess
that we're
so.
not even going to
Yeah,
see
I
it from
suppose.
their universe.
true,
They'll just update us on the Marvel universe, these current MCU one, and they'll just be like, yeah, they'll in the same way that Bruce updates everybody in Infinity War, but we won't be getting the scene of seeing Thanos and everything because there's no time. We can't be doing dealing with the Fantastic Four's
No.
universe and why they left it. They're just gonna have to tell everybody why
Unless
really
the movie's
quickly.
like 4 hours long, which it's not going to be.
Even
but, I mean,
still,
who even
even
knows what
if-
it's going to look like. The
We
fact, like,
We got all the X-Men. What the fuck are we doing?
well, yeah, and I think I just saw a thing on Twitter that Rebecca Ramin said that the script isn't finished today. It's like, dude,
it's never gonna be
come
finished.
on,
There is no
man.
script.
What is
It's all
going on?
bullshit. They got Waldron in probably
oh
to
no,
just
Michael
try and
Waldron's
write
gonna fix it right up.
well, as they're
Yeah.
filming they're probably in a set where there's two scenes getting filmed. And they're like, Michael, how do you connect these two? And he's like, okay, so those characters, they walk over there. There we go. It's like, man, you are genius. Can you involve a funny line as well? And then you'll put in that just happened, or oh my god, I can't believe this. This is crazy. And then he's like, yeah, I get the big bucks.
It's because of course, whatever you want to say about this film, I think it's pretty clear. It's not a good film. It's bad.
It
It's
is
bad.
not good.
But well, where does it sit though?
In relation to
I said it's a better kind of bad than what we've had in the MCU recently and in the fight of the July blockbusters.
I think, yeah, I agree. This is the best of the three. In order from best to worst is Fantastic Four, Jurassic World, and Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's stuff in
It's
Fantastic
almost
Four
opposite.
Bad.
where I'm
That-
like,
that-
oh, look at
that's
them
like-
go. They did a
That's
character
the
thing.
opposite of what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I would have
That's the
said
opposite
before
of what I
going
thought. I
into
thought
summer, I would have
Superman was
said
gonna be better.
Superman, yeah, Superman, then Fantastic Four, and then Jurassic World, because obviously Jurassic World is going to be the worst of the movies of the summer. It always is, but not so this year. And then Fantastic Four
Nope.
was also like it had one act that was okay in places. That is
And
the level we're now at. So
some payoffs that are like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing.
And remember, the ceiling here is low. At best, Fantastic Four is a 4 out of 10. At best. I think you can easily make a case for it being lower than that.
I would probably give it a
That's
low
as high as
4.
it goes.
I am quite
I'm-
stuck
I think
to.
I'm-
The reason I want to let it keep a 4 is because it's thematically appropriate. Okay, how could you not want to give it a 4?
Which of course, as you know, with the way that generally it's been going for Marvel movies, if you get a 4 out of 10, you're like doing really well by Phase 4 and 5 and now 6 MCU standards. The general scores have oscillated between like 1, 2, and 3 for basically, with the exception of No Way Home, which this does not beat.
No.
It doesn't
You'd
beat
say
No Way
this is
Home.
probably
No Way
the
Home
best
is
one
better than
since
this.
No Way Home, then.
No Way Home's character work
Yes, it is.
annihilates this. This is not even close. The work
Yeah.
they do for
even close.
Garfield's Spider-Man, Holland Spider-Man, and Raimi Spider-Man is insane. Like I still can't
it's
get over the
excellent.
fact that they
It
brought
really
in
is.
those two and they gave them like really substantive character development. Like, that's impossible in the MCU. Bad enough they can't even do their own characters, but when they bring in legacy ones, all they ever do is piss and shit all over them. But like, if you could
Or rip
protect,
their skin off.
yeah, literally. And so it's like the fact that you got the mentor like Sage in Raimi Spider-Man and the punished, recovering Garfield Spider-Man. It's like, inspired choices and beautifully executed as far as I'm concerned with them. And loads of the dialogue those three Spider-Men share is just top tier compared to what it could have been. And but Doctor Strange,
Goblin was great.
he was great. Doctor Strange got put on the altar. His blood was drenched across that whole
He is
movie.
sacrificed. Yeah.
And then the plot and the
Yes.
world
Yeah.
And of course,
suffer
the
quite a
plot-
bit as well.
But
But
it's got character writing that's like quite strong, which puts it in a league of its own in Phase 4, 5, and 6 MCU. But this would be next, which is so grim that this is like
yeah.
this is the best they could do in 5 years. This is the best that they could manage. That's insane. That's unbelievable almost.
And this film, I said this, I think on FNT, that so many scenes in this film, moments where I was just like, there's nothing wrong with that. There's also very little that's right about it. It's just there. There it goes. That scene's done.
It's around.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
very much tolerable. It's the science, the world building, there's several character choices, and then the theme is like, and it all sort of just settles down into there's some stuff. And a lot of it is just borderline coherent, and that's that is blowing the scale up considering their usual fares. So it feels kind of nuts.
It does then, particularly by the time that you get to the third act, it's like, yeah, we're just back to being shit.
Yeah,
again.
the third act is
like, yeah, we're back
pretty
to,
fucking
we're back to
terrible.
Standard MCU crap. I would say that this film is indicative of that they fundamentally have not solved their problem, their big problem. Like the worst of Phase 1 is better than this movie. Like Iron Man 2, Thor, like they're better than this movie.
Dude, the thing is,
better.
right? When you say Iron Man 2, my brain immediately goes to Tony watching the tapes with his dad, which is like that alone is better than anything in this movie. And then when you say Thor, it's like the opening with Odin, Thor, and Loki. That scene's better than anything in this movie. It's so far, like those scenes. That's what it used to be like. It's like the movie itself, it's not so great, but there's some really great stuff in there. This movie, like the biggest highlight would be what? The opening?
Maybe
don't know
the
what I was
space
pointing
sequence
to.
when they're escaping Galactus.
But that's like
the first
visually,
time?
not writing,
There's
right?
problems with, but
Oh,
yeah,
writing.
because the writing, there's problems with that sequence. So if it's writing, it would be like, I don't know. I guess, yeah, maybe the Johnny sacrifice that doesn't happen and Silver Surfer does it. It's like, But I mean, I'll never think about it again.
The best
Yeah,
writing all happens before the plot watches go off. And
Yeah.
that's
Yes, like the first
basically
20 minutes.
20 minutes in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
Yeah,
that's
as
the
soon as
thing, though. It
things start
doesn't.
actually happening, it kind of goes off the rails, I feel.
And to be specific, like I just
Yeah.
don't think it hits as much as it like hums. Most of it, you're just like, yeah, that's all right, that's solid.
Yeah, it's like you're eating. It's like you've been given a soup, and it's like, meh, and then it gets kind of shit for some reason all of a sudden. Compared to, I don't know, like with Thor, you get served, I don't know, like chicken schnitzel or something, and it's like the chips are kind of soggy, but like the schnitzel's all right. It's like it's kind of good. It's well seasoned.
Well then,
I just don't. Well, so I guess because the broader question I suppose is, does this film mean anything? Is it going to change anything? Is Marvel back?
definitely not on the fucking final question. The consequences of this film might be that they experiment a bit more with visual style, or that Matt Shackman gets more power in the MCU, or that
He'll get it. He'll get more
if,
for sure. Yeah, he's getting another movie.
If this is notably successful in any way, box office or critically, then perhaps the Fantastic Four will be boosted in their role, whatever it was going to be in the MCU. That maybe it'll go further.
Well, so the thing is that because Thunderbolts is, I guess, an interesting one to point to. The guy who made that is now doing the X-Men movie, so I think it's safe to say that because at least as far as Marvel is concerned, this film has been well received critically. Yeah, like they'll make more Fantastic Four movies probably no matter what. This film is going to make more money than Cap 4 and Thunderbolts, but like the reality is it's not going to do that well. You can already tell the opening weekend is looking similar to Superman, and Marvel tends to have bad second weekend drop-offs. So
But it also
600
minimizes the amount
million,
of
700 million?
change that the film can possibly accomplish. Is that because I think they were always planning on making the Fantastic Four kind of toward the forefront of whatever comes next in terms of their movie offerings. So I don't think we're going to see much change in the role of the characters in the overarching story, because they were always intended to be frontmen. Like, they are important, they're big, they've been
That's
billed
true.
as the first family for a reason. So I don't know that that will necessarily make much difference. You might get I guess maybe a difference on the themes they go for in their movies. If something which can at least be said to have family as part of its theme is doing quite well, and people are resonating with that bit more than other bits of the movie, they might say, well, this is a clue to how to write thematic messaging in films going forward. Like, we need more relationships, we need more like relatives, we need more people who are part of a family story kind of thing, which I think would be a welcome change, because I don't even know what the fucking theme of Captain America 4 was, but it had nothing to do with anything I understood. So that could be an improvement if people resonate with that more than the rest. But it's relatively minor stuff. Like, as has been mentioned, it hasn't really solved any of the major problems, which is they do not know how to sustain a plot.
I think something that's almost fascinating about this film is that like it being perceived as good is not gonna it seems like a lot of people are broadly on the same page. If Doomsday is gonna be like a mess, it's kind of like almost ordained to be a mess, with everything that we know about the nature of its production, the fact that it obviously represents a pivot from their original plan, the fact that we're constantly hearing, yeah, script's not done, yeah, no, the script's not finished. I don't know that Fantastic Four, like, if the general consensus is this film is good, which it seems like that's what a lot of people are saying, though I will say I've seen a greater amount of negativity already towards this film than you would normally expect. Like Superman, everybody was super it'll take a while on that one, but it seems like there's already recognition, oh, this film's like, stuff got cut, it's compromised, the third act isn't that great. Like, if that's already the case, that's like a short honeymoon period. But even if it was received super well, what does that mean for an Avengers movie that everybody already recognizes is like doomed to be a disaster? Why would that mean anything for Marvel's comeback?
You see, especially because, like, from everything that we know about the next the Doomsday film, it's going to be the opposite of what this film was in terms of how integrated it is into the pre-existing MCU. This was like this film could have been a one and done that has nothing to do with anything else. You could watch this and have never seen an MCU film, and you'd basically get exactly the same experience. That is going to be the opposite of the case with Doomsday. It's going to be, from everything that we've seen, it's going to be like Infinity War on crack, where you have to have watched like what,
MCU,
35 different
even
movies.
X-Men movies.
Well, especially if those are in continuity, which I don't know if they're gonna be, but then given what they did in the Deadpool film, I have no idea. Like, it could be that you have to have seen 50 movies and 10 TV shows to understand what's going on in the next movie, which is the opposite of this. So I don't see how this film's success could reasonably change their direction, at least until after the next two Avengers films. And by the time we get there, Marvel will already know, I guess, whether they're going to ramp things up or down, because I'm not expecting those films to do very well. But we'll see.
No, I think that the way that Fantastic Four and Superman have done now is kind of indicative of, oh shit, these two films benefited from a lot of hype. They benefited from being recognized culturally as clean breaks, fresh starts. In the case of Superman, a movie that the world needs right now. All of this working in their favor, and like they aren't looking that strong in terms of like box office performance, which of course from these studios' perspectives is like the number one thing. It's the thing that matters most for whether or not you get to make more, is did you make money? And neither of them are looking like they're going to be in a good... Bear in mind, I feel like a lot of people have forgotten this. 2017 was the year that Guardians 2, Spider-Man Homecoming, and Thor Ragnarok came out. All three of them made well over $800 million. Like, that's like a... That's a foreign concept at this point. The idea that you could... No, I mean, I think it was a good year for Marvel. I like all three of those movies a lot. It was, and then Infinity War came out and that was the end. But that was what they used to have, was that they could make basically anything that they wanted and make nearly $1 billion. Now they're in a position where, unless it is positioned as one of the most important films that they've ever made, they might make $600 million. Otherwise, the films fail. Even with everybody saying like, "Oh, Thunderbolts is amazing. It's so good. It's like the best Marvel movie in years." Couldn't make more than $400 million despite that. I think that's indicative of a serious problem that they have going forward, no matter what the...
I think it's very important to add to all of this, because the fresh start thing, I think that Fantastic Four and Superman are notably awful, considering they are clean slate films. Like, how did you fuck it up
it's like
so
we jumped
hard?
into the middle of something. Like, there's so much stuff going on, and the power scaling and the technology and the character list is just...
Both of them have so much working
they don't feel like first films.
in a fresh slate sort of favor. They both get to benefit from basically ignoring certain parts of their story because the meta makes up for it. Like, that's an assumption that both films make. The fact that they you have such a familiarity from the audience that it's so welcomed, and then you get to start with a universe. You get to make it however you want. Any particular thing, move it however you want. And both James Gunn and, I guess, Shackman, they've both created films that are almost impossible to create coherent sequels to, by the way. Like, what the hell do you do with this? I think it's weird as hell that Reed is going to end up in the MCU. Obviously not for very long, because we're resetting, but all the information he's bringing with him, like, technologically, it's world-changing. Everything, and why did you make it that way? You didn't have to. It's like, yeah, well, fuck you. All of Lex's technology, absolutely fucking nuts, and that's the first film in a whole universe of movies that's like it's practically a curse, little anchor on top of everything now.
First film, and I feel like everything's on the table. Anything can happen. Everything's permissible. There's nothing that would be too outlandish.
Clones are just in this universe.
Clones of Superman.
I think because this came up.
But hey, man, a Mr. Terrific spinoff, that's a great idea. Sorry. Continue.
No, it came up on Open Badges. It's slightly mad to be sitting in a position saying, yeah, the film where they can just decide basically in 5 minutes they are able to teleport entire planets is by some distance only the second most broken plan in a recent superhero film. It's like it almost seems normal in comparison to the stuff that Superman gave us. And I think Fantastic Four has helped in the sense that, yeah, though that he can bring in a bunch of technology, there's more of an overlap, I guess, with the current technological state of the mainline MCU in this movie. It adds some broken shit, to be sure, but a lot of the other stuff is kind of, well, you know, we've already got portal travel, you've already got space, you've already got like wacky armor systems, you've got loads of stuff that could be ported over, but only then serves the same purpose as something that already exists. Whereas like Superman is more of a blank slate in the sense that it is the creation of the universe, not something that's going to be folded into the universe, and manages to break its own world building stuff at least 15,000 times worse by having a guy who can make big bangs, universes, black holes, anti-proton rivers, and all the rest of that shit. So it's not ideal, but I mean, I prefer this. This is less broken than that, which is something. And hey, it's like 4 out of 10 movies in a row for Marvel. It's definitely on the right trajectory because so many of the previous ones were even worse.
Hey man, it's their
But
first
Ironheart,
steps
though.
towards something better,
But
okay?
Ironheart. Yes, and I believe that for sure. Yeah, no, there's good reason to be optimistic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's at this point, like it's feels so surreal, like seeing people say, "Oh yeah, no, this has been a great era. What a legendary run of superhero movies." Like, dude, you'll forget about them in a month. They'll be gone.
Yep.
And then when you start thinking about great superhero movies, you'll be thinking about movies that came out like 15, 20 years ago at this point.
Not
Well,
these.
You'll be
what's
thinking
funny-
about Iron Man. You'll be thinking about the Raimi Spider-Man films. You'll be thinking about, yeah.
The fucking delay is so. I was just gonna say that the
goodness.
whole remembrance of any given movie is like what has been referenced by several people recently, and it's like not really the original Fantastic Fours, not the Corman one, and not really Fan Four Stick. Fan Four Stick's been fucking memory hold. It's Incredibles. That keeps coming up, and it's like, why? It's like, well, because it's a fucking one
Yeah.
of the greatest movies of all time. That's what happens when you're actually good.
And it is the catastrophic admission of failure, like abysmal failure as well, to the point that what is the reason now for being invested again in whatever Marvel has coming up next? It's like, well, we are going back to older popular superheroes that you really like. And then you ask them, well, okay, who? And it's like, remember the early 2000s? Wasn't that a great period of superhero media? We're going to be bringing them in. Don't you want to see the original X-Men again?
Yay.
It's like, well, I mean, next to what you're giving me now, I do, but I don't think it's very healthy. And it is kind of a tacit admission of failure that rather than building anything off of the last 2 and a bit phases of film, without, I don't even know how many movies count across those 2 phases. It's dozens at this point, and TV shows. They're still trying to say, hey, the next one will be great. Honestly, trust me, guys, because we're just bringing back something that somebody else made popular decades back. I would be fine if they made a good job of that, but they're not gonna, and that's the reason that they're bringing these people back to begin with. They don't know how to make these characters. They don't know how to make these stories. There's no necessary reason you couldn't turn any of the cast in Thunderbolts into the next great superhero story with characters I want to see back. And I do want to see them back before I see Captain America again. But that's nothing next to the work that, by and large, Fox did back in the early 2000s with properties that now Disney owns. So it's just keep fucking being a vampire, suck all the life out of everything, carry on going, burn them up, move on to the next one until you run out, in which case it will stop.
Yay.
I feel like that is when it will stop, when they have no more fuel left to burn. They just can't create anything new that really takes off, it seems. It's
feel
all
like,
about
though,
sequels and
whenever-
dredging stuff up.
Whenever they're running out, or rather that they've burned something up, they can end up like returning to something that was burned up a few years back and just do it again. A lot of these IPs, like that's how the recycling sort of works. Like, oh, that didn't work. Well, that's dead. And then 10 years later, like, maybe we could try that again. You know, like Ghostbusters, how Frozen Empire basically told them, it's like, oh, so this is fucked. How long before they're like, maybe it's not fucked. Maybe we can try it again.
Give them enough time.
Yeah.
Like, they'll eventually come back to Terminator, you know? Like, right now, it's kind of, you know, like, oh, shit, we
They're
can't do that.
always-
But give them enough time. They'll
Always
come
trying
back.
to find fucking ways
Yep.
of
Same with
doing
Indiana
it.
Jones and Terminator and all that stuff. Just give it time.
I mean, they're
Give
making a new
people a break.
Tron. You know, like, they decided they did Tron Legacy, and it's like, oh, that's not good enough. And then it's like, well, no shit, it's been long enough. Let's do Tron again.
Fantastic Four.
Don't they call them the Fantastic Five at the end because now they have a baby?
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, and there's like a
That's
little
right.
knit, like a little onesie for the baby to have, and it had a 5 on it. And
Oh yeah, and they said that
They
he's not
put it
wearing
on.
that. That's not happening.
he's not wearing it.
Which I kind of liked because they should draw a line on that shit.
Someone said no more hope in quotes for me. No, something strange has happened. Like it really has become like indifference now. Like it's really been like
Yep,
like
it's numb.
this.
You
I
just
don't know
get
what
numb
it
to
is, but like these July movies, like yeah, I'm numb at this point about it all. Yeah, that's the right way to
Well,
put it. It's just
that's
like, yep, the movies suck, and it's reasonable to expect that at this point, which is really lame. But I mean, like, whatever. Nothing's gonna
I don't
change. It is what it is.
I don't feel excited.
Yeah.
I just like well, I choose a time, get in my car, drive on over to the theater.
I've been playing
watch
Donkey
the
Kong. That's been
movie.
fun.
Hey,
That's a fun game.
Yeah, games are fun.
good old
I like
games.
Yeah, that's
Food.
like because I can play that, and it's like, look, it's like mechanics and stuff. That's cool, and it's fun, and I get bananas, and Donkey Kong eats them, and he's really thrilled about it. It's like, yeah, that's some good stuff. But hey, Battlefield 6 is coming out. That's
I saw
exciting, isn't
some.
it?
I'm mildly excited for it. I saw some of the footage coming out, a few little things, and it looks decent. Looks interesting for like the rough
I'm
alpha state that it's in. Fingers crossed. Please, God, be good. Please, Battlefield, please be good. You know exactly what you need to do. You have for years. Just fucking do it.
we'll see. We'll see.
Ugh,
We'll see
please be
about that.
good.
I don't know. But you know, but I guess it's. You know, like, yeah. I mean, what's to be said about like the essentially, I guess, the state of like big budget popular media, other than it is an unfortunate reality, but you can kind of count on being disappointed at this point if you set your expectations particularly high. Something's wrong, and I'm not really sure when it's going to be fixed. But I think maybe like part of what's contributing to this sort of feeling of like, whatever, is it's like people are recognizing it. I suppose it's a little bit unfortunate that like when the film comes out, it gets a tremendous amount of praise, and then you give it a little bit of time, and it's like, oh wait, that actually kind of sucked. It's like what happened with Deadpool and Wolverine. You know, eventually now like it is kind of common to see people say like, oh yeah, actually was kind of shit.
Yeah, and
It's like, yeah, but if this feedback got delivered to them quicker, if it was more rapid, the delivery of the feedback, then we wouldn't have to languish for the next couple of years from the impact of the success of these types of things.
why
They
we
maybe get
moved
onto it a little
from
bit quicker.
we moved from having to say, yeah, give it time, to then having to say, hey, you remember what people were saying when this came out, right? Like, it's become a known factor that Deadpool Wolverine is awful. It's like, that was controversial when it came out.
Yep, sure was, because we were there on the front
Not
lines,
controversial. We
telling everyone how
got a lot of
shitty
shit
it
for that
was.
one.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We get a lot of shit for a lot of
Shitty
these.
movie.
But which again, it's just like, yeah, yeah, but I mean, you know, it's just these films are not good, and I do really believe that like when you've just got a whole,
Right,
I just don't think it's good. Oh, am I Flizzman again?
You're back now.
Hold on. Oh, hello. Is that is it okay now? Is everything
Yep,
fine?
I can hear you.
Is it all
I
good?
can hear you. Yeah, Fringy, can you hear
Mhm.
us? Because I can
Uh,
hear you.
I
Uh-oh. I guess he. Well,
I don't know why that helps typically. Just dipping out for a little bit. Yeah. Is it all good? No
I
Flizzman?
think so.
think so.
No, you sound
Um,
good. You sound good.
So what I was gonna say is just that I think that when you have like an abundance of these bad films that are coming out that are thematically confused and stupid, where like it becomes increasingly difficult for people to like even recognize and understand what they're meant to be extracting from the films. I don't think it's good for like I just don't think it yields good results. Like, stories are important. Stories are a really important way that we make sense of the world and impart values and meaning and explore the human experience. And I think that when you just have an abundance of bad films coming out, it's just not good. It's the reason why it gets so frustrating when it's just like, oh, so we just have to resign ourselves to an entire popular genre of movies being permanently bad forever. Like, that's really lame. Don't like
And then the
that too
defenses that come
much.
out for it as well
Don't know
say,
why
well,
we
what,
pretend like that's
why do you expect it to be better? It's only a blockbuster film. As though almost everyone, the biggest
Yeah.
list of their favorite films are blockbusters because they used to be good. It used to be possible to
They
tell
used to be good.
stories
They
for
used to
mass
care about
entertainment
stories
purposes.
and
Jaws
writing.
was the first summer blockbuster. It's an excellent film. Tells a great story with brilliant characters. These all used to be the best movies for a reason, and they're everyone's common point of reference. Star Wars is the same thing. The MCU up to Phase 3, same thing. Harry Potter for a time was the same thing. Like these are the most important stories because they are the ones that most people will see. And it's all very well saying, well, yeah, if you spend hours and hours of your life going to art house cinema trying to hope for maybe one good thing that doesn't make you want to kill yourself because it's too pretentious, then you'll enjoy art again. But that didn't used to be necessary. It is actually possible to do this in a mass format and reach the biggest number of people. That is what we should be aiming to do. And it's not helped when people say, well, I liked it, so it's fine. I say, well, but what did you like? Precisely, tell me what was good. I liked
But it
the
felt
actor.
good. I felt a
Okay,
thing.
fucking Grace Randolph. Tell me something else. Tell me something more important than you liked the actor or the performance was strong. Tell me about the character. Do that. What is the character saying in Superman? What is the theme? What is the story? What is the plot? And then it usually boils down to, understandably, I thought some of the jokes were funny. I thought it looked okay. Tone was generally kind of entertaining. I could switch off for a couple of hours and I'll never think about it again, which is understandable. But then what are you going to be saying about it in 6 months' time? What are you going to remember about it in 2 years' time? What are you going to reference back in, like, when you're old? The films you like, are they going to all come from the 80s and before? Probably yes. So what has the last, 40 years of your life been engaged in media about? What is happening? Why are we not actually making stories? Why is this somehow the best fucking Marvel film for years?
So purely out of curiosity, just to compare like that assessment of Fantastic Four, I just looked at the highest grossing movies for each year for the 1990s, just for a point of reference. They're basically all bangers, and that's just not happening anymore. You've got Ghost, T2, Aladdin, Jurassic Park, The Lion King, Toy Story, Independence Day, Titanic, Armageddon, and then Phantom Menace. Like Ghost is the only one of those I haven't seen, but basically all of those are very, very fondly remembered. Even, Phantom Menace and Armageddon, I wouldn't call them good,
yeah.
but yeah, but Armageddon has some charm to it, and it's substantially better than something like this, I think.
I mean, the big thing
You're
that Armageddon
probably
gets made
right,
fun
honestly,
of for
yeah.
is like you wouldn't send oil people into space, which is a far more coherent plot line than what happens in this fucking movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the one of those that makes the least sense is, I mean, it's got to be Armageddon, right? And that movie has very clear character progression. It has a very clear plot. It's just that it is far more interested in just bombastic ridiculousness involving manufactured drama on the asteroid once you get a bunch of like oil miners up there. There is nothing in that movie that is anywhere near as dumb as, honey, we need to teleport the Earth because I did it with an egg.
Yeah.
And then also add on top of that a lot of the films that actually were like successful in the past were like original. Now it's like that's basically an impossibility. Every film that makes like the top 10 is a remake or a sequel or like an adaptation of a franchise of some sort. That's the only way that you make money now.
So would you include something like Avatar? Because I mean, when Avatar was made, it was massively successful, but it wasn't a franchise film at that point in time. So the fact that it's become a franchise,
I think that counts. That would be my attitude on it, is that a lot of things that are franchises now weren't. They were just like one movie, and then people liked it, and they decided they wanted more. Avatar is like,
I
but
thought
that's
the
kind of
argument
the
for
thing.
Avatar
Now
was
we're in a position where
always
it's
going to
like,
be
well,
a
there's not even
franchise,
new things.
though.
For it.
Like I'm sure it was. I'm
Well,
sure it was envisioned as a franchise. Like you don't
sure.
commit that time and resource into the technology,
Probably.
which is the only impressive thing about the movie, by the way. If you don't plan on using it more often than once, and it's like
Look at how
the
long it
approach.
took. It took like 15 years.
Well, they did, but that's because they were just testing all the tech to get it ready, and that's it. Like
Yeah.
the story took about 5 minutes, and it was like that 5 minutes was googling the plot for fucking Dances with Wolves, hitting Control and hitting C, and then V, and that's it. It's just it's not an original movie. It is just a reskinned old movie with some flashy effects. It's kind of like the origin story for much modern media entertainment. Wildly successful. No one can tell you why. Is basically a hodgepodge of just older and better stuff.
Because if that's what we're saying, then you've got Avatar, Frozen, and Barbie is going to have a sequel, so we can eject those. That means that the last movie that was the top-grossing movie of a particular year that has not received a sequel or is part of a franchise is actually Armageddon from 1998. Every single film that made the most money each year since then is a franchise film.
But that's natural and to be expected. I don't necessarily think sequels themselves are a problem or franchises themselves are a problem. It's when you don't have any reason to do it beyond making it a franchise. It's when like, if the story is really successful and you can think to yourself, it would be good to recapture some of that, and I've got an idea for where the story should go next, then it's absolutely fine and natural to do a sequel. And if it turns into a franchise, so much the better. That's not the issue. The issue is that most of these movies don't have those things going in when the first film is made. It's just there's no animating impulse to it. There's no reason for it to exist except that you think you understand how to push enough people's buttons that you'll make some cash, and then you will keep doing it until the money dries up. And part of it's a second order thing that you're seeing a complete collapse in input, and movies are often output. Like there's not that many interesting novels being written that can turn into interesting movies. There isn't a Jurassic Park being written that will create a new Jurassic Park movie. Comics haven't been meaningfully a thing for decades at this point. In fact, they are just a few years ahead of movies in terms of the general tone and collapse in quality. You're seeing some interesting stuff done with adaptations from other markets, particularly, obviously, like East Asia is the obvious one. The success of manga is going to lead to eventually manga adaptations into films, and they'll be popular. One Piece is already really popular. That's going to happen more often. Video games are the same thing. Where there's good input, good product tends to result. But there isn't very much good input coming from, generally speaking, the West at the moment in many forms of media. So we're kind of stuck with these dead franchises, which are just sustained because nothing else is happening. So, what can we look forward to? The next game, that'll be fun, but the next movie, probably not.
Fan Four Stick, when watching it, it was like, man, this is so catastrophically awful in so many ways that it feels more like a movie that would come out today. And then you realize, like, 2015, that is kind of into the era, isn't it? If we somewhat choose...
Sort of.
2012 plus can be like already, because I think Prometheus is like a perfect example that fits in with what's going on these days, and Terminator Genesis is like, how far back do you want to go before you'd say there's no examples? It's like, it's more of a scattered graph of like where the examples exist, but yeah, it's it was just funny watching it, being like, man, this fits way more in with the modern era, and then it's like 2015. I mean, 10 years ago, it's like we've been here for a while, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Force Awakens is the same year.
Force Awakens again.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Halo 5. I don't know why that one always sticks out. Fucking Halo 5. God damn it.
But TFA is always like the really good starting point for this era of media, though, because by all accounts, they did throw out a lot of stuff that George Lucas had kind of planned to do, and I'm sure it would have been wacky and bizarre and probably not made for a good movie if he'd directed it. But at least he was telling a continuation of a story. They had that material, and they thought, what would be easier? Just the first movie again, but bigger. And
also, dude,
there are bits and pieces it adds, but not very much substantively.
Jurassic World in 15 as well.
Yeah.
Ugh. So much garbage.
Yeah. Bad. But yeah, I mean, if you know, the question is, well, what you know, what is it going to take for things to improve? It's like, I don't know, man. There's like a fundamental problem with the lack of recognition of what it means for writing to be good or bad. Like in the absence of that, which is probably going to be permanent. Yeah, I mean, good luck. You know, like that's it. It's just kind of going to be a crapshoot, except it's not even really, because a lot of the time it's like, oh, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Ah, cool, awesome. Unfortunate.
And it'll be wonderful
I
when
think-
we get back to a day where it's not, because it's inevitable, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but you have to go through the period where
Mhm.
everything gets shit and it loses money and everything loses money before lots of people finally get sacked and companies go bust, and then what's left will like regain stuff from the ashes and start telling stories again. It's like
It's
the story for the creation of Ghostbusters is always kind of quite romantic in my mind, because it's kind of the story of the movie itself, in the
Yeah.
sense that like people were desperate for anything of any quality, and the amount of dirty dealing that went on to get that thing made on the budget that it was made at, and like the rights were going all over the place, and it was just, it's a bunch of jobbing people who kind of liked the idea, and the studio system was dying, and so they figured, well, we'll cut whatever deal we need to do to get that made, and it was made, and lo and behold, the passion behind the thing translated into the script. But it does take quite a big collapse before that kind of thing can happen again.
It is nuts that these box office sort of like at best considered sort of some like you'll get even Jurassic World, right? We're talking about all of these very unfortunate results considering what the people who made it would want. I've seen the sentiment where it's like, it's not really fair to compare to, you know, the past, because the films just don't do as well anymore. And it's like, yeah, why is that? Like, why do you say that? Like, it's just, we're just in the era where films
It's a
don't
funny
do
thing to
well.
say. What stupid things to say. Why do you think that is?
It's just, you know, the audience, they just don't like films anymore. That's what it is.
Sometimes you wonder,
Just bored of movies.
Yeah, as a medium, it's on its way out. Let's
what
be
if
honest.
we like? What if we all guys will secretly agree to hate all the terrible ones to just accelerate the death of film, and we never have to worry about it? We could just turn theaters into more parking lots or something.
Fantastic Four.
Mm-hmm.
Best Marvel movie since No Way Home. Yay.
No Way Home.
Anyway, with all that said and
Yay.
done, you know, random film talk. What are you up to? You've been releasing
Hello.
some videos, haven't you? Why don't you tell everybody about them?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now what the last ones were. The last videos I did one on Alien and then Aliens. I have one on The Last of Us Season 2. And then Return of the King, and then you're getting back to Arcane Season 2, which was not good, as I'm sure everyone here already knows.
Yeah.
I am working on what is probably going to be, well, it's definitely going to be the longest video I've ever made. When it will be done, I don't know, and I'm not yet ready to say what it is. But yeah, stuff's coming.
Well, beautiful. Thank you for joining us to talk about this wonderful film.
Thank you.
Bringing Rags, Platoon. What are you guys up to? Anything you want to mention?
I should have a video out probably Monday, Tuesday. I've completely like cut out sugar from like my body. Maybe trace bits here and there from a peanut or whatever. But I've been super lethargic after doing that. I've been sleeping a whole bunch and everything, but that slowed me down a bit. But hopefully I'll be kind of back to a better, just some good and healthy for me to do, cutting that out. But it's had an effect. It's been slowing me down a little bit. But I do have a video that's quite close to being done. So I'm thinking Monday, Tuesday, I'm thinking. And then I got some other plans for stuff, but apart from that, nothing really solid in the deets.
All right.
What have I got? Jurassic World video is basically done, so that probably will come out first. The Superman script is nearly done, So that will be maybe out this year. And probably this movie will get a short video, maybe, probably. But the script's basically being done means I will finally fucking finish Gollum, because it's been mad the last few weeks, but now I will have time.
Yay.
It's
I'm
an
just
experience.
working.
Oh, I think Frankie said he's just working.
You know the deal, just working. Yeah.
Well,
just
beautiful.
Working.
There will not be an EFAP next week because we've only got one left before the anniversary, and we've still got, I think, like 3 weeks before then, maybe even more. But the week after that will be, presumably, Squid Game. Because Season 3 came out, and we should likely see it through and chat about what they did in it. Just we've not quite found the slot for it, you know? That's how it goes. And, yeah, and then after that, I guess it would be a gap week, and then on to the anniversary. Who knows what may or may not happen then? It's just probably going to be pretty long, like 24 hours long, you might even say. Though, it's probably worth mentioning now, it'll be on the 23rd of August, all right? So, whatever you want to do, in whatever way you want to do. You know, just keep that in mind. Along with if there's anything anniversary related that you want me to know about, try and you know, find a way. I guess EFAP memes or Twitter or even email. These are options if you want to let me know about it. Obviously, prep's going to have to begin relatively early because lots of different things may or may not happen on that wonderful day. And I guess in relation to what I'm up to, still working day after day on a very, very large project. I can, I guess, add to the confirmation. It is not got anything to do with blueprints. A lot of people were asking that as well, because they assumed because I played so much of it on stream. Very good game, highly recommend, but no, video's got nothing to do with that. Just wanted to be 100% clear. And the question, of course, that, you know, would it be, it was longer than 11 hours, but is it longer than 12? Which, if it were, that would make it longer than the length of 2 of the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness breakdown, which would be crazy, but it would also be true. It is longer than 12 hours, which, who knows where this thing will cap out, but for now, that's, it's, you know, it's funny, I was talking about how I broke my microphone arm on Real BBC. It was actually because I discovered a portion of the video was not recorded the way that I had needed it to be, and so I like went to set up and just, I guess, pulled it into position as I usually do, and it just snapped. Very unusual. It's not happened in my whole life, and they're just not the kind of things you expect to snap that way, but it did. And so I had to get this really awkward positioning to get it to, you know, stay still, to get that all recorded, and then edit the fuck out of all of it. And I just realized, like, ugh, delays, you know? Frustrating times that they arrive. But here we are. I got a replacement now. I'm not as fond of this microphone arm, to be honest with you. It's kind of annoying to use than my previous one. I might even get a new one again, because I think I panicked bought this one just so I had one.
Mine just sits in front of my. Mine's on like a little bitty stand right in front of me, between me and my keyboard. I don't have like an arm.
That's because you're stuck in the past,
holds it.
Rax.
No, that's because I'm respecting the classics.
All right, yeah. Cool way to look at it. Good for you. Two sides
It's
of the
great.
coin,
It's
you know?
just like right here. It's great. It's just right here.
So yeah, those are all the updates, and I guess I don't recommend Fantastic Four, Superman, or Jurassic World Rebirth, and that all of you are very shocked about this, I think. That is the grand conclusion to this epic July. Wow. We sure made it through.
July. This will go in the history books.
Exciting.
Remember where you were when
Not
they
lying.
asked you, where were you in 2025 in July? Remember where you were.
Did you watch Superman or Fantastic Four? And most people will say, no, I didn't, if the box office is any indication.
What?
That will be interesting to see who ends up winning ultimately. But yeah, if you can catch me on Open Bar or Real BBC. I think you can still buy the comic, but now you can only get cover E. I think that's what Az said. If you're interested, and as far as I know, they're just all things are still happening. Fun stuff on the way. And we'll see you for the next episode when it comes around. But for now, I guess we'll say goodbye, good night, or whatever.
Goodbye, everybody.
See you later,
See you
everybody.
later.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.